To order the City of St. Cloud regular meeting for Thursday, August 20, 2026. Can we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And the invocation, first the invocation by Pastor Ariel Sanabria from Soul City Church.
Let us bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we welcome you here today with humble hearts and grateful spirits. We thank you for the city of St. Cloud, Florida, for its residents, for its families, its businesses, and for every person who calls this community home. Father, we lift up Mayor Chris Brown, council members, Jennifer Paul, Colby Urban, Ken Gilbert, and Sean Fletcher. Father, we also present to you, Lord, the city manager, Veronica Miller. Father, we pray that your blessing be upon our police chief, Douglas Gerke, fire chief, Jason Miller, and all the dedicated staff, employees, first responders, and public servants who serve the city of St. Cloud. Father, I just pray that tonight you will search our hearts, examine our motives, our words, our decisions. I ask, Father, that you will remove pride, selfishness, division, or anything that would prevent us from serving this community faithfully. I ask that you will give our leaders wisdom to make sound decisions, courage to do what is right, and humility to listen carefully to one another and to the people they serve. Father, I pray that you will help us remember that every person in this community has value and deserves to be treated with dignity, compassion, fairness, and respect. May every decision be made in this chamber be guided by integrity and honor, and may those entrusted with public service always seek what is best for the whole community, not merely for ourselves or for those whom we agree. Father, I pray that you would give our mayor and council members and the staff, everyone, Lord, that serves this beautiful city, discernment in every matter before them. I pray that you will strengthen our police officers and provide protection for them, the firefighters, first responders, and all those who protect and serve. Give them the courage, the wisdom, protection, and compassion that they serve the citizens. Father, I pray that you would help us to lead and serve with clean hands and pure hearts. Let our words be truthful, our actions honorable, and our decisions made with justice and mercy. May the city of St. Cloud continue to be a place where people can live, work, raise their families, worship freely, and pursue a better future together. Father, we ask that you guide this meeting, give wisdom to everyone participating, and help us to remember that true leadership is a responsibility to serve others. May everything done here tonight be conducted with integrity, honor, wisdom, and respect for all people. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Robertson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Here.
Councilmember Paul.
Here.
Councilmember Urban.
Here.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Here.
All right, city manager, you have any agenda updates?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'd like to pull off of the agenda public hearings number 2 and 3. We will bring them back in the future. And I'd like to request a continuance for public hearing number 4, which is resolution number 2026-097R, to the September 10th, 2026 meeting. And I would need a motion for that.
We'll need to read it.
Say
Oh.
that. What's the first ones? Public hearing 2 and 3, you said?
2 and 3 I'm going to remove off the agenda
Remove, all right. Public hearings.
and continue public hearing number 4, resolution number 2026-097R, to the September 10th, 2026 City Council meeting.
What's the date of that meeting? September 26th?
September 10th,
Oh, 10th, sorry,
2026.
2026, okay.
Mayor, may I make a motion to approve?
Yeah, of course you can. We have a motion from Deputy Mayor
For
Gilbert.
the ordinance, it'll need to be
Does it have to be read first?
Okay.
Thank you,
Will the clerk-
Attorney.
The clerk, please read public hearing number 2.
Number 4.
Oh, just the number 4, because the remove, we don't need to. Okay,
Correct.
public hearing number 4.
Public hearing for resolution number 2026-097R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, granting a conditional use for a clairvoyant use in the Highway Business HB zoning district on a plus-minus 1.69 acres, known as Divide Guidance Project CNU 26-00002, located at 213th Street, Suite A, allowing the applicant to provide palm and card reading services and described in the body of this resolution.
All right, and do we have to,
Need a
because
motion?
we're just moving it. We don't need public comment on that, right?
No, it's just a continuance.
All right,
So
can I
need
get a motion to continue that to September 10th?
Motion, please, Mayor.
Motion approved from Deputy Mayor Gilbert, second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
That's all, thank you.
All right, thank you. Dan, would you like to speak about the St. Cloud Citizens Foundation, please?
Sure. Mayor Robertson and I have been having discussions about the St. Cloud Citizens Foundation, and I'm not sure all the council members are aware of it. The St. Cloud Citizens Foundation was founded in 2008, actually created by the city of St. Cloud. It is set up as a not-for-profit corporation designed to help the citizens in the community. The mayor sits as one of the appointed members to that, or trustees to that not-for-profit foundation. When we set it up in 2008, it was set up with the city of St. Cloud being basically what's referred to as the initial and member and the only member of the organization. What that means is that the city of St. Cloud, through the city council, has the ability to elect all the trustees that serve on the board, on the foundation board. The foundation operated for several years, and there have been some different changes done to the bylaws and the appointments to the board, by the Board of Trustees. And so after looking at it and doing a little bit of research, and the mayor asked if we would look into it, because there was a certain amount of confusion about where they were with the bylaws and how the foundation had evolved since 2008. So when we've had a couple of people that have gone off the board now. There's only really, as I recall, the last time trustees were appointed, of the last trustees, there's 3 left if you include the mayor's seat, the mayor's seat isn't an appointee, it's a permanent member of the board. So there's really 2 appointees that have been in place, and their terms have expired. There hasn't been any reappointment. So where we sit now, so that this foundation can continue to move, we were going to, the mayor and I talked about it, and we suggested that now would be a good time for the city council to adopt or to appoint another 3 members, basically, or 2 members at this point, so that there are set trustees, and then we can work on getting the 3 trustees can work on correcting the bylaws, cleaning them up, and this foundation can move forward. Again, this is ultimately the final decision of the city council. They control the members that get appointed as trustees.
Yeah, and as y'all know, Donna Cooley, she has sat on this since its existence.
Yep.
And y'all know she's retiring tomorrow. So I've spoken with Coop, and Tawny Bailey is her last name, is replacing Donna in her current position in the finance department. So I felt it was appropriate that she would be the appropriate replacement for the treasurer position on that. For the other seat, I thought, we need somebody that's really entrenched in the community, that really loves giving back and loves being involved. And somebody that I know we're all familiar with is Billy Rocker, and I would like to make a motion to add Billy as the 3rd person. And then that board can then either add others or, kind of figure out in the future and work with Dan on the bylaws to make
Yes.
sure those are good to go. The reason we're doing it now is because Donna's retiring as well,
Right,
so. And the other terms, to be honest, the other members, their terms expired a few years ago. As y'all know, when I became mayor, this thing has kind of sat for like 5 years, and nobody really did anything with it. But this council has, with the St. Cloud's Veterans Committee. That's where the fundraising dollars go through that, the 501c3. The police department with their Shop at the Cop, because Walmart will no longer give directly to the police department. We use the Citizens Foundation to apply for the grants, because it's a 501c3. The Wawa, we were out there at the Wawa, and they did the the battle, the sub-making battle, I think it was, and then I think Wawa donated. So did you win that? You did not win that. Okay. I believe Wawa donated money for that, and something what's great about it, there's a foundation that gives, I don't know, how, $1,600, $2,000 every year, and it collects interest. So it's really, we've put it to great use there. You know, the hospital, Brian Wetzel over at Orlando Health St. Cloud, they donated $5,000 to it to go towards the Veterans Council. So that's it. We're just wanting to get it going and keep it moving. So I just felt that Billy would be one that could fill that spot. And so I want to go ahead and make a motion to add Billy to that board.
And Tanya.
Oh, and Tawny. Yeah, we need to add both of them, and Tawny Bailey.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Next up, we have presentation for Employee of the Month of August by Chief Gerke.
Good boy. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, and members of our community. It is my privilege to recognize someone whose work often goes unseen, yet has an extraordinary impact on both our organization and the people we serve. Tonight, I am honored to recognize Ms. Nicole Segarra. You want to come up here first? So obviously, as you can see, Nicole serves as our victim advocate, a role that demands compassion, patience, and unwavering dedication. Every day, she walks alongside crime victims during some of the most difficult moments of their lives. She provides guidance, support, and hope, helping them navigate the criminal justice system and ensuring they have access to the resources they need. Recently, Nicole demonstrated a commitment in a particularly meaningful way by assisting special victims in a high-profile case that drew significant media attention. Alongside her canine partner, George, and his huge head, had to say it. She accompanied the victims to numerous meetings, provided emotional support, and helped them navigate the complexities of the law enforcement investigation and the court process. Mind you, these victims were all underage and they were very young. During an incredible, difficult chapter in their lives, Nicole was steady, compassionate, ensuring they never faced the process alone. As remarkable as that work is, Nicole continuously seeks ways to improve our department beyond her assigned responsibilities. She recently spearheaded the modernization of our Persons with Disabilities Registry and Project Lifesaver programs by creating secure electronic systems. What was once a paper-based process is now a streamlined, accessible system that makes critical information readily available when officers need it most. These improvements enhance our ability to respond during emergencies, reduce administrative workload, improve data accuracy, and ensure these important programs remain sustainable for years to come. Most importantly, they help us better serve some of our community's most vulnerable residents. Nicole exemplifies the very best of public service. Whether she is comforting victims in the darkest moments, advocating on their behalf, improving how our department serves the community, or finding innovative solutions to complex challenges, she leads with compassion, professionalism, and a genuine heart for others. Nicole, thank you for the difference you make every single day. Your dedication, empathy, and innovation have touched countless lives and strengthened our department in immeasurable ways. Congratulations on being selected as the City of St. Cloud Employee of the Month. This recognition is well-deserved.
The mayor wants to hold the dog.
They like to share treats. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and thank you for recognizing me. I appreciate it. I wish I could take all the credit, but really it was a team effort. Community members that have helped us, help in assisting the families, Stephanie, Lynn, everyone's helped. So I really do appreciate the recognition, but it was all a team, so I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much.
bit of it, I already bit it, so it's too late. I already chewed on it. Have a nice certificate for you as well. You want to back up a little bit, or? You need a wide lens for his noggin. He's like,
All right, first up, we have the consent agenda. Next portion of tonight's meeting is the consent agenda, contains items that have been determined to be routine and uncontroversial. If anyone in the audience wishes to address the particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff or members of the city council wish to speak on a consent item, they have the same opportunity. All right, I'm going to go ahead and, just for conversation, I want to go ahead and pull 11 and 12 off and just make some comments. As y'all know, what's going on with the state of Florida, every city in Florida is trying to do everything we can to protect our public safety and all of the services that we provide to the residents. And public safety's always been number one. I know for this city council, this chief, city manager, we wholeheartedly support our police department. And I know we had some promotions here today, which is always amazing to witness that. The negotiations, I know those were the easiest negotiations with the police union. I thought with everything going on, I thought this was going to be hard. It's the first time I'd been a part of anything like that. But I'll tell you, the police officers, the union, the staff, everybody came together for the betterment of the community. And I want to thank all of them for being so professional and really making it happen. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And with that, can I get a motion or any other comments? Would anyone in the audience like to comment on the consent agenda? No? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Fletcher.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next up, we have Citizens Forum. Any person who desires to comment on any item not on this agenda is provided this opportunity to address the city council. Each person is requested to complete a sign-in form to be provided to the presiding officer prior to or as soon as is practical thereafter. The person addresses the council. And we have a few of them. First up, we have Mr. John Dorsey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. John Dorsey, address 1231 17th Street.
All right, I believe we got some slides you wanted to show us. Is that correct?
Yes. But, I just wanted.
Stacy told me you had something to show.
Yeah.
Oh, we got them over there?
But
Okay.
I did want to start off with nobody from the road department, city, got in touch with me since last meeting about the pipe with the trash coming out of it. And I was expecting someone to get back with me. And I also had a guy who's, professional in doing storm works, piping systems like this. And he sent emails to the deputy director, Kevin, and he never got any response from Mr. Feldbanger. But anyhow, I just want to start off with here is that I am reporting a chronic illicit discharge under the city's NPDES stormwater mandate at the Ohio Avenue ditch. And from there, last time I was here, we had a kind of a hot potato issue about who's responsible for that pipe. And it was going back between FDOT and the city. And so, if you can put up page 1, please. This I got from FDOT, and FDOT only owns one pipe, and that's the one coming out from the high school. And the other 4 pipes are owned by St. Cloud, and as you can see, that Pennsylvania pipe is on there that I have highlighted in yellow. So, that's from the FDOT. And also, on page, because we did have an issue with that, about who had ownership of it last time. And so, the city of St. Cloud owns that pipe, not the FDOT. The FDOT controls the canal, but the pipe, those are new pipes that were put in when they put in the sidewalk, especially that 36-inch one there, that's still has trash coming out of it. And also, if you go to page 2, thank you. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection sent me this also, to prove that the Public Works Department owns this pipe and needs to take care of it and is responsible for it. The city manager actually signed for the permit on it back in December 2025 for the MS4 systems. And actually, MS4 is just Municipal Separate Storm Sewer Systems, that stands for. So, but that includes all 4 of them pipes on the previous page. But one thing I want to get straight with the Public Works Department is they do own the pipe. So it has nothing to do with FDOT. I just want to make that clear to the Public Works Department tonight and have that on record. There's all the proof right there, emails and, that's right, you get to keep all that stuff for the record.
Okay.
So, and then we talked about cost to put a trash sock over this pipe. And I'd like to know who made the city manager read out the price of it, which was extremely inflated and expensive. Who wrote up that quote? I'd like to know.
I don't know who,
Was that the Public Works Department? Was that Mr. Feldbanger? Or, because it was very expensive. It was like between $150,000 and $200,000. It was crazy expensive. Does anyone remember who wrote that quote? Nobody?
I believe it would come from staff, right?
So I was getting an update on a pipe that has caused a road to collapse due to a sewer pipe, so I missed the beginning of the
Yeah.
question. But I know that we presented a cost estimate done by our Public Works Director, if that's the
Okay.
same thing that we're referencing.
Yep.
But I also want to point out that I don't think anybody was questioning if we owned the Pennsylvania Avenue pipe. It was the discussion about the DOT ditch. Our pipe does connect to that. I just want to clarify.
Okay, so good, we're clear on that. Okay, so,
And all of that goes into the, what they call it, the Ohio ditch, or
Yes, yeah.
all right,
why is it
because
called the Ohio ditch? Is it on Ohio Avenue?
I don't know why.
I
Maybe
thought it's
Mr.
on-
Foblinger knows.
I never understood it either.
I got a call from a friend of mine I went to high school with. He said, hey, so I heard you're gonna be touring it with the DOT. They said the mayor's gonna tour it, so they were supposed to go mow that area so I can walk into the ditch. I'm like, I'm from here. I'll walk into a ditch with high grass. Like,
Usually, it starts at Ohio, and I believe that's the reason why. I don't, I'm sorry, Kevin Felder, Public Works Director. I don't know exactly why, but I think that's where it starts at. The pipes start out there at Ohio, but it's always been known as the Ohio Water Ditch to me. I said,
But anyhow, I wanted, it was a very high cost in the last meeting. It was like, it came out to just under $200,000. And so I've done my own research. I've talked to other companies that do this type of work and all. And page 3, please. Thank you. And this is just for the head wall here, between $10,000 and $15,000. That's just for the head wall. Director said some other things, some armoring and stuff like that. But, armoring is, putting rock in underneath also, and head walls for holding the hill together, and to make contact to put a net on if needed. Well, it's needed, excuse me. And so that is just for the head wall alone. And if you could go to page 4, please. This is from Gary Hopkins. He's with Stormwater Systems. And this is just for the net that'll go on it after the head wall's installed. And it's $86.60. We'll just round it off to $9,000. And so even if you took the head wall at its highest price, $15,000, and then rounded this up to, say, $10,000, we're talking $25,000. And then some extra for some armoring, permits, and it would be like, I talked to both these gentlemen, and it would be $30,000 tops to do this job, not $200,000. That was quoted last month. That was a really inflated cost, and they thought so too, because I sent them the video of the meeting here and everything, and they listened to what was read off to do the install on that particular pipe. And also the other thing too, when you empty out a trash net like that on a pipe, it doesn't need to be emptied out 12 to 15 times a year, which was quoted at the last meeting. And that's ridiculous, because it only needs to be emptied out during the rainy season, 6 months out of the year. Maybe if we have some rain in the off 6 months, it can be emptied out again. But the 12 to 15 times a year was ridiculous. And the cost to do it was also. And last is, could you show that flyer, please? This is a little St. Cloud flyer. And this is kind of funny because it ended up at my house the next day. But this flyer here, step 6, and this is what Public Works Department puts out: protect natural floodplain functions. Did you know that it is illegal to dump any trash, grass clippings, leaves, etc., in any ditch or storm sewer in the city? Dumping materials in our drains pollutes our waters and clogs our storm water system. When storm drains and ditches are blocked or full of debris, floodwaters cannot drain properly, which leads to flooding in our neighborhoods. And right now, the only thing that's polluting that area is that big pipe there. Like I said, that pipe puts out 70% of the trash. The other 3 on that list I showed first probably puts out the other 30%. And I talked to the FDOT, their pipe, the big one at the end, down the Ohio Avenue end by the high school, they're gonna put a trash net over their pipe. They said, wait, I think that fiscal year comes around in July. And they said, when that comes around, we're gonna get some money, Mr. Dorsey, and we're gonna put it in, just like we did the riprap on your property. And so, I don't see, a big deal in installing this. Now, the city did come out, I noticed this past week, they had, I think the city has 2 vacuum trucks. They were going around town cleaning out drains and piping systems and everything. They had a 5-man crew. And, you know, I was just thinking a 5-man crew on a vac truck probably runs about $4,000 a day. And, you know, you use that vacuum truck 10 times, you know, that's $40,000 right there. So they were cleaning up everything before they had the meeting on Friday, which I was not at. I couldn't make that meeting, but they did have a meeting, Mr. Feldbinger and FDOT. And I don't know what became of that yet, but I know the Public Works Department did get that area cleaned up for the meeting. And it does look a little better, I'll give them that, you know, but it's only a temporary fix, is my point. And so I'd really like to see these pipes covered up and stop the trash from coming out into our water.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Kevin, can you come to the podium, please? Thank you, John.
Yep. Do you
You
need-
met with DOT.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, what were their recommendations out there? I wasn't at the meeting, but I will be having a Zoom meeting with them, talking about their recommendations.
Yes, sir. Like I said, they are currently, they have a contract where they have their contractor come out to up to 20 times a year to be able to pick up trash along the area through there. They do not have any funding in there for trash stocks or anything like that on their 5-year plan. They do not have money in there to be able to pipe that ditch in their 5-year plan. And so like I said, so they're trying to do the best they can to be able to do it. They said they mow that area. I believe they said it's either 15 or 20 times a year that they have it for mowing is what they have scheduled. So they try to get out there and be able to do that. Like I said, their contractor was out there. And he said that about every month they get about a 50-gallon bag full of stuff out of the ditch along that corridor. So like I said, that's.
Okay, so, but Mr. Dorsey, you said that DOT does intend next year to bag
Yes,
one of them,
yep.
to put a sock
That-
on
the-
theirs.
And that's the only one
Is
they own.
that the only one they own?
That's the only one they own, and they
Have
said they're
did
gonna
they tell you
cover it up.
different?
They did. They
All right,
said
well, we're gonna get on a Zoom call
they
with
have
them.
no intention of doing it in the next 5 years.
And that's why I wanted to be there. I'll get on a Zoom call with them, and I'm gonna get it straight for them
And
now, so,
I talked to Misty Mahan at
Yeah.
FDOT.
okay.
And another thing
Is that who
too,
we met with?
Yes, sir.
And she told you something different?
yep.
Okay.
And then another thing also is at the last meeting, the director here mentioned that all our drains are all 2-inch by 2-inch and no cups or anything can get through them and stuff like that. Right on 17th Street, right in that area, there's 2 giant storm drains that are 5 feet wide and 6 inches high, right in that area alone. And then if you go up on 192, there's giant drains that aren't protected or anything at all. Anything go in there, paper cups, beer bottles, you name it. And so that's incorrect about having all the drains in town are just 2-inch by 2-inch squares, and bottles and cans cannot get into them, because yes, they can real easily. All of 192 is all them large drains. They have wide openings and they're 6 inches high. And
All right,
So-
I'll get more information on that. I'll talk to DOT as well, and I'd love for Kevin you to be there as well.
and I'd like,
And let's see if they tell us the same thing.
Yes, sir.
They told you the first time.
and I would like for the director here to, you know, talk to Gary Hopkins, who implements these systems.
If you can provide his information,
He's
I'm sure.
I have his
he's
information, sir.
emailed
Oh,
them.
you do? Okay,
sir.
all right.
But he told me today, I checked with him today at the last minute, and he says he has no response from
Okay.
Mr. Feldbinger.
Okay, all right, we're gonna have a Zoom meeting soon with Misty. Misty?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you, John.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. Sir? Next up, Nicholas Steinkamp.
Hello.
Yes.
3 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so there's a lot of people in this community that's frustrated, so I'm here to speak for them. And I've sat and listened and watched for years about what's going on around here, and I'm beyond exasperated. Even politicians at the federal level are more receptive and inclined to explain their actions to us than you do here at the local level. We ask you what you're doing and why, complain, and we are met with silence, dismissal, and contempt, while using our tax dollars to call us NIMBYs and ban outdoor smoking. Your treatment of local positive community efforts like Theater in the Cloud, Hopkins Heroes, and various businesses all over the place downtown is disgusting. I've met with 3 of you before. Let's start with Colby. Honestly, Colby, I really like you, but you are a coward. You've let this guy walk in here and walk all over you and destroy so much. You should be embarrassed. Sean, probably the most reasonable guy up there, but you gave up, man. You're not running again, and you just gave up and did the same thing. Just let him do whatever he wants. We voted for you to fight for us, and you gave up. Ken, I don't know anything about you except for that you spent $100,000 for a job that pays $30,000 a year, which I find really suspicious. I'm watching you. Let's make one thing clear. I'm the troll that forces massive NGOs and elected officials to bend their knee, and I do it on a regular basis, and it's fun for me. I did it yesterday. It took me about 30 minutes. Now pay attention, Chris. Beginning March 2028, my singular purpose in life is to make sure that you are not reelected. I'm the second smartest guy in the room, so listen to me carefully. The difference between you and I is I have nothing to lose and nothing to gain, and you do. Go ahead and try to sue me. I know you will. I dare you. Go ahead. Pay me to unseat you. I'm not supporting anyone or running myself, but my mere goal is to make sure you are gone. I have nothing but time and resources at my disposal. You are a predator, a liar, and a blight on this town. I trust that I will throw myself into this declaration. Well-informed citizens are your nightmare, and I am the Freddy Krueger that hasn't even yet started. The rest of you are on notice. You might be next. Wake up and be ready, because St. Cloud is not full of sheep. They're very upset with you, and I will amass wolves and bring this fight to your doorstep so fast your head will spin. You will not be reelected. Thanks for nothing. Also, in property taxes.
Hey, Nicholas, thank you. Yeah, I really don't know what you're talking about, but thank you, I appreciate. No, sir, we only speak from the podium. I do appreciate your time up here. I don't know what March 28th references, but I don't know. I didn't have time to pull up my calendar, but thank you very much. Hey, Colby, don't let me walk over you. Well, if that didn't wake everybody up, need some more coffee, maybe? I don't know. Shawnee likes you the most. I don't know anything about Ken either. All right. In all seriousness, everybody up here cares about the citizens of this community. Nobody thinks anybody's a sheep. I think everybody tries very hard. If y'all saw the workshops over the past couple months, everybody has worked very hard, staff, council. I don't know, somebody's angry at me today, but I don't know why. I wish he would explain it a little better, but we do have a meeting next month, and maybe he'll come up and give us some more information. All right, next up, we have Ms. Paula Stark. What does NIMBY mean?
You could have shuffled the cards.
Is that not in my backyard?
Yes, sir.
Paula Stark, Executive Director of St. Cloud Main Street,
Did you wanna
903
go first?
Pennsylvania.
Can you top that?
I probably can't, but I can't tap dance either, so there you go. So you all received a packet from St. Cloud Main Street, and I'm here to go over a request from Main Street, given the recent decisions that you all have had to make in reference to events and funding and so forth. So I know the packets that you have include the events that Main Street has been putting on and the things that we're planning this year, and we're asking you to waive the fees on those all at one time. I know the plan was sort of to do them one at a time, but frankly, for planning and budgeting purposes, that's a little difficult. So we were asking for you all to review the paperwork that you received and let us go over that with you and then be able to move on with those particular events. So if you have questions from the packets or if you want me to go through them one at a time, I will tell you my eyesight is problematic right now and my glasses fell out of my purse. So if you're asking me to read this for you, forget it. It's not going to happen
glasses
tonight.
here.
I don't know if they'll help, Chris.
They're the
You may
lightest.
not have any questions that are going to be too difficult for me to come up with a number. So you have, the events are,
Well, we may not have the large stage. Well, it says the day of the event's 2007, so
right. So those things will be determined, so.
that's
Those
27.
are things you all are fleshing out.
We're talking about next year.
Yes, we're talking about Roots and Rhythm, which you all are familiar with these events. Roots and Rhythm, Taste of Main Street, the Historic Preservation Awards celebration. Those are the ones we're asking for waivers on. And we did include in our packet the Halloween trick or treat and witches and maniacs. However, I will tell you, we put that in for discussion purposes if you wanted to have discussion. But our board at our retreat this past Saturday did vote to not have that particular event, only because we did lose money on that, and the information that was provided us at the time that we filled out your new forms was that we would be paying for police this time, and I think that was $1,200, so that would have been an additional amount on the monies that we had already lost last year when we picked that up at the last minute, so that could happen and not everybody be mad at the city because everybody thinks the city puts it on anyway. So that's in there just for discussion items. But the three main ones is Roots and Rhythm, Taste of Main Street, and for the Historic Preservation and Awards, it's just a portion of the awards that are given for the plaques that go out. That's the only thing. There's no other waivers in that particular event. So basically kind of two and a smidgen.
Councilmember Urban.
Thank you. So I've had multiple conversations with Ms. Stark and several members of her Main Street Board, and I've made my position pretty clear as we've went through this budget process and as we are staring at a legislation or a ballot amendment in November that's potentially going to eliminate property taxes for homestead residents. I didn't think that the city should be funding outside organizations at all because we have our own budget to look after with these dire circumstances. However, with that said, since we're kind of phasing that into this year and we're still funding the chamber at a fifth of what we were funding, I would like to propose and ask the council if we can fund Main Street with a fifth of what we were funding them as well. I think that's only fair that we continue to do that and also work with them on these events.
All right. We're talking, well, this is the request here for this right now.
Yes,
Okay.
these are the
right.
events, yes.
Well, with something like that, we gotta dig right back into the budget again. We gotta open that hole back up. So I think that's gonna be,
Yeah, and I had spoken to our city manager, who, I think that there's availability in the budget to do that if that's what the council wants to do, but I don't know what the process is on getting
how do
back
we
to
do
the
that
budget.
for other nonprofits and allow them that same opportunity? Because I think we've opened the budget up and now we've closed it to move forward to preparing it. So we're gonna open it up again, the conversations? Because we just balanced it out for the first time in 31 years. So we gotta get that money from somewhere else.
Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
discussing this with our finance director, the plan that we came up with, if the council approves this, we have money in this current year budget, so we could pay her in September for the following year.
Okay. All right, that would work for me. As long as it keeps us from not using prior year fund balance. We're
Correct.
still good with that.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Paul.
And I was gonna, for the record, also met with Rep. Stark and was gonna bring up the same thing as well during my comment time, but since we're talking about it, I just wanted to put it out there on record of reconsideration, so.
Okay. But right now, you're looking for an answer on this, too.
Correct.
Okay, we're good with that. You got 3.
Okay, thank you.
Do you still need to talk? Okay. I'm good with these numbers. That's not, those aren't, you're bringing the events downtown. In fact, I think our agreement, our prior agreements, we've required that, I think, right? But we've asked for 4 events.
Yes.
Which is the purpose of it, so.
Actually asked for more than that.
We did?
And we did more, but we just didn't need your resources.
Well, the intent was previously a minimum of 4 events.
And you'll see more
Counselor?
of that because we're doing our presentation for you all for our whole year. And from inception on the 17th, is that still, City Manager, where we're doing that on
Yes.
September 17th? You'll get the whole presentation for that.
It was a condition of the current agreement that Main Street must come give a presentation, so we were still requiring that.
Okay.
I like to hear Paula.
Is this coming out of this budget or next year's budget?
These costs were included in next year's budget, and when we went over that with the city council, you've agreed for me to keep that in the budget, but you wanted to approve these individually, which is why, you wanted the additional detail that Ms. Stark has provided this evening.
Okay.
The only information that's not here that I was asked for was the council asked for a list of Ms. Stark's, actually not Ms. Stark, Main Street sponsors. I do not have a list of their sponsors for these events.
I think we're good with that. I don't think I need a sponsor, do you know? All right, do we have to vote on this, or would we just give a nod?
A nod is fine.
Consensus, yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, that was consensus.
Good.
Thank
That was
you.
easy.
All right, thank you.
Thank
We'll
you
see
for
you on
being-
the 17th.
What's on the 17th? She's come back giving a report on,
The annual report.
for that last year's stuff, okay. Thank you. All right, would anyone else in the audience like to address the council this evening? Yes, sir.
My name is Alex, 2517 Bull Rush Drive, Mayor and Councilman and woman. I just wanted to address, I've spoken to a few people when school started about transportation, right? School transportation. I've met with Osceola School Transportation. I've met with quite a few people. I met with Scott, Chief of Operation of School Transportation. When it comes to transportation, a lot of people know I'm a father of 3 kids, 1 in elementary, 1 in middle, 1 in high school, right? When it comes to transportations, because I am at 1.91 miles away from the school doesn't transport my kids, right? My kids are my priority. So I have found a way to figure it out, but a lot more people have reached out to me, and I've met with a few committees about this, right? When it comes to where Vermont turns into Canoe Creek, there's a creek that passes through there. There are no lights in that whole section. I've walked with my daughter to school, and I've taken her on bus rides. School transportation ordered Osceola, after the videos and pictures that I showed them, ordered Osceola to mow the grass more often because there are other kids that take that same pathway, right? Last time we spoke, Canoe Creek isn't gonna get viewed till 2045. I spoke to their safety team. They did an evaluation. That evaluation came back and said hazardous conditions does not dictate whether somebody gets a ride to school. Their whole evaluation showed that there was slanted roads into the creek. And they said as long as there's a 4-foot pathway, it's none of their business, right? Those are county roads, but then the alternate path goes through city roads, which also don't have sidewalks, don't have lights, right? They said you can get together, there's other programs, there's safety programs that come and evaluate that situation. I think everybody within a 2-mile radius of schools, there should be an evaluation of either sidewalks or transportation for those kids. Because if that's what dictates them getting transportation from the county, us as the city should be taking a look at that, and not in 2045. You know, as part of the Metro Plan, Ken, I know you sit there, there's something, all I'm asking is for it to be evaluated, right? Let's take a look at it, let's see if we can either put a sidewalk beforehand, right, before all the other construction. But our kids need to be taken care of, right? Not just mine, but all those other communities that go along that road, especially with the trucks from the new construction that's going on there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alex. Have you addressed that with the county? That's a county road, is that
So,
correct? That'd be a county project. They can't, it's not our money.
No, and
taxpayer
I get
dollars here in
that.
the
So,
city.
so, all of my meetings that I've had, I spoke to some people at the state level as well, but
Yeah,
all
but
of-
it's like Osceola County's gonna
No,
do that
no.
project. so-
Yes, you're right. I haven't spoken to the county yet because I wanted to deal with transportation, right? Because for the past 5 years, my kids have had transportation from Osceola County Transportation. So I wanted to see what was the difference this year from every previous year that we had, right? Because they dictated in the previous years that it was unsafe for the kids to walk down Canoe Creek. So this year, that changed due to budgets and all
We're
of
just
that.
talking about school district transportation.
School district transportation, correct, Osceola County Transportation. So this was the first year after 5 years. I purchased my house 6 years ago from there. So for the first year, we get no transportation. So my meetings were with them. I haven't gone to the county yet, right? I can't just
They would
pick-
really be the only
I
place
can't
to
just pick
go.
up a phone and say, but the alternate routes that they discovered were all city streets. Those city streets don't have sidewalks and don't have light, especially at 6:20 in the morning when my high schooler goes there.
All right.
So-
You can stay up here, Alex. We can still talk. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So we often have partnered with the school district on a grant that's called Safe Routes to Schools. So if, after this meeting, or actually, if you don't mind walking outside and giving your address and what the potential alternate city routes are to Mr. Felblinger, we can look at what our options are to apply for some Safe Routes to School grants. It's something that we've done frequently, but the mayor is correct. Canoe Creek Road, I don't have control over. However, I'm always happy to go advocate, especially for kids. So I'm happy to advocate if I can get some additional information about where specifically you're talking about that's unsafe.
Yeah, absolutely.
When Stevens North, that development, there's gonna be sidewalks on that side of the road. When
There
that
should be.
is
Yeah,
developed.
I
There
think
should
they've
be.
already marked it off.
Okay, so that'll be
the
definitely
sidewalk-
before 20, whatever.
But that's
county.
across the street, not towards the high school. That's on that side of the.
So you're saying the ditch north of, what's the
So
road
if you
you're on?
wanna
I'm
look,
sorry.
I live on 2517.
Just south of the ditch? The ditch that crosses underneath?
Correct. I live right in front of Stephen Plantations North and where the complex is going.
Okay.
So once you walk down that road is what they determined the route was. Before that creek, that whole area is in a slant into, but because there's a 4-foot path, that's all the state requires,
And this may be.
even if it slants in.
This, although it would take time, it sounds like this may be addressed through our upcoming project, the Massachusetts Avenue Extension, which will go south from 17th Street into Nova Lakes subdivision. Because it sounds like you're not crossing Canoe Creek, you're
He's a
going
way-
up the
he's a-
east side, right?
He's a ways from that.
Oh, we were
he's
talking
nowhere
about
near.
Stevens
Yeah,
North,
Can
Yes.
yeah, Massachusetts
But
is 100 yards.
but rather than going up Canoe Creek Road, I'm saying that may be an alternate north-south that you'd be able to
So
get to.
from Neptune this way, from the new Wawa in the corner, coming down, all those communities that are there into my community, and then they have to cross the bridge, the little creek, and then turn right on 17th Street.
Well,
So that whole path right
couldn't
there.
they, your subdivision's just north of Bramblewood? No, what's that, I think that's Bramblewood, I don't know which that one. There's the one that it connects over to Missouri, and then if they go to the old LaHoop property through that subdivision, you're just south of the high school,
Correct.
and there's sidewalks there. Is that the route?
So there's, the sidewalk begins in my community but ends in my community. And then there's 2 communities that you could turn right, which are the alternate routes, but you go through private property on those. And there's no light poles as well in that community.
I can have staff
Yeah,
work
yeah.
work
We
on
can
this.
take a look at it.
Yeah, there's,
And I heard your street number, not the street name, which I'm not gonna
Bull Rush
ask. Oh,
Drive.
Okay, you don't mind saying it on the record?
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely. Everybody knows.
Pretty
where I
much
live.
Bull
to
Rush,
keep the kids from
okay.
having to walk up to 17th and making the 17th walk. That's the cut through some of this other, okay?
Correct.
All right.
Thank you for your
Alex.
time.
I appreciate it. All right, anyone else in the audience like to address the council? All right, with that, we will jump into our public hearings. Public hearing number one, will the clerk please read public hearing number one?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-27, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending Chapter 3 Performance and Citing Standards, Article 14 U.S. Use Regulations, Section 3.14.5, Alcoholic Beverage Establishments, providing for conflict severability, administrative corrections, codification, publication, effective date.
Good evening, council, mayor, deputy mayor, council members. Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director, here to present to you the updates to the alcohol beverage ordinance. So this is CDA 26-0004. This is Resolution 2026-27. On April 16, 2026, City Council directed staff to prepare an ordinance amending Section 3.14.5 alcoholic beverage establishments. The proposed amendment supports operational flexibility for local businesses, promotes economic activity and investment within the city and entertainment district to enhance the overall experience for residents and visitors. The proposed changes include revisions to Section 3.14.5E, removes restrictions on restaurants having entertainment facility activities. It removes pool tables, video games, a stage, live entertainment, illumination, or non-illuminated signs advertising alcohol beverages, permits dancing, or which has live music or plays music at a level above 70 decibels, measured 6 inches from the source, shall not be considered a full-service restaurant. Other changes include the dining area shall contain tables and chairs or booths of standard table height. Counters and tables of cocktail height shall not be permitted. All tables shall meet or exceed the minimal acceptable standard of 256 square inches of table space per patron. So just so reference, this is language that is being taken out of the current ordinance. Other changes include 3.14.5L adds the following language: establishments in the entertainment district, the provisions of 3.14.5A through 3.145C and 3.145E above shall not apply to entertainment establishments located within an entertainment district is established pursuant to Section 3.13.3 as provided. So the proposed changes include establishment is in full compliance with the conditions and requirements of the applicable license to sell alcoholic beverages issued by the state of Florida for the establishment. Number two, the establishment does not charge a cover charge at any time. The establishment does not contain illuminated or non-illuminated signs advertising alcoholic beverage is visible outside of the establishment. And number four, if the establishment is a licensed as a full-service restaurant by the state of Florida, the establishment shall close for operation at 11:59 p.m. Staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2026-27. Planning Commission recommendation on July 21st, 2026 was approval, and the requested action is approval of ordinance 2026-27. I'm available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. And we have a few members from the public that would like to speak. We have Jim Schreck.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Jim Schreck, Fire Saloon. I'm here tonight to ask you guys to vote no on this ordinance, specifically the provision requiring us to close at 11:59. What's interesting about my opposition is that I close at 11. So this isn't about protecting my 2 hours of business. I believe it's bad policy for downtown St. Cloud and bad policy for businesses that have invested here. I've invested heavily in downtown St. Cloud, and I want to see downtown grow as a destination for people to come eat, drink, listen to music, et cetera. The ordinance says that establishments must comply with the alcohol laws. I agree with that. But then the ordinance goes and says that we're supposed to close at 11:59. My question is, why? What specific problems are we trying to solve? If there are establishments creating excessive noise, enforce the noise ordinance. If establishments are creating a public nuisance or public safety problems, address that. If there are alcohol violations, address that. But if businesses like me are following the law and the conditions of the state licenses, why are you taking operating hours away from every business, full-service restaurant in the entertainment district? And why specifically 11:59 p.m.? Was there a study showing problems substantially increase after midnight? Have you guys looked at the police calls? Has the economic impact of downtown businesses been calculated? If that exists, I'd like to look at it and just show me why. There's another issue that I think it is really important right now. Municipalities across Florida are concerned about the new homestead exemption tax, taking tax money away from you guys. So why are you taking tax money away from, tax money that we pay and that we would make in those 2 hours? People come down, spend money, restaurants employ people, we buy goods and services. A thriving downtown creates economic activity. We should be discussing ways about how to bring people down here, not closing it early. Again, I close at 11, but I've invested in my business under these rules. If things change, and I think it's economically feasible for me to serve food until 2 p.m., I want to be able to do that. So the other thing is there's a whole ecosystem downtown. We want people to come here, eat at Fire, go to another establishment. If you start closing these things down, I think people are going to stop coming, or less people will come. That's about all I have to say about it.
All right, Jim, we sat and we met.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you said
I
you
met with
closed,
all of
you
you.
closed at 11 o'clock.
Yes.
But
yes.
you wanted, so you had special events that you asked if we could make the exceptions for that. And I thought that was a good idea.
Okay,
So
but
for
if I do a
11:59
special event, that's gonna require me coming to get a permit and everything else.
Well, no.
But
It would not.
I want the option, like, if 2 years down the road, I feel like I can make some money, staying open until 2, just like my alcohol license says I can, I wanna be able to do that.
Okay. Here's the situation. And I know we got a few others that are gonna come up here. But gosh, we've been on this for the past year, right? I think
been a while.
Ever since I took office,
Yeah.
we're dealing with issues that are 5+ years old.
Mm-hmm.
Not just this, hell, we're dealing with issues that's 10, 20, 30 years old at this point.
I can
We'll address this one. It was crazy to me that it seemed like the rules created a footloose town here, but everybody was just breaking the laws anyway, right? There was dancing, there was pool tables, everybody's just, and that's fine. I think those were ridiculous anyway, so those have to go. So you have to acknowledge there's a lot of concessions in this. So you want us to say you can't have karaoke. You don't want to have dancing in your establishment. You don't want live music, because that's in this too. So
I
if we vote
understand.
no, there's code enforcement actions that could be taken for a lot of that, which I don't agree with.
I want you to take the 11:59 out.
Well, that's different than voting no
Yeah.
on this.
Yeah.
All right.
Vote no, or at the very minimum, take that out.
Okay, but you still want the other stuff.
Yeah, I want to be
Okay.
able to bring business by having karaoke, having a live entertainer,
And I'm with
a
you.
violin player, piano player.
I thought it was almost laughable that was even in our code about even,
Yeah.
I like shooting pool, I like all that other stuff. I don't believe that, you have a kitchen in your restaurant.
Yes.
Okay. and and I don't think it was meant to target any one individual, but you do realize there was something you left off that list, which is really the black and white issue is here, what differentiates a liquor license from one of these 51% food sales, right?
Yes.
We all know that. Let's call the elephant out into the room, walk his butt right in here. Let's say what it really is. We're not gonna muddy the waters with everything else, because we know that's what it is. We're not gonna blame our police or anything else. You were in that meeting when Tisha read a whole laundry list of violations. She gave us a whole list.
Oh, yeah. That's
And I wasn't even happy with that, because I got, well, what do you want us to do about it? I said,
You were silly.
I want you to do your job. And nothing against her, but I mean, it's just because stuff's been allowed to happen for forever on a multitude of things in our city, we're the ones that are being tasked with cleaning up, and it's vilifying us when we're just trying to say, okay, here's the code, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, calling heads and tails on this stuff. So I appreciate you giving those comments, but
So what makes sense about the 1159? I can't find a logical reason for that.
okay. All right, but you agree with everything else in it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right.
And on another note, after listening to Paula, y'all need to figure out Halloween. We're gonna have so many people down here, they're probably gonna come anyways.
What do you mean, figure out Halloween?
With the funding for whatever, the police or whatever you guys were talking about, I'm even willing to chip in to pay for some of that stuff,
What-
but,
Where's our finance guy?
Yeah.
Write the check directly to
yeah,
Jeff Cooper over
yeah,
there.
fire saloon.
What were the fees for Halloween? You're gonna fund all
I
of
don't know, I
Halloween,
don't
so
know,
we don't
but I
have
know
to?
there's some discrepancies about doing the Halloween thing, but that brings so many families down here into downtown St. Cloud, it's just.
Okay, I didn't know
crazy
there were
amount of people.
discrepancies. We just want more information on it.
Oh, okay, all right.
Can I clarify? Can I clarify,
Yeah,
Mayor?
City
When she came up, Rep. Stark mentioned that it would require additional discussion. Her
Yeah.
board had voted against doing the event because we hadn't agreed yet to do the fees. So
Correct.
the board just gave consensus to waive the fees, but I believe Rep. Stark is gonna have to go back to the Main Street Board and get authorization from the Main Street Board to do the event. But that's a separate conversation, but
Yeah, I
I'm
just
sure-
wanted to put my input about
And I
Halloween.
believe St. Cloud
Halloween
Main
needs to
Street would
happen.
love to take a check from you, Jim.
Yeah, I'll give it to them. They do so much for this place, so.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
All right,
Appreciate
thanks.
that. All right, next up, we do have Trevor Estel. Richard Estel. Same person, right?
Good evening, council. One of the first things I want to say is I am in absolute agreement with Jim over the midnight closure. I think we are taking a sledgehammer to something that needs a scalpel. I think the stakeholders need to be involved in the conversation in a roundtable, and let's figure out what's going to work. My objection now, and has always been, when you have a code, you cannot tell one business it's okay and tell another business it's not. And that's what started this whole problem. I was told that if I went to a restaurant license, I would have to get rid of my live music because that's what the code said. When I asked to bring my food truck in to function as our kitchen, I am told by staff, sorry, nothing we can do, code doesn't allow it. Now, my patio is completely enclosed by a brick wall, has no access to an outside roadway. But because it doesn't meet the code, I can't do it. That affects my business. Do I believe that the previous code was overwritten? Absolutely. Do I believe there's some modifications that we need to do? Absolutely. Do I agree with the 12 o'clock closure dictating what time a business has to close? I don't agree with that. I think that is like I said, it's a sledgehammer approach to something that requires a surgical precision and input from the stakeholders directly with the people who are writing the code. The workshops are great, but I don't think the direct communication portion of it, the people that are writing it are reading the minutes, or they're hearing from the city manager or the council members what the directions are. But they also, the people on in those staff positions do not have the experience in this industry collectively that we all do. And that experience we don't feel is being listened to at any level. So, and again, I'm not trying to sound adversarial. I simply want you to understand where I and others are coming from. And I think I can speak for not just myself, but I've had these conversations with other quota license holders, other business owners. And on that particular portion of the changes, we are absolutely in agreement that that should not be part of it. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna ask a question, Trevor.
Okay.
We can replay last year's meeting, and you said the total opposite. I love you to death, brother. But you
don't
said the
believe so,
total
man.
opposite. In fact, you said it wasn't enough. You didn't think that we should even allow them to stay open and take out the restaurant or the kitchen portion. So that's really what's on the table here, is and I know Mr. Parsons is here, and he'll come up and speak about his own restaurant there, and nothing against it. But we had a laundry list of items from our staff. When I became mayor, you were the first one to call me and say, I need to sit down. And it was all about this. I mean, you are the genesis of this.
I understand that.
I mean,
You're also catching
hold on,
five
hold on.
prior
Trevor,
years of frustration.
You had your 3 minutes. I'm gonna talk, okay? You
I
had your
still
3
have time.
minutes. Well, yeah, but you said you were done. Okay. Let me just finish up. I'll give you 11 seconds here in a second. But you have to hear me out, okay? You have said you have not been listened to for how many years now? And I'll let you, we don't have to hit the clock start on that. You can answer that. How many
Over
years?
7
did you-
years now.
7 years, okay, 7 years. 7 years. You walked into my office, we sat down, I gave you all the time in the world. So to say nobody's listening to you, good, great. How many emails, how many texts, how many phone calls, how much have, and I'm sure you've talked to others as well, and I was listening. I'm there, okay. I understand. We have an issue where there's enforcement over here, but there's not enforcement over there. That's what you were telling me, right? Now, I've got you. But we can't sit here and start this conversation, and when staff starts bringing solutions forward, and you did not object to it. We've brought this forward already. This conversation was already brought up this has been many months. Did you object to the planning commission meetings or any other?
The last that I was aware of was the workshop.
Okay.
That was
Yeah.
the last information I
And I
received.
spoke to you on the phone, and you didn't object to this. I did talk to you about this on the phone probably about a month ago. And so that's where I don't understand is, why did you wholeheartedly want us to intervene on this, which is you were the driving force of this? And now that we've found a solution, I thought it's amicable, and now you're saying, stop, we don't want any of it. So
Not what I'm
I'm
saying,
baffled.
sir.
I am, Trevor,
It's not what I'm saying.
So
And-
what do
and-
you want this council to do? If not this, what does Trevor Estel want? I'm curious.
As I said, we're taking a sledgehammer.
Who's we?
The council, the city staff that rewrote this ordinance, we're taking a sledgehammer to an ordinance that can grossly affect, I'm perfectly in alignment with Jim. Creating the midnight closure, it's going to end up hurting the entertainment district.
Okay.
You're right, we did have this conversation, and your response to me at that point was, well, do you want to close at midnight too?
Never.
Absolutely.
I don't know where that.
100%.
Where does that even come from?
100%. That was your response to me in that conversation.
Trevor, I'm baffled by these comments, because why would that even come out of my mouth? You have a liquor license. We can't dictate that. The only reason.
Yeah, you could. You could
Hold
make
on.
an ordinance
All
in
right.
the entertainment district.
I'm gonna
but-
take the floor again.
Yep.
I'm gonna take the floor again, because let's set this straight, exactly what this is. We've got somebody with a liquor license. I believe we got 2 downtown, right? Thank you.
Out of the 4 in town.
All right, we got 2. You have been crying, we have to differentiate between liquor license and the 51%.
Sure.
Right? They don't have a kitchen. They don't have a kitchen. Our code says you have to have a kitchen. You gotta have pool tables. You want us to pay attention to all that. I really don't care about the pool tables and all that stuff. I like the entertainment side. But you do have me on the kitchen aspect, because that is what differentiate between how much do you have in value in your liquor license? You've said it a million times
Right now, it's
to
about
me.
400,000. At the time I wanted to go
God,
to a
it went down
restaurant
$200,000 in the past 8 months.
Right,
'Cause
100%.
You've been telling me it was 600,000.
It was. No,
Okay.
no, no, no. At the time I wanted to go to a restaurant license that I was told that I had to follow code, my restaurant license, my liquor license was valued at $650,000. It is now valued at $380,000.
Okay, now we're at 380. Okay.
Well,
That's fair
you
enough.
want to
That's
work
fair.
around numbers, 400, 380. It depends on where you look and who's got it for sale.
Okay, so that is the whole point of this. What differentiates between what you have and what a 51%, what is that, the 4 COPS, what do they call that?
SFS.
Okay. Right? Mm-hmm. So what is your suggestion?
As I said, I think the stakeholders need to be involved in the conversation, working out whatever needs to be done. There does need to be a differentiation, in my opinion.
Okay, the last time I heard you and another stakeholder, you guys were cursing each other down New York Avenue.
I didn't say a word
I'm just
in
saying.
that exchange.
Well, I did, it was back and forth. I
So,
heard. But you know what I mean?
don't put me in that basket.
I'm just saying that that's the last interaction I've seen. And I think you guys are great business owners, you do your things. We've always wanted y'all to get along and work this out. And now you guys are telling me you want to come together and work it out somehow. And you never called me and said you were in opposition to this. In fact, it was the opposite. Somehow we have to differentiate, and I'm going to turn to the council on this one right now, because we are voting on this tonight. Councilmember Urban.
So I think,
Oh, yeah, he'll come up too.
I've had many conversations with Mr. Still as well, and from what I understand, what you've explained to me is that the code has not been enforced universally. It's been, business by business. So I think that's where your main issue is. I do too have an issue with the midnight closing. I am not in favor at all of approving this with the midnight closing and telling a private business what to do. I don't think that's the government's job. I do think this cleans up a lot of the issues, like the mayor said, with the pool tables and the karaoke and everything. I don't want to be a footloose town where we're not allowed to dance or anything like that, but I think it maybe to simplify things, if we approve this without the midnight closing, maybe we can convene the bars and the restaurants in our downtown together and come up with a solution and bring it to us. And I'm happy to listen and to hear that, but I would agree, I do not want to see the midnight closing for restaurants in our entertainment district.
All right, well, do you think you guys in the next month can do that? We can put something together, have a sit down?
I would like to have some staff, either the city manager or relevant staff.
City manager.
I'll be happy to participate.
Amazing. I make a motion to move this to the next September 10th council meeting.
Second.
We have a motion, second by Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you
Thank
all. Jim, sorry, Ray, would you like to still come up here? You can come on up here. I know you do. We're moving it to the next meeting anyway, so I apologize. I meant to hear you on that one.
While he's walking up, if anybody wants to be in that meeting, I'm going to ask you to please email me so I can set it up and let you know that we're going to have that meeting.
Sorry?
Thank you for letting me come up.
It's citymanager@stcloudfl.gov.
Yeah. All right, Ray.
So,
Can I name and address for the record, sir?
111 East Monument Avenue, Kissimmee, 34741. So I'm here on behalf of Breeze. Y'all know y'all sold us the building. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
We really have enjoyed being downtown and having the building and building the business. If you know anything about me or my company, we are tremendous advocates of downtown areas, Kissimmee, St. Cloud. We want to do anything we can do to help the downtown areas prosper. Having said that, we've invested a lot of money in Breeze based upon our mutual agreement and invitation and the contract that said we were going to be a bar and a restaurant, purchase the property, built it out, enjoy it, everything's great. the rules are changing a bit, and I don't quite understand the logic behind it. The biggest thing is, I don't see the advantage of closing a full-service restaurant at 12 and causing everyone to go to a place that doesn't sell food to drink. Like, what's the downside with a bar restaurant being open after 12 and selling food to people that work in the service industry, they come with their friends, they want to socialize, to get something to eat and drink? What's the advantage of requiring them to close and allow bars to stay open? Now, the 4 COP and the restaurant license, the biggest difference is the 51% food sales. The state regulates it, and they require that if you don't have a 4 COP, if you have a restaurant license, you have to have a certain square footage of a restaurant, seat a certain number of people, and have 51% food sales. Trevor doesn't have to do that. At Breeze, we have to do that. But that's how they distinguish and have for decades the difference between a bar and a restaurant. A restaurant has to have 51% food sales. We have that at Breeze, but I see no advantage to making us close and forcing everyone to go to a bar. It's like, what's the advantage? Well, you can't eat. So from what I read of the ordinance, from what I'm hearing everybody else, everyone's in favor of, I think, everything that y'all have proposed except item 4, which is closing at 12. The state takes care of the rest, which is, what's the advantage of having the 4 COP? You don't have to have 51% food sales. That's the big difference. You don't have to have kitchen. You don't have to have all the controversy and issues with having food sales and kitchens, and it's complicated. But you have to get the expensive license. If you don't want to do that, you got to pay for the expensive kitchen. So I just don't see the advantage of limiting restaurants. Everything else, I appreciate y'all cleaning it up, the pool tables, the lighting, entertainment. It's great for the downtown business district. We enjoy being there, tend to stay here. We'd like to stay successful. A huge part, I would say at least a third to a half of our revenue happens after 10:30, 11 o'clock. And if those people had to leave at 12, I don't think they would come at 10:30 or 11, knowing they would have to leave at 12. So I see the detriment economically to the business district. I don't see the advantage of limiting food sales, restaurants at 12
Right.
o'clock.
No, and to be fair, look, so you stay open till 2, and you
Yeah.
don't have a kitchen, so you use.
No, we do have a kitchen.
You have a kitchen.
We have a kitchen that,
Oh, can you come to the podium if you're going
Well,
to speak, please?
let
You have
me-
to on the
I can
record.
answer that.
You're
I can
good?
answer that.
Okay.
okay, but we are licensed with hotel and restaurant. They come and they have inspected. We have a kitchen shared with fire, and it's a legal licensed kitchen that hotel and restaurant comes and inspects. You can have shared kitchens, and we do. And if you've been to Breeze, you've ordered food there probably. It's pretty good. We sell a lot of food. So, yeah, we do have a
Okay, so
kitchen.
you have they serve food till 2 p.m. or 2
We have a
a.m.
pass-through window, and
Okay.
hotel and restaurant knows about it, and they have certified it, and they said it's okay. And alcohol, tobacco's been there. They've
All right.
said,
Is it your staff in the kitchen cooking? Because if Jim closed at 11,
it doesn't have to be our staff.
no, I'm asking, trying to
No, it's
understand.
Jim's staff.
Okay,
it's
Jim's
Jim's
staff
staff.
still works till
Yeah,
2 a.m.
our servers order it, goes to his kitchen. He puts it up in the window. It's great for him. I think it's really helped his business. It helps ours, helps the community.
So basically, Jim was fighting to stay open because his employees are still working during that time, right? So is that right? Your employees are working during those hours till 2 a.m.?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's a licensed kitchen.
All right. Ray, I'll be honest with you. None of this was on my radar until, and I love Trevor, I love Jim.
I don't think Trevor has a problem with this.
None of this was on my radar until Trevor brought it to me. That's, I believe, where all this stemmed from. I'm not blaming Trevor. I think there's been people have changed opinions on things, and I'm glad everybody's getting along. But what I've been told was that you didn't have a kitchen, you're not operating in accordance with the code. That's what all this, I mean, our staff brought a whole laundry list of stuff, and
Now,
everybody,
just so you know,
Yeah.
I met with Trevor after the workshop we had over at the community center,
yeah.
and we had a great meeting. And we even discussed things like, how do we get the CRA involved in doing special events and really grow our business district and where it becomes a destination point. We don't want to work as individuals. We want to work as a destination point for that district. We had some great ideas. We'd love to participate with the city and have social events and gatherings and, do the dream that that brought us here. And I think it's your shared dream with the business district and the historic district for St. Cloud. It's my
Okay,
dream.
well, thank you, Ray. And we're gonna move this to the next meeting, so we're gonna get a lot more information over this next month. Tisha, can you please come up to the podium? Ray, this is about we're still talking about this topic. Tisha, you presented a whole list of items where these number of facilities or these establishments were not in accordance with the code.
Correct.
Was Breeze on that list?
Yes.
What were the violations, do you recall?
Some of it was the decibel of music. I believe the live entertainment or the music being played, as well as the seating, the high top versus the standard seating.
There's never been any conversation about a kitchen from
Well,
staff.
yes, there has.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Okay,
I
so
want
the.
everybody to put that on the
so
record now.
clear, and I was gonna say this when you were talking about the Breeze. The current situation is in Breeze, as we understand it, on where they get their food from and the arrangement that he had just explained to you with regard to fire violates the city code.
Okay.
The way the code is written right now.
Ray,
The
do you see where
proposed-
we're coming from?
the
Because when staff
proposed-
tells us this,
The proposed ordinance was drafted to deal with changing that situation for the downtown entertainment area. When we talked to staff about it, staff recognized that many of the buildings in the downtown area are confined in accord with their space. They're older buildings. Putting a standalone kitchen in an establishment could be not just expensive, but practically impossible for the in the downtown area, in the entertainment district, and that it was consistent with the entertainment district to remove that requirement from the city code. Again, the city code as it sits here today, now it hasn't changed yet, as it sit here today, requires Breeze to have a standalone on-site kitchen and not get their food through a pass-through next to it. That's how we interpret it. You mentioned it earlier, Mayor. Part of what this ordinance was done was to sort of clean up some of these things and correct some, and that's one of the issues. Tisha just mentioned some of the others.
Yes, that is correct.
Ray, I'll let you come up and speak on this since we're still talking about it. That's fine. Thank you, Tisha. And so everybody understands that when we're being told that the code is this and our staff and our attorney is saying there's violations, I have a business owner downtown coming to me and saying there's violation after violation, they're being ignored for 7 years. Our job is to call balls and strikes and make sure every citizen is treated the same. So if the code is the code, it's what it is.
I hear-
And we're here
Yes,
to
sir.
help everybody
Yes,
through that
sir.
and amend it, right?
I hear you, and I've read the code, and we submitted a plan to Hotel and Restaurant, which comes in and inspects, and on that plan, on the floor plan, it shows fire with their seating area and a kitchen. On our plan, it shows Breeze with a seating area and a kitchen. In highlighting the floor plan, it's a shared kitchen. It's a standalone kitchen that serves two sides. There's nothing in the code that says it can't serve two sides. It says you have to have a restaurant with a kitchen. We built the kitchen, we licensed the kitchen. If you look at the hotel and restaurant, alcohol, tobacco, your own occupational license shows the kitchen as part of Breeze. We have a kitchen. Why are they saying we don't have a kitchen?
I think over this next month, we'll clarify a lot of this. There's a lot of confusion with this now. And I do, there's nothing that I obviously want the business owners to get along. I know you're in Kissimmee and you've got staff here but between Jim or Trevor or everybody else, I want them all to get along and be on the same page and coexist and work together, as you said, through the CRA and that. But there's also staff and our attorney saying, here's what the code is. And I think that was the trade-off. So we're not just pulling this out of thin air, right? Like I said, none of this was on my radar until somebody brought it forward to me last year. But I thought, hey, this is a good trade-off where he doesn't have to put an on-site kitchen. Saves you a lot of money, right? You're allowed to still have your high tops. You're allowed to have your pool table, your karaoke, your song and dance, Footloose, everything else. And what I struggled with, what differentiates between a liquor license, which there's 4 in the city, I believe, and this?
With the
No,
state,
I'm
it's
just saying what I
51%
struggle.
food sales.
No. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. What is the financial difference? What is the value? Why would anybody in the city of St. Cloud ever spend, Trevor said, $380,000 to $400,000? Why would anybody do that? I can open up. When we do this, I can literally open up. What's the square footage we can do these things in? 900 square feet? I can order in Domino's Pizza, sell the slice for $4.50. Everybody that buys a liquor drink,
I can tell you. the
$4.
answer to that.
Hold on, Ray.
Huh?
I'm going to tell you why it's crazy.
Okay.
I can open up just a building and sell liquor all night long, and everybody that buys a liquor drink has to buy a slice of pizza for $4.50 at the same time, and the drink can go for $4. $8.50, you get a slice of pizza and that. I'll just order in Domino's Pizza all night and not have a kitchen. That's where it goes off the rails, because that's what this would allow it to do. You understand? I'm not a dumb guy. I can come up with creative stuff.
Well, I don't know about ordering the Domino's.
Why
you know,
why wouldn't you do that? You don't even need to get Jim's food. You could just order in your own food from Uber it in. That's my point. You don't even have to have a kitchen with this.
But we have a kitchen. Why would you do that? I mean, Trevor does.
But
why
you
doesn't
don't,
Why does Trevor
according,
do that?
hold on. According to the City of St. Cloud Code and the city attorney and the staff, they're telling us, we're citizens up here, right? I'm not gonna say unfortunately. Fortunately, we get information from them and we have to make our determination based on that. So when business owners are saying, this is not in accordance with the code, staff is saying it's not in accordance with the code, our own city attorney is saying it, our city manager, everybody's saying this is not in accordance, who am I? I'm one of 5 people sitting up here to say, am I gonna be the only one saying it's not? And that it is in accordance with the code? So this was to help find a solution. You can have, right, Dan? That's the whole point of this.
That's absolutely the part.
Not to
yes.
vilify,
Okay,
but to
Chris,
allow
but-
you to continue to operate. Because, to be honest with you, even moving this out, and I know, I also want to include that we don't take any code enforcement action over the next 30 days. Because, to be honest with you, Ray, according to the code, that we move this 30 days, within the next 30 days, you can be hit with violations because you're not in accordance with the code. But I'm saying we don't want to do that, obviously. This was the solution, so that you can comply with the code when they're saying you're not.
Code except for item 4. And.
What is item 4? I'm sorry.
That's the
It's
11:59
11
closure.
It's the 12 o'clock thing. But-
No. The code is about the kitchen on site. That's the code, the violation. The other things, those are the easy ones. That's the low-hanging fruit. We all know that. The elephant in the room is the kitchen in your establishment. That's what the other individual who owns another business came to me over and over again, said, here's the problem.
Well, Chris,
They don't have to have a kitchen.
The state hotel and restaurant, which is pretty restrictive, they come and they do inspections.
Yeah.
They have that, for us to have that license, they come and they inspect, and they determine what meets the parameters of a full-service restaurant. With a kitchen, you have to have kitchen, full-service meals to get that license. Alcohol and tobacco, same thing. If you want that license, you have to do that.
And
They
I don't
have
disagree
determined
with
We
that.
have a kitchen. Why your staff, unless there was pressure, I think at the time.
Well, I think that was done back in the, I don't know how long, how old that code is. Dan, do we know how long that code's been in effect?
It's been in place for a while.
Well,
Okay.
it makes sense. You have to have a kitchen.
Well,
mean,
I don't know if that, the code's been revised a couple of times, whether that, how long that particular language related to kitchen has been in the code, I'm not familiar, I'm not sure, I could research it, but.
We've been blessed with having to clean up the messes of a very long time. And so we're trying to do our very best. I know staff is as well. So when they present a solution, hell, I thought this was the best solution where everybody gets to still dance, sing karaoke and sit at high tops and play pool.
it'll probably
And
fit
you
it.
still get to stay open and you don't have to build a kitchen. That's why 1159, I said, and then I thought it makes Trevor happy. I mean, of all the code that staff has ever presented to me, I thought this one was an A+.
Really?
Of all of them, 100%. You may not feel so, because obviously the closing 1159, but you still get to be in business. You still need, you get to stay open without having to get a liquor license.
Maybe if we can afford to close at 12, it's gonna be really close. I don't know that we can succeed. I don't know if that's your goal.
Oh, it's 1159, Ray.
11:59, I know, but
I'm just, over the next 30 days, we're gonna look at more information and hopefully we can,
thank you for doing it.
we can really flush out all the details on this some more. Is that good?
I'm with you guys 100%.
All right.
I want it to be great.
Yes, sir, Ray. Thank you. Council, any comments? Anybody want to say anything else on this? Are we good? Okay. Well, this is a fun night.
Mayor, I think Jim has a.
Yeah, Jim, come on up.
And again, Mayor, you've already continued this item, so we're gonna have.
Yeah.
somebody- Yeah, so.
Jim,
let's just-
really quick, has
All
not,
right, yeah, just real quick.
you got to keep it 5 seconds.
I just want to answer your question about the financial benefits of the two licenses.
Okay.
What Trevor has, he didn't have to put $200,000 into a kitchen. He doesn't have $15,000 a week in payroll to pay people to cook, maintenance on the equipment and everything else. So there are advantages to both. I just wanted, so the pizza and beer thing, that's not, yeah, that doesn't work.
What doesn't work?
What you were saying about I can open a place.
Of course
with-
it does.
with just pizza and.
I may
mean,
start the first one.
Yeah, it would work,
Thank
but,
you.
but yeah.
Thank you,
I'm just
Jim.
telling you.
100% it would work. All right. I don't have time to open another business. You got time, right? You don't have a job, right, Ken?
I love my job.
All right, anyone, okay, we're moving on from that.
Yeah, we've already continued that, so move to the next item.
Next up, we have council action number 2. City Clerk, will you please read council action number, nope.
Number 1.
Sorry, I got moved over to another page. Give me a moment here. What is in the Kool-Aid today here in the city?
It's council action number 1.
Is that what, okay, that was number, are
We-
we already on that?
Yeah, we pulled
Yeah.
2 items off, and we already continued the 3rd, so.
That's, okay. Yes, will you please read council action number 1?
Resolution number 2026-087R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, determining the lowest responsible bidder whose bid is reasonable otherwise in the best interest of the City of St. Cloud, and the award thereof in regards of invitation to bid ITB number 2026-026 to Mulligan Constructors, Inc., whose subject matter is Hopkins Park Community Center, establishing the contingency, authorizing the city manager to approve the change order without increasing the approved project budget, and providing an effective date.
Good evening, Jamie DeMello, Procurement Services Deputy Director. Tonight before you is resolution number 2026-087R for the Hopkins Park Community Center construction. This is the award of ITB number 026 Hopkins Park Community Center to Mulligan Constructors Incorporated for the construction of the Hopkins Park Community Center. So this resolution would authorize the city manager to execute the contract. Construction of this community center is a 2-story, approximately 17,110 square feet. An invitation to bid was issued and opened on June 18th. We did have 9 submittals received. It was reviewed by the engineer and the architect of record. Staff recommends award to Mulligan Constructors Incorporated, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, in the amount of $10,320,777. This item was continued from last month's meeting. Staff recommends approval of resolution number 2026-087R, and is requesting that council would approve this resolution as well.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Anyone from the audience like to speak on this item? All right, and council, oh, sorry, Raylan?
Just depends on how you're gonna go with it.
I'm gonna be nice. As long as you're gonna smile. None.
As long as you approve it, I'm good. I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay. Well, after we approve it or deny it, then you can't talk about it. You sure you don't want to talk about it?
At this point, she needs to talk about it.
That's right. I've been forced up to the podium before.
I'm smiling.
Great to see you in council.
Thank you. I'm good. I'm never up to midnight, so that whole thing doesn't respond to me, regard me. I'm Raylan Ketchum, 1105 Pennsylvania Avenue. So on this, the reason why I came tonight was I had just heard that it may be possible the council may be considering holding off on this or possibly using the funds for something else. So I am here to encourage you not to do that because this Hopkins Park has collaborated with the Boys and Girls Club of Central Florida. And the Boys and Girls Club has amazing results with the kids. So I want us to look at the big picture for our community. We're raising children, young adults, giving them a pathway, helping them with their homework, helping them with career paths, helping their parents be able to go to work and know that their children have a safe place to go. It's not free childcare. It's much, much more than that. So sports, academics. So it is really important, I think, that does go through so it can help those kids. There you go.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Fletcher first.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that this project has been in the works for a very long time, and it's obviously something that I'm very passionate about. Both, I know everybody up here on the council is, and previous councils and staff has put a lot of work into this. I had the opportunity to meet with the finance director and the folks at the deputy mayor's request, and I know that there is a lot of concerns about the budget, about operational expenses, especially with the property tax reform. And with that, in our park impact fees, we have about $10 million in park impact fees. And speaking with the finance director, we have enough money for the repayment of the bonds for approximately 6 years, even if there is no other revenue, with the county giving us also $2 to $3 million a year. We've received the memo and the updates from staff at an estimated operational cost of about $405,000. That's 0.43% of our FY 2026 and 2027 budget. And, the operational costs won't even go into effect for about 18 to 24 months. I think the project as is, I know we've received some updates on possible options. I think the project would be most beneficial moving forward. As is, the community has spent a lot of time on this project, and I think it coming to a reality would be a huge success, both for the community, the kids out there, and everybody who has been involved. So thank you.
All right, and Councilmember Paul.
I think Councilmember Fletcher took everything that I had to say, but I did want to say I did take Deputy Mayor Gilbert's advice to sit down with our finance director and the bonds people regarding this discussion. And I think right now, I am in agreement to move forward. I think the master plan was budgeted in 2022, so here we are in 2026, and I think it's just time to move forward and get this dream into a reality for the community here in St. Cloud. So that's all I have to say.
All right, Councilmember Urban.
Same thing. I took the deputy mayor's advice, and I met with the bond people and our finance director, and brought a lot of clarity to this project and how government bonds are used. A lot of times, it's government finances, even 5 years in, it's still hard to get your head around. But I agree. I would be honored to help move this project forward.
Council, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Well, thank you, council, for having those meetings, and that's what we're supposed to do, because we can't communicate. So if there's no objections, I'd ask the mayor to motion to approve this at this time.
All right, so you're gonna make the motion to approve, Deputy Mayor. Before that, anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? All right, with that, we have a motion on the table from Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Second.
Approve. A second from Councilmember Fletcher. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Will the clerk please read council action number 2?
Resolution number 2026-104R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, approving a new lease agreement with Krabby Bills of St. Cloud LLC for the Marina Building premises at 1104 Lakeshore Boulevard, St. Cloud, Florida, providing for a new lease in the initial term of 10 years for an initial rent of $10,000 per month effective September 1st, 2026, authorizing the mayor and city manager to execute the new agreement and providing an effective date.
Good evening, council members. Jabari Walker, Assistant City Manager. Today, I'm here to speak on the Krabby Bills lease. That's Resolution 2026-104R. So per council direction, the city has been working with leadership of Krabby Bills to develop a long-term lease agreement. Once our economic development consultants were onboarded, we tasked them to assist us with those negotiations. This agreement includes a rent of $10,000 per month for the initial year, plus a 3% annual increase. Additionally, it includes a percent rent of 5% in excess of the breaking point. You should have received, and it should be before you, and a technical amendment to this to ensure that that language is added if and in the event a motion to move this forward occurs. Additionally, the second floor was excluded from this agreement, but there was language in there for a 180-day option to enter into a separate lease if Krabby Bills chose to do that. And just for additional information purposes, if they do not pick up that lease, currently the city is making revenue off of events hosted in the second floor. Through this fiscal year, the city has received $75,000. Last fiscal year, a little bit over $94,000. As it relates to signage, any upgrades would require pre-approval from the city. And then as a part of this, there's a term to allow up to $75,000 credit towards the base rent for improvements. And here is photos of the improvements that are being contemplated as a part of this. And then, so there's one item that Krabby Bills is requesting a modification in the lease. That is to Section 1C, the renewal part. So currently, what's before you is a continuation of the 3% annual increases in the rent. They're asking for, beyond the initial term, a pre-negotiated 3% of the rent. The Economic Development Advisory Committee's recommendation was to decline approval of this and rather submit a request for proposal for a restaurant at the Marina Building. Staff recommendation was approval, and we are asking for your approval. And I believe someone from Krabby Bills is here.
Jabari, what was EDAC's comments? Like, why would they want us to go for submit a request for proposal?
So they took it upon themselves to put forth that recommendation. They did not see the lease agreement. There was no discussions given. The only thing staff provided them was what a potential proposal timeline could look like, but they still moved forward with putting forth that recommendation to you all.
All right, right, was that all the members on that committee? Was it a full slate?
All the members, I believe, member Representative Stark had, dropped off the call. She was there virtually, at the point in which they approved that, but all other members present, voted yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, with the applicant, you're not really the applicant. Krabby Bills, would you like to speak on this item? Is that-
And Goldman York has a representative
Ken
here
Pierce is
also.
here for
Those guys? Sure. Hey, Ken, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for coming to council.
Good evening.
Hi, Carly.
Hi. Did you have any questions for me?
No.
The lease is structured, I feel like in the way that we worked with the city and the representatives, we felt that it was good for both sides. I was asked to speak on the $75,000 credit. That is in there based on us discussing at the previous presentation, wanting to do some building improvements to improve the way the marina building looks. In further discussions with Veronica and Dan, Veronica shared that they really didn't have dollars to improve the marina building in any of the ways that we had suggested at the previous, but they were interested in it. Dan suggested the tenant credits in lieu of rent to, like, as they would accumulate slowly, to be able to improve the exterior of the building to match our improvements for the inside. We also consulted with a firm, and they worked with Goldman Pierce on our side from SRS, and they felt that it was a good deal. It was on par with local rates for the building.
Okay. I do have some concerns. It's not really Krabby's, it's unfortunately, we have to act like it's our building, right? Like
Right.
we're doing what's in the best interest and the best business deal possible. And I have a hard time understanding the $75,000 credit, but that's just, maybe we can talk that out here tonight.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Our consultants, Gorman's been great. I'm not in the restaurant business, so thank you for your evaluation, sir. Ken, if I may. $75,000, I do have commercial buildings that are rented. And when we signed a longer lease, we used those $75,000 or whatever for structural things, for windows, doors, patios, flooring, ceilings, things that are structural for that commercial building. I know these $75,000 were for tables and chairs, booths,
No.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what my understanding is, you can
Okay.
shake
No,
your head.
absolutely. Yeah. No,
You
there's
can
a
shake your head all
confusion.
you want, but let me
Okay.
finish, okay?
Okay, certainly.
Please, that's what I'm informed, and that's what I'm talking to council, because I don't get to talk to them. Okay, so no disrespect, but let me finish and go ahead. But you got 3% CPI, which would be a 30% rent and raise in rent over a 10-year period. I agree with always first right of refusal or letting them come into a continuing lease agreement, because one thing, as a commercial building, it costs you hundreds of thousands of dollars to change tenants. Because there's certain things you have to give away, there's certain things you have to make concessions of. A lot of times they'll ask for first and last, to be free for them to move in and the moving expenses. So I agree with the advice of Gorman and Ken that we should continue this from the studies that they did. But I would like to see the $75,000 in structural, light ceilings, flooring, and things such as that, not decorative items for that. But I think it's a good agreement. I think they've been a great tenant. They call Krabby Bills. I think they're gonna change it to Krabby's. I think they're really stepping up to the menu. I really think they're gonna do a good job. But when you said, Mayor, about the $75,000, I just want it to be structural, because after 10 years, it needs to improve the building, not the ambiance. I yield back to you, and I apologize for interrupting, but I had to make my point to the
No, I
council.
interrupted you.
Because I never get a chance to talk to them besides on this dais. So thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I yield back to you.
Carly, would you like to clarify? what-
So, yes, we would be responsible for the interior refresh. That was something that we had talked about, the painting, the art, the chairs, all of that. We had at the previous meeting in October, when I had spoke individually to different council members, they had asked for our ideas for structural or building improvements, and we had included quite a few of those in the presentation. The ones that were included, there were multiple, and they were over, obviously, together, $75,000. We felt that structural improvements would be needed to enhance the appeal of the building, not like our aesthetics inside. And the one that we were looking forward to, I think it's written that the city has approval on them because they are improvements to their building. So you would have the deciding say on what was done. But there were some AI graphics given in October at the workshop of replacing the storefront doors with a wood look. It kind of gives a low coastal feel. Where I'm stuck right now is a little bit with the building department. I've consulted their 7-foot doors, and like Romac, Thomas, Osceola Door and Window, I can get the doors in 6 feet 8 inches or up to 8 feet, but I just need to know if it, for the quote to go forward, do we have to open it up? Do we have to block it down? But those are the types of improvements that we were wanting to make with that credit, that it would be certainly a credit to the building.
That was.
I'm sorry there was confusion. Yeah.
Yeah, so here's where I'm at on this. I think, you know, we talk about making decisions on this council that are going to basically outlast us that are sitting here. This is a 10-year lease. I would agree with the EDAC's recommendation to put this out for an RFP, and maybe Krabby's comes out on top. But what does it hurt to put it out? Competition breeds success. We can keep Krabby's there while the RFP process goes through. I just think we need to put it out and that just see what else is out there to, this is not, I mean, this is the residents' building. This is a citizens' building that's paid for by the taxpayers. It's a beautiful area. Krabby's is a beautiful restaurant. I just think we need to put it out, advertise it as an RFP, and see who comes out on top. Create the competition and bring other competition into our city. That's where I'm at.
Yes, sir. I swear I just had deja vu. Weren't you at the same workshop with the downtown stuff?
I didn't know that tonight was gonna
It
line up
was
this way,
all
but I had a
lined
little
up.
bit
It's
of
the same
deja vu.
conversations, almost a year later. City attorney.
Yeah, thank you. So, I think, Mayor, you just made the comment that there may be, we are learning more information again on this. We drafted the lease agreement. The lease agreement talked about tenant improvements. We did during the discussions early on say that those kind of tenant improvements that Deputy Mayor Gilbert was referring to, it is customary for a landlord to afford rent credits back if they are improvements that improve the structure of the building and do that, basically the landlord gets to keep when the tenant leaves the premises. When we drafted the agreement, we drafted it with this idea of $75,000. It was always intended that there be one of the things that Mrs. Miller and I talked about is, that's great, but we need to know what they are, and they need to be specified as to what they are. The list that has showed up that you've seen as which is Exhibit B to the agreement, is frankly the wrong list from what we're hearing right now.
Yes.
Right. So that list is, as was pointed out, those are more decorative, internal, those things. That's not the list of the tenant improvements that we, Mrs. Miller and I, envisioned would be eligible for the tenant improvement credit. What that list is, I'm still not sure what it is, because we've heard some mention of some stuff, but, so I think that's where a lot of this, part of this confusion is right now. So if you are gonna give that credit, we still would want to see a list of what those items are so that they meet an acceptable and reasonable criteria for the city council to approve.
Yeah, that exhibit would need to be updated.
Yes, exactly. So,
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for clarifying that. Councilmember Fletcher.
I just wanted to say, thank you for being a community partner. You have been here a long time. You've served a lot of residents and visitors throughout your time, here in our city. That is a wonderful building and a wonderful space. I know that you guys work very hard. Unfortunately, I am in agreement that with EDAC that, I believe we should put it out to bid so that other businesses, local businesses have the opportunity to possibly have that space and come up with their design. And, perhaps, you would come out on top, kind of what Councilmember Urban had said. I had said that from the beginning of this process, and that's where I stand tonight. But I appreciate all of the time and effort that you put in, and like I said, the community support and all of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So you're referencing more exterior improvements now than, like windows, that's with the 75,000 credit?
The city attorney is correct. That was the discussion all along. It wasn't a change. It was always the dialogue. I think it's just presented in a little bit of a different way than intended.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Paul.
Are you able to provide like the list of, the upgrades that you guys would plan on doing?
So we would like to focus on the front doors. Originally in the first AI drawing, they, what I'm being told by contractors is you're looking for a vinyl wood grain storefront door. Real wood wouldn't survive on the lakefront with the sun. And that's where I'm stuck right now, just finalizing the cost of those, but that's what we would like to do, is replace the front doors. I've gotten some quotes for some wood paneling in the ceilings above each. It gives it more of like a low country coastal feel, just repainting the outside of the building in the same color scheme, and then obviously keeping the roof the same green. But it improves the whole visual look of the entire building. There's a lot of confusion, I think, of what that building is, and some people think it's the place where you go in and you rent boats, and some people think that they can rent a boat slip there, or some people think it's a mansion on the lakefront, and I think just giving it a nicer upscale look with the doors and the upstairs and downstairs would be nice if we could replace them both.
Are you saying it looks like a government building?
A little bit, yeah, it does. It kind of just matches the pavilions down the lakefront, and we think it would just elevate it to match the improvements we'd like to make inside too. Because it doesn't make a lot of sense to just improve the inside and not have some curb appeal to go with it.
Okay, thank you. Carly, I'd like to ask Ken to come on up here.
Absolutely.
Oh, he didn't waste his time driving here, not without Tim. We pay them pretty good money to give us advice on this stuff, so.
So, thank you, council members.
Is it good money? I don't know.
It's
compared
not
to-
bad.
It'll get better.
But anyways, my name is Ken Pierce, so I'm the managing director for Florida for Goldman & York. I'm also a licensed real estate broker, and I'm the project manager for the company for the contract here with the city of St. Cloud. So if you don't mind, let me just say this. One of the most important things about a lease is it's all about the relationship, right? So right now, you guys have been in a relationship with Krabby Bill's for over 10 years. For the most part, it's been a great relationship, right? So the company's been successful, they make money, you have your property rented out at a good fair market rate. But what we've done with the lease renewal is we substantially increased your, the revenue that you guys are gonna be getting. Not only that, did we increase it up from $6,200 a month to $10,000, but we also added a percentage rent, which is huge. And this is a really good fair market lease that's on the table. Your tenant is a good operator, they know what they're doing, they can make money, and more than likely, they're gonna be able to fulfill the 10-year lease. If you put it out for RFP, you're gonna start the entire process all over again, which means your property may sit empty, it may get a lower quality tenant who may not have the financial resources or the operating experience to fulfill a new 10-year lease. So I would also have the council consider that as you guys make a decision on whether you want to move forward this evening with this lease or not. So, subject to your questions.
I assume they have an on-site kitchen, right?
I believe so, yes.
Domino's.
And Mayor, I don't know if it'd be valued to, but maybe Ken could explain how the percentage rent works, because it doesn't, the version in front of you talks about some terms, so.
Yeah, so a percentage rent is defined by, you look at the gross sales of the restaurant, right? And so gross sales has a definition that you guys see with the addendum.
Right.
And then what we do is, there's a break-even point, right? So the break-even point shall be calculated by dividing the annual base rent, which is $120,000, for the most recent lease year by the percentage rent set forth above, which is 5%. So the gross sales means the total amount of sales above, in, and upon the premises, including sale of food, beverages, merchandise, and services. And then the way it works, so they define a break-even point. And then that break-even point, everything above that, you get an additional 5% rent.
So the break-even point is
It's a formula.
established as a formula calculated based on the annual rent, the base rent, basically, right? And a percentage of that. And so to be clear, essentially that's, so they do well or they do better, the city shares in the restaurant. as doing better.
Correct. So what's nice about when you do a TI, a tenant improvement, you're basically aligning your guys' interest, right? So if you say, hey, we're gonna give you $75,000, you guys aren't writing them a check right now. You're giving them a credit. So that's gonna go against their rent payments, right? So now the question is, how strict do you want to be with them using that 75,000, TI money? And so, yes, ideally, you want to have it put to as much as the structure and the land and the facilities as possible, but it's also sometimes not a bad idea to let the tenant have that discretion, because the things that they want to do is going to add value and make the place more attractive to bring more customers in, which will increase the sales, which you guys will then also participate in and make more money. So I wouldn't necessarily sell short the idea of not spending money on interior improvement, because if they go out of business, you guys get to keep all that stuff anyways in the lease. That all belongs to you.
Well, I think one of the things, like if we gotta replace windows, I'd rather them put money towards stuff like that, cause then they're gonna come back to us. I think, Dan, real quick, I think when they first built it, I think there was some issues with the windows and that.
Yes.
I remember the water was coming right through
Right,
that wall.
that's right.
Well, and the way I understand it with the resolution, it allows the city manager and the city attorney to finalize the deal and close it and sign the contract, so.
All right, Councilmember Fletcher.
Thank you, and I appreciate the relationship that you have with the city. I have two questions. One, unless, I don't remember if it was provided, I don't have it in front of me right now. So how did we come up with the 10,000 plus the 5%? Were we looking at comparable properties in the?
It's kind of it's an industry standard for retail establishments. So normally you have a fixed base rent, that's gonna usually go up, with the rate of inflation. So this one right now is 3%, so as Councilmember Gilbert said, that's basically a 30% increase in rent over the next 10 years.
Well, I understand that, but.
And then the base rent, so then you have the percentage rent, so that's kind of, what that does is a industry standard for aligning the interest of the landlord and the tenant together. So the better the tenant does, the better the landlord does.
So what would be the comparable properties that we looked at to come up with the 10,000 plus
For
the
the base
5%?
rent.
So
For the base, so what were they and where?
So that was looking more at per square foot, and the other thing we did is we looked at their total revenue. So for their revenue that they were generating for their size restaurant and their business, that was more a rent that they could afford. Because the other problem you get into is if you overcharge your tenant, you're gonna end up putting them out of business, right?
Absolutely, because if I was to rent a property, like say, okay, so we need to find a property that, is this square feet, has this kitchen and is waterfront in a downtown, you know, close to a downtown. Like, I would compare other areas and property to this, and then come up with the base, and then, like you said, align the interest with the 5%. Now, the 5% is attached to gross sales. So if it's 10,000 plus 5%, what are we looking at?
It really depends on how.
Because like, I
how the
don't know,
business
like, I
does.
don't know what the gross sales are that they're doing. I don't know, I don't have their financials in front of me to make that decision.
Right. I can tell you right now, it's substantial, what you're getting now versus what you have is substantially more.
Okay, and I just don't have that to be able to make that decision. Then my second question, is, you know, like, obviously, they've been a good partner, but if we did put it out, for a request for bid, with it being such a wonderful property down there and, you know, beautiful, we could potentially, I mean, it would be true that we could potentially have somebody submit a proposal and do substantial improvements at their cost to operate there, right? That would be a correct statement?
That would be a big risk for somebody else to come in and do that. And so normally the way that's structured in a new lease is they're gonna come into you and say, hey, we got a great vision of what we think this can be, and we can generate tons of money, but we want you as a partner, since we're doing a percentage rent, and we're gonna do an upscale steakhouse, but we want you to put in $500 to $1 million up front.
For sure. But, I mean,
But
but
that's
you
not,
could,
we don't even want a credit, we want that.
but we wouldn't know that unless we actually put it out there, right?
Right, but that's the only way that would make sense for them financially to do it. So then the question is, you know, this is I look at this as a destination restaurant. This is not in a restaurant row, it's not in a destination location. This is a place you go, hey, I want to go to Krabby Bill's on the lake, I like the ambiance, I like the setting, I like the price, I like the food and the service, I'm gonna go there. Versus going to your downtown district where you're going, I'm gonna have a variety of different bars and restaurants and experiences I can have in one place. So you got, what's nice about Krabby Bill's is they're a regional restaurant, they're well-established, they're good operators, they're successful. Most restaurants right now are not successful, they're struggling. So you could go put this out for an RFP, you're gonna have a time gap between the time you put it out for an RFP. I assume you would extend the lease, because you don't wanna lose money. You know, but at the same time, you're also souring the relationship you have with your tenant, who goes, well, we thought we've done everything right, we negotiated fair, but you're still not gonna give us the opportunity to be a partner for the next 10 years. So they may just pull out. They may not submit an RFP. They may get mad and say, we're done. So, I mean, that's the risk you're taking.
Right.
If you do that.
I'm just asking the questions. And then if there was an expansion of that, so would park and pec fees cover that building? No, because it would be replacement of
Yes,
items.
yeah.
It would be replacement. Okay. I appreciate the partnership. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to shoot straight with you guys. So there's risk and rewards for each course of action, right? So the risk is you could lose a great tenant who's stable, you're gonna get a lot more money from, to maybe get a new tenant that may pay you more, but may also not be as financially strong, may not be as well-known, and may be out of business in a year or two. And you start the process over again. So, but again, that's your guys' choice. But our task was to renegotiate a lease, and we thought, from our point of view, we pretty much working with Krabby Bill's and their team, their broker, negotiated what we think to be a win-win relationship for you guys if you want to move forward with it between the city and the operator, so.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for your insight. When I looked at this project 6 or 8 months ago, I was in agreement, put it out for bid, do the RFP, do that. I listened to your instructions because you're the professionals of it. I do rent buildings, commercial buildings. One, you have a tenant that will take some time to move in. Two, you're exactly right. They're not coming in and saying, we're gonna put in 500 grand for a kitchen. You gotta put in the 500 grand. I've been there, or those improvements, and I'm not trying to convince council whatsoever or any way, because I was on the other end of the stick before I did my research, that we should, put it out for bid. But now you have a steady client, you got 3% CPI, you got 5% after a certain number of that, so that means the business is doing well enough that you're gonna reap and reward benefits from their additional sales and their additional going. You have a long-term customer. In my commercial real estate industry that I own businesses, I love long-term tenants because they're good tenants. I'm going into the unknown and the abyss if I get some idea with a restaurant. And from what I know, and I don't, that's why I rely on you, 1 out of every 3 restaurants fail. So you're taking that chance that, hey, Joe Smith's gonna pay you 20 grand a month. Well, Joe Smith's broke at the end of 12 months. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying this thing. I've always felt warm and fuzzy about working with somebody that's been in my buildings for 10 years or 15 years, because, again, it's a partnership. And that's it. I'm not trying to convince council whatsoever. I think many restaurants would succeed there. I think that's a great location. I just don't know if we want to go through that process of finding somebody, putting out that upfront money. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, you're gonna have to make concessions. That first year's rent, even if you're getting 20 grand, you're not gonna get 20 grand, you're gonna get nada.
Right.
And that's the only thing I have to say, and I'm not trying to convince anybody, and I'm not in the restaurant business. It's a tough business to be in. Established businesses are much better than going to new businesses that open up. Again, with the pleasure of council, please don't, listen to my investigation, but through my investigation and through my due diligence, a bird in the hand's better than two in the bush.
Well, on the other side of it, you know, now you put it on an RFP, you're gonna get multiple offers. Now you gotta go in and act like the landlord. Now you gotta do due diligence on each of these operators. Who are they? What's their background? What track record do they have? What's their financing? What's their capital stack look like? What's the chances of them being successful in this location? And then who's most qualified? And even then, you can still try to pick the best one, and they could still fail 5 years from now.
Or 3 months.
Right.
Again, I'm not.
But again, that's.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No,
I just
you're
want to be,
saying
I
that's-
just want to, you know, this is what happens in this industry and in this space.
It's the toughest industry I've ever, that's why I stay so far away from it.
Yeah,
It's so tough of industry. You look at the failure rate with the first 3 years, it's incredible.
I have people call me, hey, I want to set up a restaurant. I'm like, don't do it.
So you don't want to sell Domino's Pizza with me?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do that. If a beer's $4.50, I'll sell them a slice for $4 or $4.50, whatever you want to do, Mayor.
Councilmember Urban.
Yeah, again, there's always a risk. I mean, we took the risk with, frankly, with your firm. We said, hey, we want to go in a different direction, and so we put out an RFP for economic development firm, and I'm glad we did. I think that was the right decision. I would rather the city take the risk and get this right than to just continue, you know, just because we've always done it. And Krabby's, like Sean said, has been a great partner. But I think we owe it to the residents to get this right and put this out for competition. You mentioned that this is a destination restaurant, and, you know, I have a couple of destination restaurants in mind that I will drive an hour or an hour and a half out of town to go to just because the food is amazing, the atmosphere is great, it's on the water. Do you have any data on how many people this is attracting from outside of our city into this restaurant? Do you know of any data about that?
We did not do that. We can go back and pull Placer data, which is cell phone data, and that data will show you, you know, who's going there and how often they go there. Now, I don't know if Carly, if you guys have any of that data. So-
Carl,
You
we
come up
need
to
to
the
come to.
podium. Yeah.
Here's a second podium.
Oh, yeah, we got 2. The mic works the same, smaller podium.
Prior to October's workshop, we had, and we maybe don't have all of the tools, but we were doing Google and traffic, and we were recording about 5,000 direction pulls to us, map requests. So we did take that as traveling in. We use an outside marketing firm called On Ideas that specializes in restaurants. We use them statewide for restaurants, and we work with travel bureaus within the counties and stops for information and advertising as well across the state for our locations.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Paul.
I would ask if we can continue this until we get more information, and also I would like to have the opportunity to go on site to look at the, I still have questions about the improvements, and actually go on site to see what improvements, you know, nothing beats than going on there and actually looking at it for yourself. So asked if we can continue this.
I would
All
second
right.
that.
Yep, okay, that's good. City Attorney?
Well, and I believe the lease expires very shortly.
10 days.
10 days.
So-
All right, well, can we go ahead and just grant an automatic 30
Well, we can-
days
We can do, that's why I was gonna ask. So you would-
extension? I
So
mean, we can,
that would be what you need to do, just so we have a lease in place and.
Could we
our
maybe?
next meeting is September 10th.
Okay, well, that would, so
Yeah.
20 days is a little tight too, even to have noticed that our lease would be ending. If it could be at least 60 days, I would.
I'm good with that.
Yeah,
You know,
and
I mean,
that
because
would-
that really doesn't, yeah, one way or
Well,
another.
I do think vetting out the true tenant improvements for which would be credit eligible is gonna take a little bit of time.
I'll catch Deputy Mayor up. So, City Attorney said that their lease expires in 10 days. So, Carly's asked about a 60-day extension. Councilmember Paul asked if she would like to go out on site, kind of look at what improvements will be done. Councilmember Urban kind of agreed with that as well, so just catching you up. I figured that's
Well, thank you, Mayor. I would
Sorry.
just like to ask that to be a 4 to 6 month extension, because then we can really do due diligence. 90, 100, 80 days, I blink my eye and half a year's gone. You know, so something that's feasible for both the Krabby's and both us.
And that's the extension of the lease. We'll still talk about this at the September meeting. We're pushing this item to the September meeting.
But at least
right?
giving them the common courtesy of extending 3 months and 180, something where they're confident that we're serious and we're confident that we can do
Well,
our
we
due
just- yeah,
diligence.
we just- we do-
That timeframe is just too tight for me.
And they have employees.
That was my biggest thing I put in bold. We don't want to freak people out.
So it's been happening for months now. Each time we publish minutes of the council meetings and we come up and nothing's been decided, we have, people get worried. So we definitely want to take care of our staff and provide them reassurance. Some of our staff have worked there for 20 years.
Right. In that service industry, it's an industry that you have to, they're paycheck to paycheck people. No disrespect, but a lot of them, you don't want to, they got a plan too.
Certainly.
I-
And we care about
saying
them.
that, Mayor.
Jeff Cooper. Cooper, you want to come up here real quick? He's the numbers guy.
Jeff Cooper, Finance Director. I just need clarification on rent extension. What will their rent be? So their current agreement is the annual increase is based upon the April CPI. We've already notified them of what it will be September 1st. Technically, that's when their lease expires, and it is an increase. So are they paying what they paid August 1st? Are they paying what we've notified them? I don't have the exact amount. It's 7,000 something.
Deputy Mayor has.
Why don't we just continue with the agreement we have? If that's the annual increase, let's do business as is and do it that way. And the increase will be just formidable to what their annual increase is. And then we go from there. We're asking them to hang in, and we should honor our agreement with them for the rent increase. I yield back to you, Mayor. I'm sorry.
So you're saying it will increase September 1st?
Well, so my
but just with
suggestion,
city attorney.
all you're doing right now is considering extending the term that expires at the end of this month for a period of time. So if that's the only thing you're gonna do, basically all the terms and conditions in the lease will stay the same. The CPI that is supposed to kick in will kick in, and the term will just be extended. All we need really is, how long do you want extended?
I think 6 months is appropriate.
Yeah, a pleasure to the council. It's fair to both parties.
And no matter what the decision is next month, that gives plenty of time for one decision or the other. I think it's fair.
And 6 months would be the extension, but I assure you, Mrs. Miller's not gonna let me do this again, which is bring it back right before, 10 days before the expiration.
Correct. Yeah. Well, I think we're gonna be talking about this in a month anyway. I think I would love to go out there myself. I think Councilmember Paul as well. Councilmember Fletcher.
I was just prepared to make a motion to continue it to the September meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take public comment really quick because I didn't do that yet. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Nope. With that, Councilmember Urban, do you have anything else to say?
Oh, no, sorry.
So, Mayor, before you take a motion to actually continue this, we also would need a motion to extend the lease for 6 months.
Okay. All in one Let's
I'm
do
okay
two.
with that. We
You
can do it
wanna
all
clear-
one. If Mr. Fletcher's good
However
at
you
this,
want.
he's been doing it for a number of years.
Throw it all and mix it up and spin it out.
Motion to continue to the September meeting and allowing a 6-month lease extension as currently written.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Fletcher as stated, second from Councilmember Paul. All those in favor, I'm sorry, no, can't do that. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all. Thank you, Carly, Ken. All right.
Carly,
and
thank you very
Let's go
much.
ahead and take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
The crab leg.
I mean,
We will go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Chief, did you have something you wanted to say? Do you want to address the council? I was hoping you would intervene at some point. Don't you have some tools on you? All right. We had some loose screws. You know, you have a screwdriver or something, I don't know. So, that was council action number 2, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Will the clerk please read council action number 3?
Resolution number 2026-120R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida relating to Kings Crest establishing a special assessment for essential maintenance of street lighting expenses, and adopting and approving a final assessment roll for the special assessment of the area established by resolution number 2026-094R, providing for severability and providing an effective date.
Good evening again, City Council. Jabari Walker, Assistant City Manager. Before you is resolution number 2026-120R, the Kings Crest Final Assessment. Per council direction and upon reaching a 50% residence threshold, the city has been working to create a special assessment for the 116 properties of the Kings Crest subdivision. The assessment is for ongoing streetlights, irrigation, and landscaping services. The total assessed cost is $32,712.41 to the properties, and it includes administrative costs as well. During the during the July 2026 council meeting, the preliminary assessment was approved. This is the final hearing, and staff recommendation is to approve resolution 2026-120R.
All right, thank you, Jabari. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? I know we've got some citizens from that area here. Jabari, really quick, if you don't mind. So that 32,000, that gets divided up between, or is that how?
Yeah, so it is split up between the 116 properties evenly. The breakdown is 282 per parcel.
Okay, and they were given an option of an HOA, but they don't want the HOA idea, right? That's
Correct.
Okay,
That's
that's how I
what we- yes.
recall the last. Okay,
Yeah, originally, the council did not want to do this, and we met with them, and overwhelmingly, they asked if we could have the city council reconsider and do a special assessment, and city council agreed to do that, and we're full circle now.
okay, and this is essentially what the county, like the makeup of the deal with the county and the residents.
Yes, sir.
over there.
It's a
This is a
different
replace-
process at the county, but the end result was the same.
Okay. And that ends up on their tax bill?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And anyone from the audience? No one else? Council?
Yes, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir, Deputy Mayor.
The MDU with the Osceola County was the assessment of these fees. And I met with some people during our break with the chief of police, and I told them that we're just shifting those funds over to the city council funds to do that. And they just wanted an explanation. They were here and they left. I met them outside with the chief of police. They just wanted an explanation, but this is just an MDU changing over to us to do that. And I would not looking forward to, but this is something we're going to be addressing as we continue to annex and continue these systems. But I agree with us passing this because these are costs for that specific community. I can't give you exact dollars, but it's 282, but the MDU with the county was similar. I'm not saying it's less or more, but I know that they're used to this payment. I yield back to you, council, but I do know that this is an assessment that they paid with the county. It's transferred over to the city. Thank you for letting me speak, and I yield back to you, Mayor.
All right. Yeah, and folks, we're sorry, obviously, with the little kink in the system there, but I'm glad we were able to work it out and get to this point and find our way through it. Obviously, the annexation of properties is somewhat of an inconvenience for some some of the issues here, so I'm glad we're making it through, so. All right, and if no other comments, can I entertain a motion on this one?
Motion to approve.
Oh, sorry. No, well, yeah. Oh, Councilmember, did you have?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Ah.
You get a car, and you get a car.
We have a motion from Councilmember Fletcher and a second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And we're also at the next one with, it's the, very similar though, right? And would the clerk please read, council action number 4?
Resolution number 2026-121R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida relating to Canes Break establishing a special assessment for essential maintenance of street lighting expenses and adopting and approving a final assessment rule for special assessment area established by Resolution number 2026-094R, providing for severability and providing an effective date.
Once again, good evening, Jabari Walker, Assistant City Manager. This resolution number 2026-121R is for the Cane Break final assessment. Per council direction and upon receiving 50% of residents' approval threshold, the city has been working to create a special assessment for the 69 properties of Cane Break subdivision. This is for ongoing streetlights and landscaping services. The total assessment cost is $14,476.76 to the properties, and it includes administrative support costs. During the July 2026 council meeting, a preliminary assessment was approved. This is the final hearing.
69 properties, same thing, it'll be divided up between the 69?
Yes, Mayor, it was 208, 209?
209,
209.
209.81.
You just remember that number off the top of your head, like Rain Man, huh?
I've been dealing with it a lot, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
If I may ask a question.
Yes,
This is another thing we talked about doing, but I would ask the city council to put an expedition on cleaning the frontals of their properties, because they've been in a quandary, and some of the lawns and maintenance has not been taken care of, because they're waiting for us to take this over. So I would just ask the council, I don't know how to ask, but if we can put a priority on this, clean this thing up, show them what we do as a city, be proud of our city, and get this work done as soon as possible to start our partnership with these residents. I yield back to you, Mayor, and I'd just like to do that.
All right, City Manager.
I just wanted to clarify, I believe that was for the prior subdivision, but,
We'll jump on it.
but we'll jump on it. The only thing is, any costs that were not already included would be added to the following years, since this would be since I think this is additional months for the landscaping is what we're talking about.
Anytime you adopt a baby, you give them a new blanket and food. And we're doing that, we need to take care of our residents. We really do.
No, I'm with you. I just love your analogies.
Well, no, yeah. You just have to.
We gotta feed them?
No, they're good people. These are great people. They love City of St. Cloud. We love them. We just have to show that we love them, I would say.
They love the city.
Uh-oh.
Can we get the Flintstone reference again from like last meeting, Ken? All right. Anyone from the audience like to speak on this item? Yes, sir. No, take your time, sir.
Mayor, City Council. I know last time I was here on this, we discussed it. The only thing really I have is the price that we have here, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be for a 2-year period. Correct? It's
City
going to
Attorney.
be paying for last year's, which was not on the tax roll, and this year's tax roll.
So, yes, that's partially correct. So the street lighting costs, as I recall, the electricity, the city has already paid for a portion of that because the council directed the city manager, don't turn the street lights off, right? Or don't let the street lights be turned off. So yes, so a portion of these dollars will recapture that cost, and that money will, and once collected, it'll be returned to the, whatever fund it was paid out of for the city. But annually moving forward, it'll be an actual cost based on whatever work is done out there under the, what the city's taking on and whatever the actual electricity costs are.
Mayor, may I ask him a question? The attorney?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
This isn't a net gain, this is a cost.
Actual costs incurred by the city, actual administrative costs that the city has to incur to do it. So the city's not dollar for dollar reimbursing the city for its out-of-pocket expense.
Correct. And would also like to thank the council for moving on the mowing, because the mowing is quite bad. Even though we've been enduring the construction since 2022.
Oh, yeah, that
And-
road's been
And that road has been very bad, and we've been putting through quite a bit, and we really appreciate the gesture. And, because there is one section of that 20-foot landscape that's next to Neptune Road. It actually goes on an angle. Reason it was done that way was because 5 homeowners, once they filled in the gully that was there, 5 homeowners had water in the backyards of 18 inches. And I'm one of those homeowners. And I had fence all the way around it. Water didn't seep back out. Water stayed in there for weeks. The county ended up putting drains behind all of our homes. And that was the reason it went down. Then they had to have a little 2-foot area for the drains. And that's draining straight to the pond. So that corrected the problem. Now we had the problem of the grass would not grow. It actually smelled. So the county agreed. I know it's not, this is just basically informational. The county agreed that they would come in, they would dig out the dirt that the road put on to the properties and put fresh dirt down and then resod the areas that were damaged. We have no problems now. Okay? And just wanted to let the city know what the county had, because now the city is annexed that in, because we've got the drains down there, so.
Sir, can
Does
you
that
state
mean
your
we
name
get the
into
road too, if we annex that subdivision? Do-
Neptune Road? No.
Okay.
It's a county road. I was actually gonna ask before you leave if you can show Mr. Walker on a map specifically the mowing areas, just to make sure we're all on the same page of what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Can you state your name into the record?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Sorry. It's Richard Collins, 2080 Emperor Drive.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all for coming to
Thank
council,
you.
appreciate that, yep. Okay, anyone else from the audience like to speak on this item?
David Leather from 2180 Emperor Drive. Just a couple of questions. This assessment of the $209, will that be put on our property tax bill?
Yes.
Because we just had the property tax bills and there was no mention of it.
Well, you got your trim notice,
Yeah.
which it's not actually your bill at this point.
Right, so that will be, so we won't be seeing bills from Toho Water and other people like that?
You still have bills from Toho Water. This is separate from that.
So I think what he's asking is the trim notice, it doesn't include this. It will, his actual tax bill will include it.
Yes.
That's what I
Yeah.
think you're saying.
And what about the garbage? Will Toho Water still,
Yeah, this has nothing to do with either of those things.
that'll still
The
come
water
through
bill
Toho
is still
Water?
gonna-
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? All right, council comments?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban, second, Councilmember Fletcher. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, will the clerk please read item number 5?
Resolution number 2026-128R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud repealing all prior resolutions adopting rules of conduct of the City of St. Cloud City Council and adopting restated rules of conduct applicable to the City Council, council-appointed commission boards and committees, city staff, and general public, moving of the form of the agenda for council meetings, providing conflict, severability, and effective date.
Good evening again, Council. Jabari Walker, Assistant City Manager. This item before you is Resolution 2026-128R, Council Travel and Vehicle Policy. There we go. So per council, the city has been working to update the city council travel and vehicle policy. In this proposal, the travel policy would be as follows: $3,000 per physical year on council-related travel for the deputy mayor and council members, $4,000 per fiscal year on council-related travel for the mayor. Unused funds do not carry over and cannot be transferred or reassigned to another member. Travel related to boards and/or committee assignments as an appointed member of a local government association, or travel related to lobbying efforts at the state capitol or Capitol Hill in Washington, come out of a separate special assignments and training fund. The special assignments training fund would be $1,800 per fiscal year for per member. Then, as relates to the vehicle policy, each member shall be allowed to receive a $500 per month vehicle allowance in lieu of using a city-owned vehicle for the performance of their duties of office. Alternatively, each member would be each member would be authorized to use a city-owned vehicle from a pool of available vehicles in lieu of receiving the city council vehicle allowance for the performance of their duties of office. As it relates to the vehicle policy continuing, on or before October 1st of each year, each member shall notify the city manager of the option they have chosen. Newly elected or appointed members shall notify the city manager as soon as possible of their election. Members may at any time elect to change options, provided that the notice is given to the city manager at least 30 days prior to the first day of the month the change would take effect. And staff is requesting approval.
All right, I had, well, go ahead, Councilmember, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
You sure?
Yeah, I just had a question. Can you go back a few slides? Talking about the special assignment relating to the boards and all that. And obviously, I'm on a number of committees myself where, like the Osceola Chamber, like their retreat, or obviously there's Tallahassee. Well, you add the two of those up, and that may hit above that number. I don't know. I opted not to go to the chamber retreat last year because it was in Washington, D.C., and it was based on the finances of that. I just didn't feel that was much needed. But in lieu, I think I went to the planning. I think there's a planning conference that I went to last year instead. But there was FRA, and there's FRA this year. I think it's important, obviously, that each year that each council member goes to one or the other, like an FRA or a planning, because it's good to still learn more, especially those are the type of conferences that typically staff would go to, and I think it's good for council to get up to speed on that. But I would still like to go to, which I'm going to the FRA and the retreat this year, but it's low, it's only a few hours away. But I also want to go to Tallahassee.
So can I
I
point
think,
out?
I think it's important that the
clarification?
mayor, represent the city in Tallahassee, yeah.
So I just want to point of clarification. The FRA is associated with you at being a member of, being the chair of CRA. So that comes out of a separate, that's totally separate. So when you, so for instance, you're attending the FRA next, 2 months from now, that money is tied to CRA.
With that hat.
Yeah, with
You're
that
not
hat.
there as a council
Yeah,
member,
take that
you're
hat
there
off.
as a CRA
Yeah.
board member.
Okay.
Yes.
But like, I am the Tri-County representative, so like, and also I'm on Florida League of Mayors.
Correct.
So last week, I was down at Florida League of Mayors, and then it was the Florida League of Cities Conference. So that's where, obviously, I've taken on a larger load with those, so I don't know where that hits on the number.
So what?
But I can always bring each one of them back to council, I guess.
The purpose of this
Yeah.
is, these are items that will not have to be reviewed by the city council at these levels. So if there's additional travel, additional issues at the city council, they always, the council member always has the option of bringing it back in front of the city council and saying, I'm gonna be attending.
And if the other boards is more than 1,800, you still have the ability to use your 4,000. So,
your case.
right, so we were looking at that full dollar amount.
So let me go back one.
So for the mayor position.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
There's
Okay.
4,000
And
plus
that's
the
why-
1,800.
And that makes sense, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know, Ken, you go up to Metro Plan, and, there's some out-of-state, or out-of-town stuff there, too. Deputy Mayor, you got your light on, so go ahead.
Well,
Let
yeah,
you know talk.
and I do, thank you, Mayor. I'm on a few boards with, as you are and all the other members are. And for the first 2.5 years, I just didn't ask for reimbursement. Now, we fill out forms and we get reimbursed, which is great. But these policies are great because I live less than 2 miles away from here. If it's not city business, I'm not doing it, and when I do go on city business, I think these policies are great policies. I think it's a win-win for this, for the city and also for us that we don't have to track. Well, I went to this ribbon cutting, I went to this, how many speaking engagements do all of us have and how many times we have to go, which covers it so we don't have to write down an agenda that we actually, 7 or 8 meetings a week that are outside our purview. So I agree with this, and then I think I understand you, Mayor, that if there's special events and there's certain things that gets reimbursed in a different area. But my trips to Metro Plan are usually 3 times a month, and with tolls and mileage, it was probably about $30 a round trip. So, you're looking at $100 and then all the other things we do. So I think this is fair. I think it's more than fair to the citizens. I think as council, we want to go to these things and we want to do these things. And I think if we put these on record and got mileage through GASA, through the, what's it called, Dan Glissa, the government legal mileage, there's a
You mean the
terminology.
IRS limitations
I
on
thought you
miles
don't like
reimbursed?
acronyms.
I don't. It's terminology that we do with Metro Plan is that if you travel, you get 69 cents a mile.
Yeah, that's the IRS allocation that you don't
Yeah,
get
that-
taxed on.
Exactly. Now, I will say this, and that's what I was gonna say in my last statement, these funds will be taxed.
Yes.
So as council.
If you elect the allowance option,
If we
there'll be a
elect
tax
allowance, so you
consequence.
take 33% off and be a taxable deduction, but that will be on us. But I just don't like writing down everything. I don't mean to sound bad, but I could spend 2 days writing this down or 2 days working on getting us a new pool or, getting streets and roads. So I think this is fair to council, what they say are exorbitant pay at $18,500 a year.
You're gonna get a raise. You've earned a raise.
I yield back to you, Mayor.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I do appreciate that. Just yesterday, that was my first meeting was at the Lynx office, oh my gosh, what was that for?
Ms. Hawkins?
No, it was the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. And with that, so I represent this council on the Tri-County League of Cities, and from the Tri-County League of Cities and representing Osceola County, I sit on the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, where I sit with, the guy on my left, Thad Altman, former state senator, county chair over at Brevard County, Lee Constantine up in Seminole County, Marion County Commissioner, so. The last meeting, I attended a virtual one, but they don't do that anymore, but, you know, we get ideas from these other guys, and, you know, there was some stuff from the veteran stuff that I brought back from that one, so. And I brought some stuff back on this one as well, so it's, it is hugely beneficial for us to be on these committees, get out there and learn from these other folks, just like down at Florida League of Cities. I know Councilmember Paul went down there and learned a great deal and even shared some stuff on social media and got some great feedback. Thank you for that. Which is why we got some special guests here tonight. So, thank you, Jabari, for presenting this. Anyone from the audience like to speak on this item? All right, and any council, any other comments on this? City Manager, do you have anything else to say?
I did, thank you, I had my light on. I wanted to add on to what the deputy mayor was saying. The use of a car allowance versus, and a carpool are new options now for the city council. We only have 3 vehicles in the city's carpool. So, the council having the option for a car allowance is great, and it is so inefficient for us to be tracking your mileage, the paperwork, the reimbursements that we were doing. And it wasn't fair because not all council members were submitting, you know, and some were historically, I'm not talking about this council, historically, some would charge us just to drive to City Hall, you know, where others would charge us for nothing. So this is a much more fair and efficient model.
I never did. I know I took two. May I make one comment on the record?
Yeah, sure.
On the record, we had a meeting last month, and I talked about the pool of cars. And sometimes I talk without knowledge, and then when I investigate it, there's only three cars for pool. So I want to go on record saying I was mistaken. I seen city cars in the lot, and I assumed that they were carpool, but there's only 3. So I want to go on the record that I did make a mistake and did say that, so I well, no, I have to, because the truth will set you free. I heard that before. But I made a mistake, and there's 3 carpool things, so I want to go on record. I yield back to you, Mayor.
Yeah, I have noticed that they go in and out all day. You know, the staff goes in and out on that, so. All right, any other comments on this?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved.
Second.
Councilmember Fletcher, second. Deputy Mayor Gilbert. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next up, we have discussion and possible action regarding the appointment to seats on the Veterans Council. City Council, or City Attorney, I'll let you jump in on that.
Yeah, and I just want to remind the council, as you go through your appointments to the Veterans Council, the resolution you adopted on the consent agenda did revise the terms for these particular appointments, and to ensure, as you all know, to ensure that there's a continuous representation on the board with, and staggered terms. As you go through your appointments, you each have 2 appointments. The even number, I'm sorry, we'll start with the odd number appointment that's listed on your sheet there. That would be an appointment that would have an initial term of 1 year. It's actually going to be a little longer than 1 year because we're also changing the appointments from when they're the date of the appointment to February of each year. So that first one will be a little bit longer than a year.
With all the other appointments.
With the other, so it'll be so they don't have to do it, you don't have to do it a separate time. And then so that first one will be initial term of a little over a year. After that, after that period in February of next year, that one would, that you would reappoint that seat to a 2-year term. The even number, tonight, the even number of appointees will be for 2-year terms.
So we're gonna put this on the February schedule.
Yes, so you'll do them all at the same time, so you won't do it separate.
We're gonna appoint now, but the next one will be appointed in 2027. There will be no appointment in February 2027, but 2028.
Yes, sir.
Will be the next time that
Yes,
we.
time this committee has reappointments.
Okay, and it'll only be half of them.
Yeah,
Half of
only
the-
5.
half of the- right,
Only
half of
5 will
the
be up for
appointments.
reappointment at that time.
Makes sense.
Remember, this board is unusual because you have 10
No,
city
it's-
council appointments.
Because I'm on it. That's why it's unusual?
You You can characterize your participation any way you want. There's the 10 appointees, the city council each has 2, and then there's 5 standing seats that are appointed by the council, as you know, Mayor, well, so. But-
All right.
So that's what, I just wanted to make sure you understood it. So if an odd number of appointments serves for a little over a year, even number of appointment will serve for 2 years.
All right, well, I'll start off with seat number 1, of course, Steve Montiero. He's no longer at Channel 6, he's in another position. So unfortunately, he notified me he can't continue to serve. But I would like to nominate Kevin Martin. He's a 20-year veteran of the Army, served in Afghanistan, Iraq. And, you know, it's funny because, you know, when Steve told me he couldn't do it anymore, you know, it was at the very end of us accepting applications, and I happened to meet this gentleman, and I told him all the things we were doing. And he and his wife told me, he said, that we moved to the city of St. Cloud because of the Soldier City's history, and they live over in Hanover Lake. So I thought that was so cool. And then about 20 minutes later, he goes, hey, if there's ever a vacancy there, I'd love to serve on that. And so I felt he would be an appropriate one. So I'd like to nominate Kevin Martin for that one. And so that one would be for the,
Seat number 1, your appointee with seat number 1.
yeah, so seat number 2, can you explain again? So seat number 1, seat number 2 is a 2-year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The
that
initial
makes
term
sense.
is 2 years.
Perfect. Okay. Yep, for seat number 1, I'd like to appoint Kevin Martin. And seat number 2, Francesca Langston wants to continue on there, so I'd like to nominate her for that as well.
And as we've done in the past, you can each go through appointees, and then we can just do it as one slate of appointees, if that works for you. So,
All right, and so we've got Councilmember Paul.
Yes, I'm nominating Carlos Jones with Creative One.
That is seat number 3, Carlos Jones. That's Carlos with 2 S's, right?
Yes.
And then seat number 4.
I reached out to Mr. Campbell, and he still wants to be on the council, so he's my second nomination.
Awesome. We love Tony Campbell. All right, Councilmember Urban.
For seat number 5, I'll nominate Heather Stockdale for reappointment. And for seat number 6, I will nominate Robert Mailhot.
All right, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
When Councilmember Paul said Tony Campbell, I go, soup, there it is. Oh, sorry.
It's getting late.
My wife is gonna get, I'm in trouble again. Sorry. Sorry, honey. She's watching, I'm in trouble. No, but Brian and Amy have done a great job on the council. They're both reputable folks here in the city of St. Cloud, and they're great to the council. So I did talk to Stacy about the reapplications, and I want to make it simpler for these people that donate their time and efforts to be reappointed, to not have to go through the system again. So I'd ask council to try to find another way to say, yeah, we want to go back versus fill out the form, give us your first baby, and name, your second son after us, if you want to be on council. But I would like to find a simpler way to reappoint council members to this important Veterans Council that's so important to the city. So those are people I'd like to reappoint, and sorry for the silly, I know I'm in trouble, sorry.
All right, so Amy and Brian are both good to go?
Yes, they are.
with, and you're okay with the seat numbers, just to clarify?
Brian's-
100%.
Okay, so
Check with them both.
Mr. Wetzel,
Yep.
well, Mr. Wetzel will be appointed to seat 7, and Amy would be appointed to seat 8.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, you've got them expire in 2026, not in February, 2027. Didn't we just say it's going on that, the February?
No, that's as of the current term.
The current
Oh, the
person.
current, okay, my
The
bad.
current person.
Yeah, the
Oh,
current-
that's right now, never mind.
That's
Don't listen to
today.
me. What month are we in? Everybody expired. Okay,
Yes,
'cause it was
because
one
we're all,
year.
remember, they were all one-year terms, and that's.
That's right. All right, Councilmember Fletcher.
You can tell that everybody did their homework here with all these red nominations, and then mine's left out. So.
I don't know, Ken didn't have.
So for seat number 9, I'm gonna appoint William De Jesus, no relation to Rafael. And then I'm gonna reappoint Ed Mateo.
Awesome. Yeah, and I had spoken to Ed, and he enjoys being out there. He was at one of the Soldier City markets and said he wanted to continue as well, so that's so cool. Yeah, because when did he get on? About 4 or 5 months ago, I think, after he retired.
Right after he retired.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
Bill is
just
a-
before he retired, yeah.
And Bill's a 20-year veteran, et cetera, so
Okay.
I think he'll do well.
We're so blessed to have so many good veterans.
Is Bill related to a nonprofit or anything?
Yes, he is, I believe, he's I believe, the quartermaster over at the VFW. He participates a lot, and I think he'll do well with you guys.
Yeah, and that's what we've been really trying to get that VFW there. The Legion sets up on the Saturdays.
I think he'll be a great asset to you guys.
That's cool. I know Raphael's busy with us. He's always doing stuff. Look, I think that's a great slate. I just want to go ahead and brag. Francesca Frankie, you know, from the McCormick Institute, she heavily involved. Tony Campbell, I mean, Tony's a rock star, obviously. Heather, really getting involved with the Veterans Day Parade that we got coming up. Bob Mailhot, everybody sees Bob everywhere.
His
Bob and
wife
Teresa.
more, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Where was she tonight? And Brian Wetzel, let me go ahead and brag on Brian and Amy. God, Brian, Orlando Health thing we talked about earlier, kicked in $5,000 to help kind of jumpstart things. And Amy, you know, while you didn't see her at the last council meeting with the Daughters of the American Revolution, she was the one that kind of headed that up at first. She's a member of that. She got Claudia involved, and that's how we're ended up with a monument out there. So I thought that is very cool that she participated in that. And she sets up out there at the event. So I think it's a great slate. Anyone from the audience like to speak on this item? All right, council, any other comments? All right, and can we get a motion to approve that entire slate?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Fletcher.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. And we have so when does this start? Not tomorrow. It'll be last year's slate tomorrow, but then this starts in
Yes, yeah, just practically.
the
yeah.
next September meeting. Okay. All right, and next up, we have first readings and introduction. The next items on the agenda are ordinance before the council for first reading and introduction for the sole purpose of council authorizing the publication of the ordinance for a final hearing. The council will not take final action on the items tonight. Full presentations and public input on the ordinances will occur at the final hearing, at which the council will consider final action. Will the clerk please read first reading and introduction for ordinance 2026-35?
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2026-35, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing zoning designation of approximately plus minus 5.01 acres identified as MG3 Old Canoe LLC Project ZMA 26-00005 from R3 multifamily to NB Neighborhood Business, generally located north of Nolte Road, east of Old Canoe Creek Road, south of King Oak Circle, and west of Pine Chase Circle, providing for entering the designation official zoning map, filing the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
All right, and I don't know where that one was from, but there's no public hearing on that. And can I get a motion on this?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion, I don't take public comment, no. Motion approved, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher? Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, will the clerk please read first reading number 2?
First reading introduction for ordinance number 2026-36, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, amending Chapter 10, Building and Building Regulations, Article 3, Construction Industry Board of Adjustment and Appeals, Section 10-61, Establishment, and Section 10-64, Composition. Terms and quorums, providing for the board adjustments shall serve at the Construction Industry Board's adjustments and appeals, providing for conflict servability, administrative corrections, codification, publication, effective date.
All right. Dan, I got a question on this.
Sir.
Can you explain the Board of Adjustments?
Board of Adjustment?
Yeah, we're saying that the Board of Adjustment's going to serve as the Construction Industry Board of
Yes,
Appeals.
right.
Because I was under the assumption it was already doing that.
No, it wasn't.
I was told by your chief building official, city manager, over a year and a half ago that it was. All right.
I wasn't.
We're gonna have to have Bob in here.
Yeah, I don't.
Bob, because I asked Bob, I said, what's going on with Construction Board of Appeals? He said, oh, we use the Board of Adjustments for that. I said, okay.
Well, we haven't, the construction, I don't.
So who have we been using? I guess.
Well,
that's
there
what-
haven't been any applications go in front of the Construction Board of Appeals. So the board has been created, so they haven't, to say they've been using them, but there haven't been any hearings or applications. So I don't know what Mr. Dethridge was referring to, because there haven't been any meetings, or any need for any meetings. So it's a board that would only meet at the time that an application made, or there was a need to do that.
He'll
Tell
be
me-
at the final, hearing, so
Okay.
you can ask him questions.
Yeah, I'll
then.
ask him, because I asked him specifically. It was New Year's, a couple years ago. I think it was one of the events down here. But I want to ask, so what's the composition of the Board of Adjustments?
The Board of Adjustments is those members appointed by the city council who are residents of the city. They're
Who do we
elected.
have on there right now? We have a list?
I don't have that.
City
in front of
manager,
me.
clerk, we have a list of the Board of Adjustments.
Do you have access to it?
Well, and that's, I guess my concern is, I just think they're totally separate boards for totally separate reasons, and one, from my experience, one that doesn't seem that they're qualified with the experience to act as that. Because I don't think when we set that board in February, we didn't make those requirements that the Construction Board of Appeals, that we're supposed to look at the experience. We never made that as a qualification,
Well,
right?
no, because this ordinance wasn't in place then, so when you.
So why
appointed
would we
one-
do that now? Why not wait till February and set it?
Well, I mean, we could wait till February if you want to hold off on it and do the appointments on that.
But we do have a few items
Well,
that
there
could
is-
need a
Yeah,
Construction
there-
Board of
there-
Appeals.
We do
Why?
we do
You
anticipate.
said there was no appeal.
Not
there
yet,
hasn't
not
been.
yet, but we're anticipating there could
There
be.
possibly could be with one particular project or one particular.
Yeah, but
program.
haven't we been using IPMC for many, many years?
Yes,
Okay, so why now? Just because, is it the mobile home park?
yes. So,
Okay, so why now? Just
Well-
because it's a multi-million-dollar project, we have hit citizens with this since 2009, use this code. So why now, just because it's somebody with many millions, I assume, because they paid millions for the thing, why now? Why set it now? And why not wait for an appeal? As you guys know, I got a lot of experience in this.
well,
And, I mean.
we could leave the board exactly as, and if we want to move forward, we'd leave it. So if we had to seat the board, we'd have to seat it. One of the things that the Construction Industry Board, when it was first created decades ago here in the city, it set forth the particular areas where members of the board had to serve. General contractor, plumbing contractor, electrician, architect, and those are specific terms. That's how it was set up. When the city adopted the International Property Maintenance Code, it requires Construction Industry Licensing Board. However, the International Property Maintenance Code does not require the specific disciplines that the city's board had in place. It was never changed. It remained in place the same way it is. So when we looked at how are we going to seat a board if we need to file an application, it was going to be difficult to seat that board when you'd have to find 7 members that are in those particular disciplines to serve on the board. So we did talk to Mr. Dethridge a while ago about using the Board of Adjustments to do that. The International Property Maintenance Code has doesn't have as specific requirements with regard to those disciplines as the city had in its code. So that's where the Board of Adjustments was suggested as a way to do that, since the Board of Adjustments was already seated. And so it will be a dual-purpose board so that residents, anybody that had a bill would have a quicker way to get to address their issues.
So the IPMC they don't put any emphasis on experience, like the city council did.
Right, this, when
The
those.
city code.
Like the city code do, yes, sir.
It says nothing about that. They
It
don't
doesn't-
care about any
It
experience.
says,
I mean, because I've seen it where it says a lot of experience, that they should be experienced in those fields.
it says,
A minimum of 3 people.
if I could just,
Now, and Dan, you and I probably know more about this than anybody in this room, and probably in the entire city of St. Cloud. I'm disturbed that we're just doing it now because we've hit somebody else with this code, when the citizens, I don't care if somebody's got a $200,000 house or a $5 million mobile home park. Using this code against a citizen is just as important, that they have the right to appeal it and have a board set. And you guys know I've got that experience in this, and I've gone through it. It just, something doesn't seem right with this. When did we hit the mobile home park with the IPMC?
we haven't, we just started those. They just got notification of problems just.
So they got
Just mailed it
notification, so the
yesterday.
clock starts now. How many days do they have to respond and appeal it?
I don't have that information for.
We
they were
should,
given-
Diane, everybody's got that information. Come on, what is the appeal timeline?
It was just a notice, I think.
Well, they just got
That's
their.
all there is. That's the
No,
requirement.
they
That's
just
the
got,
start.
Mayor, they just got their courtesy notice, which is the first step of the code enforcement process. When you say.
They
that
don't get an appeal in code enforcement. They
s-
don't get the appeal in code enforcement with IPMC. Remember that.
Mayor, they-
You sent a letter to me saying you don't get an appeal in code enforcement on the IPMC when code enforcement uses it. So why are we talking an appeal board when they don't get that? Their only appeals to the courts.
Mayor, the International Property Maintenance Code requires that there be a appeal board in place when there are interpretations of the building code related to the application in the city. What's going on with this particular project is code enforcement has been out there and has cited them for International Property Maintenance Code violations, not specifically related to the unsafe abatement provisions for an unsafe structure. The issue that I see here, having been involved in this for a long time, is that those structures sitting in that trailer park, this building official cannot tell you what those structures are. So the building official for the owner of that park is gonna have to interpret what those structures are. He's gonna have to decide what they are and where they fit within the building code. It's gonna require as best an objective. So we were looking ahead saying if that park owner comes up and says, I disagree with your interpretations, are these, for example, RVs or are these mobile homes? What code applies to them? If he disagrees and it can't be worked out with the building official, then there
Yeah,
would be
but
a
you
right-
just said it's the code enforcement doing it.
Yeah, because they started the code.
But then that's not the chief building official. I've been part of that. I understand the process. You guys said when code enforcement does it, there's no appeal process. And you said this is a code enforcement action. They don't need an appeal board.
Mayor,
You've said
but this
that.
isn't right now, there's two parts that that this board would address. They would endure when you start a code case,
Who started, it's a code enforcement case.
a code enforcement case.
Yeah.
There's two parts to every code enforcement case. There's finding that the violation exists, and then there's compliance. Very often, compliance involves interpretation by the building official. So the code enforcement officer goes out there and says, you have a code violation. you have to-"
I've only seen compliance by the actual code enforcement officer.
Well,
So why do you need the code enforcement, the building official, if it's the code enforcement officer? That's who you gotta show that they're complied with.
but sometimes compliance requires a building permit, requires efforts to be done. Code enforcement doesn't issue building.
But then we're
permits.
not hitting them with the IPMC until that,
Well,
with the
it's-
building official. The IPMC, you've put it in the code, you adopted that portion in 2023, if you recall.
I do.
Where the chief building official is the one to use this code.
For unsafe abatement of unsafe structures.
Correct. So that's where the Construction Board of Appeals or whatever you want to replace it with, that's where it would fall under there. So until that chief building official makes that determination, you don't need that appeal board.
But if a member, for example.
It's the courts for the
no,
appeal.
If an individual who has a code violation brought against them, has a difference of opinion about what needs to be done for compliance in terms of permitting, that's issued by the building department, The IPMC also says that they have to have an ability to address that. So if they decide, if they think that the building official did not issue them the appropriate permit, right? It's not, we're not talking about an unsafe structure determination. We're talking about issuing a permit. If they determine that the building, or think that the building official hasn't issued their permit appropriate or has denied a permit appropriately, they need, under the IPMC, need to have an appellate avenue, and that's what this board.
I believe all of our citizens deserved the appellate board. Every single one of them. So why are we waiting now? Since 2009. I mean, everybody's known this. It was advertised on the website. Hell, the city manager, you were deputy city manager, you asked my dad to join that in 2017. That was 9 years ago.
And if I remember
So
correctly,
why-
we advertised once
Well,
and we
and you
didn't
mu-
get any applicants.
Well, Dan says you don't need experience, so how the hell, how do we
Well,
get
no.
all these applicants?
Mayor, up until, right now, you do need the experience in the disciplines I was talking about.
Well, you said IPMC doesn't require experience.
but the
But I
city
believe it
code-
does. It actually says you do.
But the city code does.
No. The IPMC, and I think we just need a lot of clarity as to actually what the Construction Board of Appeals is, what's the process. I've asked numerous times for this appeal form. I want my hands on that appeal form.
We have one we can send it to you.
Where's it at? I've asked for it for a very long time and nobody will give it to me.
Well, I had the city clerk create one.
Okay. The city clerk created the appeal form.
Yes.
So when people appeal, how come that has not been handed to them? How come when when the chief building official goes and makes that determination, or code enforcement, how come they're not given that appeal form?
I don't know enough about
All right.
this issue to answer that question.
Dan, let's go back to the beginning. We're not gonna go too much in the weeds, but I really wanna talk about how problematic this is, because this thing was created in 1994, right? Has this board ever been set since 1994?
It's my recollection, there was one appeal hearing in all the time I've been city attorney.
Okay, but it was a hearing since you've been city attorney, but you weren't here in 1994, you were here in
That's correct.
1998, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the 4 years prior, do we know, I mean, we gotta have records of the city, right, of meetings. It's not that long ago. I mean, it's 32 years
I
ago.
mean,
but
we can search through the records to see any minutes, or I would assume there'd be minutes with this.
I would assume, but why hasn't this board been set every year? Like, what stopped? Just like these other boards that we sit every year.
Well, I think part of it was because the board was only meeting one, excuse me, the board didn't meet regularly. It was tough to get people in those disciplines to volunteer to serve on a board that may never meet. And that was part of the issue that do that.
And we
Yeah,
did,
but
I
I
know we
don't
tried
think-
once and we didn't get any applicants.
And that, of course, 1994, that was 15 years before you adopted 2009, right?
Yeah, well.
Okay. That's when you started using the IPMC code.
No, well, yes, that's when the
Okay.
city adopted the IPM.
Correct.
Yes.
How many days, according to the 2009 IPMC code, does a citizen have to appeal? So let's just say this guy, whoever that park is, we hit him with the chief building official. Bob goes out there and does this or that and says, you got to do this, and they want to appeal it.
What
How
are
many days do they have to
Mayor,
respond?
What are they appealing?
And whatever, doesn't matter.
Well, no, it matters.
Okay.
Because if
Let's
it's a-
say they're appealing the chief building official's decision and it's something related to that allows them to appeal it.
I'd have
It'll
to-
be on the form. So when they get the form, what's the amount of days that they have to turn that form in?
I'd have to pull up the.
It's 20 days.
Okay.
That's IPMC, but did we adopt that? B101, did we adopt that in the 2021 IPMC?
Did we adopt
The number of days?
I don't know. if
You
it's
didn't.
code.
And that's okay, because the city's got it, right? But the city says 15 days. If we look up the city code, it says 15 days. But IPMC is 20 days. The 2009 IPMC is 20 days. The 2015, where citizens were hit with the 2015 all those years, says 20 days. 20 days.
I don't have that.
No,
I'm not disagreeing.
You can pull it up. It's right online. Let's go ahead and, I got it right here. Do we want to go into this now? But I will tell you, the 2015, a lot of citizens were hit with the 2015, but it was never adopted by the city of St. Cloud. We went straight from the 2009 to the 2021. Nobody, Dan, you, me, and a few others understand this.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Was never adopted by the city of St. Cloud. But I got to tell you, I got about 50 cases right here. 2015 IPMC, that's code that was never adopted by the city of St. Cloud. How can we hit people with code that's never been adopted by the city of St. Cloud? If they were mistakenly hit with violations where the code enforcement officer thought, well, I got to tell you, those are serious situations, because if you look at some of these numbers of monies that they had to pay, it's shocking. There's at least 50.
Over what time period are we talking?
No, we're talking about the 2015.
Okay.
So it would have to be 2015 up until at least 2021, because that's when you got,
That's when we
maybe even,
updated it. Okay.
it goes back and forth. Sometimes staff would use 2015, sometimes they use 2021, then they go back to 15.
And I think we have almost all new staff in code enforcement. There's one person who may have been here then. What can we do to
But do you know who the same person is? You got Jack up there, and Jack should know the law. You had Jack
The
during
attorney.
these.
The attorney.
That's the constant. Jack should have known, which is why you know that when I first got on here, I wanted you to be up there, because I do not believe Jack's competent in these cases. I do not believe he represented the city of St. Cloud well. And I got to tell you, I went through this process as a citizen, and we all know this. Let's call it out for what it is. The IPMC, if we adopted the 2009 IPMC, it says you got 20 days. But that's not on a B101 appendix. That's actually 101. That's the code 101 in there. You guys had 20 days, but in 2009, when you adopted that, here's your 1994. This says, to the greatest extent possible, you got to be comprised of that. But this says 15 days, right, in 1994. So let's say this is the Construction Board of Appeals you've been working on from 1994 up until 2009. 2009, Dan. Here's the agenda from 2009. Here's where I wasn't here. But it says 2009 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code as adopted by the International Code Council, and any amendments successor thereto. And it just says, and there's a few changes on here. Section 101.1 title, 103.5 fees, 302.4 weeds, insert screens. But when you did this, you adopted the appeal process as well, 20 days. So therefore, our code, the moment that was adopted, the means of appeal days changed from 15 to 20. I don't know how we got back to 15. How do we change that back to 15 where the city of St. Cloud lied in federal court and said it's 15? When I, and I'm going to say I'm the perfect case example as to why this is a flawed system. The 2009 gives 20 days. Your own chief building official hit me with the IPMC. Bob Deathridge was there. You're now chief building official. Joe DePriest, who's still here. Doug Tillery, signed by Doug Tillery. This is April 2019. Hit me with the 2015. You guys said it in federal court. 2015 code. This says means of appeal. 111.1, application for appeal. You got 20 days. You guys remember what happened? I appealed it within 20 days. See, what I'm doing is I'm calling this out because I don't want our citizens to go through what this city put me through and others. Obviously, there's a whole stack of them. That's why I'm asking you, what's the number of days? Because I don't know where we went back to 15 days, but I see it in our code. I don't think our code's right. And so now we're being asked to change the board to enforce that 15 days, but I don't think the 15 days is right.
So Mayor, if we could, I will certainly can look and make sure it is. If we want it to be 20 days, we want it to be 30
Well,
days.
no, I'm saying, what is it now?
I don't have
It's
that.
not what has it been? Why is it 15 on the website? When did it change to 15 from 20? Or why was it never changed to 20 on the website? And why is your chief building official hitting people saying they got 20 days? Walk me through this process. Somebody gets hit with this code. What's the process? If they're not given that form, because it actually says, it says that the appeal has to be written, has to be submitted on the notice that is the form from the code official. So I contacted Deb Clark, who was your city clerk in charge of the boards. And I said, Deb, walk me through this. How do I appeal this? I believe that was day 18, maybe 19 of that. That becomes the 420. I don't know if y'all know that or not. But I inquired about that, and she sent me this. This is actually from her email to me in April 2019. And here's the actual email. She says, hi, Chris. I worked here before, so we had a good relationship. Attaches the establishing documentation for the Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeal. The city currently has no appeals, but if an appeal is received, a board can be seated. And I said, thanks, Deb. I had a few questions regarding this process. Can you please call me when you have a moment? She says, hi, Chris. I'm forwarding your email to Doug Tillery, Chief Building Official. The Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeal would be supported by the Building Department, and I'm not sure what the processes would be. After 1994, and Deb had worked it there. I believe Deb Clark had worked here in 1994. So I respond back. I'm sorry, I didn't respond back. Here's Mr. Tillery, Mr. Robertson. And you wonder why our citizens get pissed off at us. Mr. Robertson, you should file your response with either the city building official or code enforcement. You will be scheduled a hearing before code enforcement special magistrate. Is that the proper thing for Doug Tillery to say? If the chief building official hits somebody, gives them a condemnation notice, and cuts their power lines, puts them out of business. If they do that, is that the appropriate thing for the chief building official to say, you will be scheduled a hearing before the code enforcement special magistrate? Well, what the hell can the special magistrate do? Not a thing. He can't rule on that. So why would the chief building official write that? It gets better. Then I said, Deb, thank you, Deb. I copied this email to Doug as well. And then then I said, Doug, please accept this as my intent to appeal since I was not provided the specific appeal form cut from the code official. See, unlike Doug, I actually read the IPMC. But you know where I had to find it? The city of St. Cloud didn't even have it on record. How in the hell, from 2019 for a decade later, the city of St. Cloud didn't even have that in their code? Like a copy of it. They had to order one. So here's what he says next. I said, also, please provide information regarding the selection process of the Construction Board of Appeals. Now, at that time, I wouldn't run for council. I was just a citizen, right? A business owner who just had 3 people from the city of St. Cloud walk into the chief building official, the deputy chief, and Joe DePriest, whatever the hell is, no, Bob was plans examiner, Joe was deputy building official, and cut his power lines, put him out of business. How is a member, and I think I know a little bit more than a lot of the citizens here. I can catch up on a lot of things here. But how does a regular citizen, how could they deal with this when it says, Doug Tillery responds back and says, Mr. Robertson, I will include this correspondence to your file. You will receive notification as to a hearing date from code enforcement. That's the end. Now, is it code enforcement? Or is it Construction Board of Appeals? Your chief building official, who utilized the IPMC, is telling me it's going before code enforcement. Is that the proper venue?
Mayor,
Is that, it's not, right? I mean, I'm asking a question, 100%, Dan, it's not. We're on the same page as that. I mean, you and I, we can catch everybody up on to speed on this, but, to be honest, you're asking us to make a decision to take a board that has no qualifications and replace it with one that you have to the greatest extent possible, this committee should comprise of an architect, an engineer, electrician, a building contractor, member with fire safety knowledge. boy, and yeah, it may be hard to find those people, but now we got 77,000 people in our community. I think we can find some competent folks. My question is, when a citizen gets hit with this, is that what they're told? So when this person, if the mobile home park community, if they get hit with the IPMC, are we gonna sit them by the chief building official and they appeal it? Are they going to sit before the Construction Board of Appeals or this other non-qualified board? Or are they gonna be told that they're going before code enforcement? You will receive notification. You remember when I actually had my hearing on that? About 4 years later. But I had to take this city through court to get to that point, and then the city lied in federal court. Lied in federal court and said, oh no, yes, we were gonna grant him his appeal. But he just appealed too late. He had to appeal within 15 days. Well, Dan, you gotta show me where it says 15 days. It says on the website, but your IPMC code that you adopted and the letter signed by your chief building official says 20 days. And you guys lied in federal court.
Mayor, I did not testify in federal court.
It doesn't matter. You guys pay, the insurance company pays the attorney,
Sir,
that is the
sir,
but you know.
I
don't-
did not
let's
testify, sir, respectfully.
Yes.
I did not lie in federal court.
I didn't say
so
you did. No, no,
just
you
said
guys. I said you
You
guys.
just said you guys lied in
You
federal court.
guys,
for
the
pointing
city
it.
of St. Cloud, Dan, I'm saying the city of St. Cloud.
Thank you.
I'm not here to fight with you, but you know what happened. You know how this went down. And so I'm asking you, is this the process? Is it 15 days or is it 20? I want you on the record to tell me what our code is. You're telling us.
Currently, the code's under section 10-66 says appeals must be filed within 15 days.
How is it that? How is it that? But it's not that. I will bet you $1 million, it's not that. It's 20 days.
It says,
When did you guys change it? When, you guys you were here in 2009. The last time you changed the code, the IPMC was 2023.
and I pulled it up on the Municipal Code Corporation, which shows you the history.
Yeah.
It shows this history, it goes back to an ordinance adopted in 1994 under that section.
Again, but then you adopted the 2009 IPMC, which changes that to 20 days.
Mayor, you asked me, what does the code say? That's what the code says.
What is the code? When the city council votes to adopt language in the code, I don't care what Municode says. It is what actually happened in the meetings, and 3 years ago wasn't a long time ago, and neither was 2009, and I can show you the full agenda packets. I can show you everything that was adopted, and it's 20 days. You adopted the 2009 IPMC right here.
But the, Mayor, when the code, the International Property Maintenance Code is a model code that is adopted by municipalities all across the country.
Okay.
When you adopt the code, you adopt it with what's in the code or with your own specifications set forth in your code.
That is correct.
So I'd have to look at the timing of all this, but I'm just, so,
And you adopt in its entirety unless you want to change things.
Right.
Because you adopted all of this.
right, and then in the same section that adopts the International Property Maintenance Code is the provision that deals with the Construction Industry Board of Adjustment and Appeals, and under the city code, which is codified based on the ordinance that was adopted, it says that the appeal date is 15 days.
Okay, so why would the chief building official, when he goes and does this and cuts the power lines, puts 20 days?
I can't answer that question.
I'm gonna put this on the screen.
Right, yeah.
That's March
We can
27th.
we can go ahead and advertise for the current board as currently written and not move forward with this ordinance.
That's what, I had a question too.
And we can do that, but I want to clarify this. That is March 2019. Can you go to the last page, please? Second page. Go to the second page first. That is the International Property Maintenance Code. The next one, sorry, after that. Right there. IPMC. See all that? There's the acronym. You see the bottom, means of appeal. Can you zoom in a little bit, please? Application for appeal, any person directly affected by a decision of the code official or a notice under this code shall have the right to appeal to the Board of Appeals, provided that a written application for appeal is filed within 20 days after the decision. Who's that? Is that chief building, that's the chief building official, Doug Tillery, correct? And the very next day, he took this and cut the power lines. And you know those power lines are still cut.
I only know because you've told me.
No, well, how would they not be? I mean, that's signed. Would you say that that's appropriate? If you're saying, Dan, the code is 15 days, would you say that letter from the chief building official, copied to you, I see your name on there too, and Terry Sparkman, do you think that that's appropriate and legal?
Do I think it's correct?
Do you think that's correct?
It's inconsistent with the code as
Okay.
it was adopted in the city.
So when somebody is given that by the chief building official and they submit an appeal or try to appeal within the 20 days, and then a hearing is not held, why? And then has to go through a process, and then the city lie in federal court and say, no, they had to do it within 15 days. We would have given them the appeal, they just did it, too late. Well, do you realize when I got that, this letter from Deb Clark, the email, was day 18. Well, that's past the 15 days. So inadvertently, I had already missed out because I was given 20 days.
And this letter was part of that litigation that you referred to in federal court.
No, that never came out. We never got to that step because the city lied and the judge just said, well, he just took the city's side. City never provided their code. We never got to the evidentiary hearing.
Who is city? Was it Mr. Tillery?
Who's that?
When you said the city lied, was it Doug
No,
Tillery?
the law firm that defended you guys.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to follow along. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, and I'm not litigating my case. What I'm saying is, why? What is the day? How many days? Because that says 20 days. The city of St. Cloud adopted the 2009 that says 20 days. Come to find out, and the 2015 is also 20 days. But the city never really adopted the 2015, but yet hit people on that for years until I believe Mr. Barrett notified you and said, hey, this isn't even code. That's when you rescinded one against me, a 15, changed it to 2021 code, and then hit me with the 2021, but left it against other people, the 2015. I'm now on council, and you're asking me to put together a board where people are gonna have a fair shot, a right to due process. And if they're gonna be taken through the same hoops that I had to go through, I'm not gonna have any part of this. Because this is a fraud. That right there is a scam on the citizens. This right here, all of these cases, I'm not gonna read them into the record, but this makes me sick to my stomach. Some of these are $23,000 settlement. That means a settlement, they had to pay it within a short number of days, where the fines were much greater, but they had to settle. And one, they had to sell their house, because I see where there's a seller and a buyer. The buyer had to agree to do this, but the seller had to pay this $23,000, and they're hit with the 2015 code that never existed. That makes me sick to my stomach.
Every one of those cases, there were found to be violations on the.
I agree.
They had
But
problems.
but you can't hit people with code that doesn't exist,
Well,
okay? You can't hit people with code that doesn't exist. And when you do, you have to give them, if you're telling them they got 20 days, and that's what the actual code says. We'll go back to that if you want to,
No, I
say that.
don't.
The 2009, I'm not done yet, Dan.
Okay.
The 2009 says 20 days. The 2015, but you guys were using the 2009, all right? Says 20 days. So that process that Doug followed was actually right. It's 20 days.
I don't necessarily agree with that because of the code provision that says 15 days, adopted in the city.
In the Muni Code. So you don't believe that when we adopt code, right here, where it says they have 20 days, the means of appeal for the IPMC, that they don't actually get 20 days?
See, unlike the Florida Building Code, which said where there's very limited changes that a city can do when it adopts the Florida Building Code, the International Property Maintenance Code is a model code. So each city that adopts it can adjust it any way the city feels so like.
But you did not adjust this. You adopted in its entirety. There were only 5 items. That's where you adopted.
But
That's
there's
where
a
you made the
code
adjustments.
provision, Mayor, that has a different provision, so I don't.
Where?
In section 10-66 of the city code.
But you also adopted this. Hold on, this is the 2009. This is the code. Because 15 never existed. You guys still said, it still said you had the means of appeal. Any person directly affected by a decision of the code official, we'll say it's him, or notice or order issued under this code shall have the right to appeal to appeals. Provide the application is filed within 20 days after the day of the decision, notice or order was served. An application for appeal shall be based on a claim that the intent of the code, the rules legally adopted, but it has to be on a form provided by the chief building official. This is messy. So are you saying that there is no 20 days? This code, this language is adopted.
I'm saying that section 10.
Okay. What is the code?
Section 10-66, under appeals to the Construction Industry Board of Appeals, provides that, I can read you the whole thing, but it
No,
says.
no, you don't have to.
Notice of appeal shall be in writing and filed within 15 days after the decision is rendered by the city official. Appeals shall be on forms provided by the city official.
Right.
That's what it says in the 10-66 of the city code.
Okay, so how does somebody file an appeal if the form doesn't exist until now? How come the form was just now created? And I've got emails saying, I'm trying to file an appeal to the chief building official. And I said, because you didn't provide me with this form, made it impossible for anybody to have a right to due process here. And that's what I'm afraid with this. Because if we're now saying, no, it's 15 days. I gotta tell you, I don't agree with you, and I get, you're an attorney, and I think you're a smart man, but when the city of St. Cloud, if this is presented to us, I'm gonna say if this is presented to me right now, on council, and I'm being told we're adopting this code, but the only language that we're gonna change on that is just a handful of things. The only language is the title, the fees, the weeds, insert screens, because it spells it out. But you adopted all of this. And so when I ask for the board related to the IPMC, Deb Clark sends me this one on day 18 or day 19. But Doug Tillery gave me that, 20 days. So where did that language come from? The IPMC.
I don't know.
He pulled it straight from the code book, allowing, I believe he was right with that, but then we shift the people over to the code enforcement board. Was that appropriate too? I mean, so you're saying Doug was wrong there, but he's also wrong shifting me to code enforcement, saying that I'm gonna have a hearing before code enforcement.
I don't know why he said that.
And you don't know why he put 20 days either.
I didn't write the letter.
And you don't know why the city lied in federal court.
I don't, because
Okay.
I didn't participate
All right,
in it.
and that's why I don't feel comfortable with this. There's more information that needs to be had.
Well, but Mayor, listen,
It's disturbing.
I understand that, if I may,
Yeah.
please. So we were involved in that whole issue involving your building, of course. We went through the code enforcement process. When the litigation was started, it got turned over to the attorneys from the city's insurance carrier that represented the city on those matters. I am not as intimately familiar with the case as you are, because I was not handling that part of the case at all. And I would never, you lived it, I didn't live it.
I learned it.
Respectfully, but yes, you learned it
I
and you
learned
lived
it.
it, right? And you do that. I do think what you're saying has a lot of merit to it. And the ordinance that was in front of you was not intended to address problems with the process. However, you have identified certain problems with the process that need to be corrected and codified appropriately so that citizens know exactly, and I agree with you, so they don't have to go through what you and when you went through in your, I agree 100% with that. So let us take a lot of different, we can work on that process a little better.
So there's no 20 days. There is no code. We do not have code that allows these folks 20 days.
But we can.
No,
we
I'm
can come back
asking
with it.
the city attorney, please, Veronica.
As, again, reading.
Right now, currently, when this was adopted, which nothing should have changed since that, 2023, you guys adopted the 2021 code, but left out the B101, so the days should have stayed 20. Had you adopted the B101, it'd still be 20, I think.
But again, Mayor, section 10-66 of the code changes, has a 15-day appeal process in it.
That's from 1994. This is 2009.
But it's been
The
a-
moment you adopt new dates, timelines, when we adopt, we change language in code all the time here.
By
And I
ordinance.
expect whether it said, if it said 15 days, and we adopt the language, that when they get to appeal that language, and it says 20 days now, it's my understanding that's the amount of days now. Because the ordinance actually says, if you look at the bottom of all our ordinances, it says that,
All things in
You know what they
contrary
say.
to it or severable are
Yes.
repealed, basically.
yes.
That language.
So it's 20 days. It's not 15. It is 20 days. You can argue me, and I get it, you're an attorney, but this is 2009. Show me where it was, show me where that language was not adopted, and I'll show you where it was. The 2009, and your only amendments to that in its entirety. It says, the 2009 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code as adopted, not minus this, as adopted by the International Code Council, in any amendments or successor code, is hereby adopted, and such codes shall be in force and effect as if fully set out in this article. Fully. Except as amended below. So the intent, the intent was to keep the 15 days, you would have put it down here. It would have been there. But it's not. You spelled out 101.1 title, fees, weeds. You adopted 20 days in 2009, and I believe that is exactly what it still is, regardless of what Municode says. I think we need to look into that.
Absolutely.
I
sir.
really believe so.
Absolutely.
And with that, I'll let Councilmember Urban go ahead and say something.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Motion
I'm
to
sorry.
continue, item 2.
We have a motion to continue item 2 from Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Fletcher.
Do it for a set time or just indefinitely?
This is just a lot of information. and
I
It
think
sounds like you guys got a lot of things
it-
to work out, so.
And it's not personal, but I believe that it's going to warrant a special workshop that we're going to have here very shortly. We have a second from
Okay.
Councilmember Fletcher. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. What else we got left on this? Next up, we have city attorney.
Yeah, I'd just like to report, we did yesterday close on the acquisition of the property on 10th Street. The closing happened yesterday, thanks to Kelly and the city manager's office. She did a great job helping us facilitate that. So the city is the owner of the property at 122 10th Street. I believe the city manager has already notified the existing tenant that the council's intent was not to renew that lease. That lease expires November 1st.
All right.
That's all I have.
So we've closed on it, and city manager, so we've got everybody looking at it to get plans done, and
Public Works Director is already trying to contract with CT Shoe regarding, the architect CT Shoe.
is that how it's pronounced?
I don't know.
HSU, is
Yeah.
that shoe?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
We had a planner, her name was Shua, but it was actually spelled out that way, right? Okay. All right. Yeah, and when is the anticipated? Have we looked at what it would, how long it would take? Kevin, do you have a little insight? Could we have it done by New Year's?
We are doing everything we can to try to get a scope and with a schedule to you. We're trying to make it for the second meeting in September is what we're pushing for with CT Shoe right now. That's what we've expressed to them as we're trying to move forward, but like I said, we are at their mercy on how quickly they're able to pull together their cost also. But it is our intent to try to get you a scope and a schedule as quickly as possible.
All right. I think it's a wonderful building. I think it dang sure beats building one in that parking lot, and then we get to kind of keep that for our downtown. Thank you, Kevin.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Dan. I have one other question. Was it of Kevin? Kevin, let me ask one more question. I'm sorry. Regarding Mr. Dorsey earlier, you still believe that the SOC is not the right method?
Well, like I said, my contention and my issue with the whole area there is there's a very long ditch, open ditch with a chance for debris to be able to get into it. Putting a trash collection device on one pipe when there are multiple pipes throughout there in a long open area, it may capture some area, but it's not going to be the ultimate fix. I've went out during storms. I've provided pictures of going out during storms, and there was no debris coming out of those pipes. We went out before the storms happened, and we pulled all the lids of the northern manholes of a lot of these pipes that were being mentioned out there, and there was no cups or any type of debris in those areas. Like I said, our normal standard maintenance that we were doing is the reason why he mentioned that we had a jetback out there. That it's just a coincidence that it's at the same time it was out there. But like I said, it had nothing to do with, we didn't make any special trips out there. We do normal, like I say, we do street sweeping. We do, like I said, we clean out the systems as much as we can, as quickly as we can. We were reported to DEP about an illicit discharge. We worked through that whole process through DEP. We have, like I said, we are in compliance with our NPDES permit. And so right now, we are doing everything we can to be able to make sure that we're as clean as possible. I'm not going to sit there and say that we're going to get every piece of trash that ever is there. I mean, it'd be great if the public would quit throwing it out their windows and keep it in their cars and take it home and throw it in the garbage cans. That would be the perfect world. But that's not the world we live in. But we are trying to do the best we can. The cost benefits of putting something on there, like I said, I wholly disagree with only costing $5,000 for permitting. Like I said, it is in a floodplain. It is, like I said, and if you are modifying an existing stormwater system, you must permit it through South Florida, which requires engineering, not just going out there and saying, hey, high five, we're all good. Like I said, there is a lot that goes into it to be able to do that. So I disagree with a lot of the things that were said earlier today. But like I said, and that's the challenge we have, because every time I speak to FDOT, it appears I'm getting a different message than what is being portrayed here at the city council. So that's a long answer. I don't know if I really answered your question.
Yes, sir. And I look forward to you'll be on the Zoom with me. And
yes, sir. I definitely will.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kevin. All right, city manager.
I have a list of items. I'm sorry.
All right. Still young.
I want to point out, during the meeting, there was a few times where the fire chief was coming to give me some updates. So I just wanted to tell the city council about something that happened during the meeting. So there was a sanitary sewer lift station at Salamander Street and Snail Kite. That's in the Southern Pines subdivision. The lift station had a washout and it caused the road to fail. So Toho Water has been out there this evening. They're doing everything they can. This could be a month repair, but there's other ways to access the property. So I just wanted to let the council know that's where you saw I was a little distracted a few times this evening. That's what we were dealing with.
Who bears the cost to repair?
I believe Toho Water. Toho Water.
Okay. Todd's got the money. Kevin, we got to pay for it? Okay. Good.
wanted to give you an update. The city council had tasked us with with eliminating mobility fees for commercial properties. Moratorium, thank you. And we have to have the competent, experienced engineer do the study. So we did reach out to the company who we had worked with previously, Raftellus. Unfortunately, they declined. So at this point, my understanding is staff has reached out to
Did they give a reason why they would decline that?
Remember, they did not do the most recent study. The most recent study was based on a joint agreement with the county through a different entity. So it didn't surprise me that they would decline, because basically they would have told the city, well, we'll come in and do it, but we're gonna redo your whole study, because they didn't do the last one.
So the next part is we're asking that company that did it for the county, because they were the county's
It's like asking an
vendor.
electrician to come and finish up a job and
Right, same thing,
electrician.
exactly.
Yeah, so we're
Nobody wants to
asked,
touch that.
yeah, so we're currently asking that vendor that we'd have to make them be a city vendor and all of that. So we're in that process right now.
I look forward to that. I really think that'll be a shot in the arm here in our city and another tool in the toolbox, so.
I wanted to bring up 1401 New York Avenue. I sent the city council multiple emails on this week. You have a copy of the inspection report, which, as you can see, it could be a little pricey. The agreement expires tomorrow
Yeah,
with
the
them.
inspection period expires tomorrow.
So I'm looking for direction if the city council would like us to terminate the agreement and renegotiate an agreement, or if the city council would like us to continue moving forward with this at all.
I mean, I'm not opposed to you asking Donna for an extension on the inspection, and that we can fine tune the numbers, or try and get a concession on the price. So, what are y'all's thoughts on that? Ken? Oh, sorry. I was actually asking you because I knew you hit your light. Deputy Mayor.
Well, I've purchased properties, both commercial and residential properties, and anytime they go through an inspection and there's numerous costs, when I've been the seller of the property, I had to cure it. And when I've been the buyer of the property, I had to get it cured. Right now, we either have to tell them to cure these things, because I read the report, or there has to be enough of depreciation value of the property that we can cure it with those dollar volumes. So, let's just say we buy something for $10, and then we find out it's gonna be $3 to fix it. We have the right to say, you pay that $3, or you give us $3. And that's just how I've done it with commercial and residential. I'm not telling you as a council, but I'm telling you anytime I've bought properties, rental properties and commercial properties, as the buyer, they have to cure the issues that are in inspection. As a seller, I have to cure those issues too before it's being sold. So I ask council to consider that as we're spending our money to buy something. It either needs to be cured or it needs to be depreciated enough so we have the money to cure it. That's all I can say to council, is that's how normal transactions take in the private sector with commercial and residential real estate. And I yield back to council. The pleasure is, I don't want to buy something and have to sink a bunch of money into it. But when I sell something, I just sold a property in Winter Park, I had to spend $175,000 to get it to where it needs to be done through the inspection process. So I'm just telling you, as a private sector person, I would never buy anything unless it's 100%. And when I sell something, I have to make it 100%. So I yield back to you, council, but that's just how I do business in a private sector. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Yep. No, and that's why I think we need to try and renegotiate that price down, but call her first thing in the morning. I mean, have we talked to her and tried to ask for more due diligence time since?
No, based on.
You didn't need us for that. I mean, like, we could have.
No, based on
extended that.
based on the inspection, I wasn't sure if the council was gonna wanna move forward, so.
Right, but due diligence time is free. I mean, we probably should have done that already, but yeah, ask, see if you can get her to get the owner. I think he's pretty quick to respond to her. Councilmember Fletcher.
Coop, I have a question. So the purchase was made with park impact fees?
It's intended to be made.
Intended,
And they
right.
bought it.
So are the repairs that would need to be done to the property, could we use park impact fees to do that or no? What would the funding source be?
I would have to defer to legal
I
on
knew he
that.
was gonna do that.
To who?
Legal.
Lawyers.
The reason you're able to use park and rec impact fees is because the future use of that structure would be to enhance and expand Veterans Park. That's
Right.
why you're able to use parks and rec. If you are, the repairs or any improvements you make to the structure at any time in the immediate future are only to continue to use it as a rental property, I don't think you can use Parks and Rec impact fees to pay for those repairs. Again.
I suppose you could just use the revenue from the building over time. But I
It's
mean,
gonna ta-
it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a
I
while.
won't be around, Sean, and you.
I certainly won't be.
But I think we need to fine tune those numbers. There's 25,000 to 45,000, that's a big, what was that, the roof number?
I have those.
Yeah, can you
Hold on
pull
one
those
second.
numbers out?
Sure.
Yeah,
And that's
that
why
being the
during the due
case,
diligence time, before we back away from this thing.
that being the case, we should probably insist that they cure it
But
if we're gonna still.
100% agree.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into the remodeling business.
Because even if they came down in price, we still have to come up with money to do the repairs.
Correct, and that would be general fund
It's
money.
general fund money, it's not Parks and Rec fees, is what I understand.
Not to throw a
That,
kink into it, because I
Based upon what
understand
our
the
legal
concept over
expert
there.
just said,
But-
that is correct.
It's been on both ends of that rope.
Yeah, and like I said, and I do apologize for not having exact price on this, but like I said, but we just got the report on Monday. And so we were trying to be able to get a realistic estimate for some of these. And that's why you see ranges. I was not able to go out and get quotes and that sort of stuff, just trying to be able to make sure we were prepared for tonight. So like I said, I worked with my project manager to be able to pull together these estimated ranges. I agree, like I said, that these are not exact numbers, but we were trying to do the best we could with the time frame and with our expertise. Our project manager is very versed in construction of buildings and that sort of stuff, that he has a lot of background in that. And so was able to help us try to get these ranges in place, but you are correct. They are not specific numbers. We were trying to be able to provide as much information as we could on the truncated timeframe we had, because like I said, we just got the report on Monday.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we knew we needed a new roof. I think you and I walked
Yes.
out there, knew right away. And we still couldn't get an estimate on that in 30 days, 45 days. I mean, I really think, I can get an estimate on a roof in a day.
Well, I mean, but like I said, when we were out there, the property
What
owner
does it
even
take
said,
you to
I
get
think,
an estimate?
I believe they said it was
I
between
mean,
20.
it's really,
they
you
had-
call them up, they zoom into Google Earth and say, all right, this is what it'll be.
The property owner said it was between $22,000 and $23,000 that she said that she had gotten that she claimed when we were out there, she claimed that that she had recently gotten a estimate of $22,000 or $23,000.
So what do we have on here for a roof? 25 to 40. And that's the gutter too. Did that include the gutter on hers?
I think she was just talking about the roof, but like I said, but even the report came back as the gutters needed to be either resealed or replaced. They definitely need to be cleaned out. There was a lot of, and like I said, I believe they also had some areas where they were noting that there was the possibility of having damage to the roof decking also, if I remember reading through that report. I mean, it was, like I said, it was
Yeah, I
pretty
didn't see that.
pretty extensive report there, but there was talking about rot and that sort of stuff, and I don't remember if it was the deck or if it was some of the flashing along the outside of there. I mean, there was quite a bit of.
Yeah, I think it was the flashing.
Right, I just remember there was
The
some rot,
soffit.
there were some
Yeah,
some areas there where they were talking about there being some rot and that sort of stuff. And so,
Councilmember Fletcher.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Urban.
I would, like Councilmember Fletcher, Deputy Mayor said, recommend going to them, seeing if they will cure it themselves, If not, we might have to walk away from this. It's just, this will be too much, I think, for the city to take on and find the funding on its own. That would be my
Yeah.
recommendation.
So what is the number that we're asking, so we want them to cure, regardless of this, just say, give them the report, cure everything on the report?
I mean, there was, like I said, I just off the top of my head that I remember, I think there was, they were noting that there was mold. I believe they were noting that there was termite damage. I don't know if there was active termites, but they were noting that there was termite damage. They were noting that there was some structural areas. I think they were talking about there was doors were having issues. There were trip hazards. They said that they were recommending to have an electrician to be able to come in to be able to look at a little bit more detail about the electricity. I believe they had some plumbing issues they had concerns about. They had, so there was a wide range of.
The next page, it was on the first page, I believe.
Yeah.
Different
Yeah,
areas.
yeah, I saw, it. It's
and-
definitely gonna
yeah,
take
yeah.
a lot, and I agree, that's, we don't wanna be sitting here and be slumlords either. Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I'm just gonna give you my opinion, and that's totally at the council, the pleasure of the council decides what they are. But when I walk into a building, either buying or selling a building, I always have to cure that building through the inspection process before I sell it or discount the cure of the amount that it costs. And Mayor and Council, I don't know what that cost is, but I know that there's some cost there. And it's a tough thing. I bought a building, it was built in 1926, and I went to sell it, and I had to spend $175,000 just to fix it before the buyer bought it. But then I bought buildings and said, no, you have to fix it, and it was over $200,000 to fix that building. I don't know what the city wants to do. Again, I'm just telling you my personal experience. When you go into something like this, there's a movie a long time ago called The Money Pit. And they got this beautiful house, and next thing you know, it fell apart. But again, I'm not here to persuade in any way. I just know that spending the citizens' money, I would like to spend it like I would my money for any purchases that we do. And any sales that we do also, I'd like to make sure that we sell it on an appropriate basis if we sell any of our properties and a buyer comes in. I yield back to you. This is a tough thing. Done it, been there. You gotta buy with your head, not your heart. I don't know what else to tell you, but I thank you, Mayor, and I thank you, Council. I'm not gonna vote either way, but I'm just telling you that these things concern me if it was my personal investment company that I use for commercial and real estate investment. Thank you, Mayor. I yield back to you.
Yeah, but if they'll fix the issues, that'd be a good step in the right direction. Councilmember Fletcher.
I believe when this was brought up, the original intent was to help either expand the park, continue commercial across, things like that. We're still moving with the overlay or whatnot, correct? To encourage some commercial activity?
We're gonna have to do a workshop to discuss options to include on this property. Because it doesn't match the current future land use to do
So
anything
without this property,
commercial.
though, we could still encourage it by,
Oh, on Florida Avenue, we're moving forward with that overlay, if that's what you're,
Okay.
Lake Shore, Florida Avenue, all that? Is that?
on that side. 17th, over by the band shell.
There was no overlay.
On this property.
There was no overlay on the band shell or on this property. It was on Florida Avenue.
But I thought it was,
No, I mentioned that we could maybe look at expanding the overlay to this. And then I sent a memo from our planning director, I think, on some additional options.
but it,
Yeah,
so
14th.
Florida and
That wraps
14th?
around
Where it
we
wraps-
stopped at Florida, I think, and then New York has it, but that little strip in between doesn't have it.
But we could still move forward with that without buying the property.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if a
I'm good with
private,
that.
so if a private investor wanted to come in, buy it, do whatever they wanted to, do all the repairs, we would still be encouraging that development like the original intent would be.
Yes,
If we didn't.
I would still love that if that happened.
Okay.
Yeah. You know anybody who wants to buy it and do that? Ken?
So
I gotta go home to my wife.
What did you say earlier? Oh my gosh.
So what I heard was, if the seller will agree to cure all these issues, that we would proceed, and if not, we're not proceeding with the purchase, but we'll proceed with trying to do an overlay or a zoning change for this area to expand commercial neighborhood-type uses in the future.
That could be the new PD headquarters over there now.
Yeah, I think I saw 3 nods.
Doug
Could
would
you-
love that building.
Well, I think we
Yeah.
need more, I think we need more clarification, more direction on it. Again, the inspection period expires tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if we do not do something,
Yeah.
the city's buying this property in its current condition. It's an as-is contract, which basically means that the inspection purpose was for the inspection period was for the exact purpose that we just did, and they just went through and staff just reported on it. So we need specific direction, and if the direction from the council is, let's see if we can extend the inspection period, that's fine, we can do that. But I would also say if we can't extend the inspection period, the city has to notify that they're not gonna purchase it by tomorrow.
I say we include that in our consensus, saying, yes, if they will not extend it, drop it.
Okay, all right.
And if they're gonna extend it, go ahead and give them, say, we want this stuff fixed. Add that all to it.
Well, the purpose of the extension on the inspection period would be
Gives time to
basically to
do
redo some negotiations with them and talk why we.
Okay. And you're not gonna do that in one day. So
Right, that's
obviously,
that's
why we gotta
why, that's
extend
why
it
we
out.
do it. Yeah,
Okay, but yes, if they don't give extension, drop it.
okay.
That's my,
Back to my
Mayor,
list.
me, since I know you have the realtor on this, we may need your assistance on that tomorrow just to get the
Get a hang
message
of it.
out timely,
okay,
right?
yeah,
I have the phone number.
Well, I know that, but
Yeah.
we don't want to not get phone calls back and then have the time expire.
I agree. Yeah.
So, thank you.
Next on my list, I was directed by the board to go talk to the tax collector about revising our current lease agreement with them regarding rent or contribution towards security downstairs. So unfortunately, Deputy Mayor was not able to attend with me. We actually canceled the meeting because the county, because I was also directed to please invite Dawn or Beth from the county. They could not attend, so I canceled the meeting, notified the deputy mayor that we were canceling the meeting, and he's a very busy man, made other plans, and then the tax collector and his 2 staff members showed up to meet. So I did meet with him, and they are willing, he's followed back up with me, and what they're willing to do is hopefully put this to bed forever. And if we can put this to bed forever, he's willing to, instead of contributing towards security, to provide a tax collector enforcement officer at the front desk, like they have at Parton Settlement. They have tax collector enforcement officers, and they like kind of check people in, and you know, they are armed. So I think that's a win. It would be a savings for the city. So if the council is like that, then we can put this to bed. That's what I'm looking for direction on.
yeah, that's a lot better than the Seminole County model that they did back then.
Well, he actually informed me that
Weaponizing, deputizing every employee and.
he informed me we are the only, we have the only tax collector's office in any city building in the state. This is actually really beneficial to our residents, was really what the conversation was about.
Having a tax collector in a city building.
Correct, that no other city in the state has a tax collector
So-
in,
So that, we're the good guys in the story.
and we both are.
Okay.
We both are, yeah.
Deputy Mayor has some words.
Well, again, and thank you, city manager, for clarifying that. was made for the appointment. It was canceled. I made other additional plans. It got rescheduled. But I have to say something, that now we're looking at a savings over $100,000 to get somebody in security to take that. I also have to vision our 77,000 people, which we kind of agree upon, and census is offered a great service. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But they do take up parking, they do take all that. But we went to the table, and we got $100,000. I would think for a security officer, because if we have to put a police officer on that duty,
We're currently paying time and a half for one of our police
for a
officers.
police officer, so that would maybe, and I'll have to talk to the chief of police, and I apologize for not talking to you prior to this, but we at least went to the table. So I asked for the pleasure of the council to think about, is it good that we're giving our citizens this benefit? I mean, it is a benefit, and I've been to Parton Settlement, and you go in and the line's outside the door, and then you have to go see an officer, then you have to take a ticket, then you have to sit down. And I've been there 2.5 hours at a time, and we're efficient here. I don't have the answers, but I'm glad we went to the table, and I'm glad they're at least assuming some of the absorption of cost, because when we have two people sitting there, which is a city employee and a police officer, we're paying for both those people, and 90% of the time, they're saying, tax office, tax office, tax office. So I don't have those answers, but I'm glad we went to the table, and I have to thank the city manager. I wanted to be there. I just booked something when it was canceled to go back. So we're gonna save $100,000 if we bring in an officer. I don't know, I'll ask the police chief, do we still need an officer if we have a check-in officer? Do we still need our people greeting people? We don't need 3 people sitting behind that desk.
Yeah, the tax collector did ask that we ensure there is a city employee still there.
I think we keep city employee.
Yes, yes.
I
Mhm.
don't think we need an officer.
Right, and I defer.
Unless Doug wants to sit there all day. You have nothing.
I just defer to our chief, because as we know, we have the best police force in the United States, and of course also Florida.
Chief Gerke, would you like to come to the podium, please, and
What is your
address this?
thoughts, chief? I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this.
No, that's all right. Doug Gerke, Police Chief. We're just not gonna have a police officer in the building, that's all.
Right.
So that'll be new for probably many of the employees. We haven't done that in a long time, I assume, so it's probably been
Since we
years.
built the addition, so that's been about 2 years?
No, we've
3
had a
years?
police officer. Oh, you mean
Sitting up front.
Sitting up front.
sitting up front? Because I remember you had people in OUC.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're
Do-
right.
Tell it whatever you want to call
Chief,
that
do,
room back
do the person that they hire and they pay for, is that a qualified? Because I know when we go to Parton Settlement, they have uniformed, and it seemed like a police officer that I greeted as soon as I walked into Rotunda. Was that a county police officer? What?
I have to see who they're using, sir. I'm not 100% who they're using, but they don't have our police radios. That's the only thing. They'd have to call 911 like everybody else.
Okay.
So,
I don't want to burden you, but
He
Will Bruce
explained it-
cover the cost?
Yes,
Because he doesn't, of an officer. No,
of
no,
a
no.
tax enforcement officer.
And I don't know what that
What's the
qualifies.
difference in price? Is that,
He told me the salary of that tax enforcement officer was probably around 60, if I remember correctly.
I mean, that's pretty close to what we're paying. I mean,
No, not if we're paying time and a
66.
half.
Well, we're we're T+2, but that's a difference, one times 0.5. And that's a difference, that person would be a full-time employee. I'm just asking you, chief, I don't want to not have folks here, but
I just hope we have the most qualified people here, God forbid something goes wrong. That's it.
Deputy, City Councilmember Fletcher, sorry.
So would it be possible to go back to Bruce and ask for reimbursement cost for an officer that was dedicated to that position? That way they're fully equipped.
He's not gonna do it. He was very clear, he's not paying anything. He went to the DOR with this option, and the DOR signed off on this.
What about putting that money towards it? And then what does that leave us, chief, for having an officer up there? If he gave us say it's 60,000 a year to put towards an officer,
Yeah, I just,
what's the balance?
I think we're probably in the 20 to 25,000 range, but I think either way, I don't believe that they're able to come off with any money. They can just provide another resource.
Where are they getting this person?
it's,
They gotta
it's
pay 'em.
underneath their own purview and resources. They're not cutting a check for an additional person. I want to say they're probably moving him out from the office he's in.
He's gonna add another,
Okay.
he already has several, so he's gonna add another one, and they report, he has a sergeant, and they report to that sergeant.
My concern is if there is, I've been in the simulator with you guys, and if you have an emergency, this is a lot faster than, let me find my cell phone.
But City Hall is locked down now. The second, third floors are locked. The planning department is even locked ever since the gun ruling, I don't know what to call it, change was where people.
Constitutional carry, open carry.
Yes, yes. Once,
federal now?
Sorry?
Is that federal now?
No, it's a case interpretation of the existing statute.
Thank you, sorry.
So since that happened, our employees were very uncomfortable. That's why we have the heavy wood doors now. And citizens check in, they can go to the building department unescorted. Employees there are behind bulletproof glass. The only place right now that citizens can walk in freely without checking in is the tax collector's office and Toho Water Authority.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Would it cover the overtime that we're paying? The dollars, like if he paid, if he paid the amount?
I just don't think he's able to come up with any money. That's the
Like he can't
challenge.
do no money.
He
I think
will
that's
not
the challenge.
pay
He cannot
anything.
give us any cash, no transfers, nothing.
He was
He can
very
just
clear.
provide another body, another resource.
He was very clear about that.
Can we look into what they do at Park Settlement?
What do
Would
they,
that be appropriate?
what do they do?
They have an officer, I don't know if he's county, I don't.
It's the same officer. It's the same
But
type of
he's-
officer.
But they're responsible simply for that building, their
Right.
tax
That
collector
space.
Because as soon as
space.
I walk in, they say to me, hey, what are you here for? And then I have to show them my ID, and then they tell me where to go.
And-
If you ever been to Park Settlement, that's what.
I don't think the
And
corrections
just as a
they carry
reminder,
firearms.
we were, for cost savings, we were looking at moving to a security company. So this is actually an armed officer that's a higher level than a security company.
We were already talking about doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you gonna say something?
No, I'm good with it. I think it's a good compromise.
We're getting something.
Somebody's gonna have a gun down there. Somebody. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Train them.
You know, our police chief's the greatest guy ever, because he wants people with guns qualified.
He is.
And I
He,
ju-
well, because when they're in his department, he makes sure they're top notch, right? That's the,
Yes, sir.
okay.
And I also just want to point out how good it is for the downtown to have the tax collector's office here downtown. Although not everybody goes to the tax collector's office and then shops downtown, often they learn about our downtown when they go, and they may come back later.
Which brings me to this, and I know everybody up here likes to eat and drink coffee. I would love to see us take advantage of that traffic that comes in and maybe put out an RFP for a cafe or something to be put right up in that corner, and every person has to walk right by that counter, and they can eat behind the escalator and get coffee. And what are your thoughts? I think Councilmember Fletcher.
There's a good example of that in the hospital on Oak Street in Kissimmee. I spent 45 days there a couple months ago, so.
You walk through and it's right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Little coffee shop.
City Hall in Orlando, right? That's kind of stuff, so.
I would love it.
Can we go ahead and maybe Kevin or somebody kind of measure off an area and then bring it back and we can put it out for bid?
I
You want me
can
to bring
become a
it-
barista.
Yeah.
Is that what they call them?
Do you want me to bring it back, or just go ahead and work on putting a bid out?
You wanna put it out?
Yeah, just
Go ahead and put it out.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That
We'll do that.
works.
I'm
Love
very
it.
excited about that.
Doug wants donuts there, so.
Let me write that down really fast. Okay. Last item, because we've had a lot of conversations about safety in the school zones. I asked our chief if he could please brief you today on what we did in the school zones since school started and what our plans are moving forward.
Chief, come on down.
2 minutes, chief.
So obviously, we're still going through some negotiations with our school speed zone camera company, and we're still trying to get, make sure we're on the right foot here moving forward. We did turn them off last year. We've been in contract or conversations with them over and over again to try to get this righted so we can get these things turned back on. In the interim, I will tell you, we have extra details that I'm putting out every single day since school has started. And I'm sure, and as a matter of fact, I think I've heard it from some of the council members, we do have our police officers in those school zones, and they are issuing citations for the full amounts plus the points. So where people are normally not enjoying the $100 civil citation or the civil fine that they would normally get, they're getting the full points for speeding in a school zone, improper passing. So we're enforcing all the laws as we normally would in those school zones. So I think, I don't know if you've seen extra patrols, but I assure you they are out there right now, and we're going to continue to do that for the next foreseeable future to make sure that we actually have good coverage.
Deputy Mayor.
Chief, I certainly appreciate you looking at $187 ticket going directly to the city, plus 3 points per infraction. That is what I'm thinking, driving through a school zone, that's just the minimum.
Yes, sir.
Civil infraction is $100, but it's not, no points because you don't know who's driving. I'm a big proponent of safety in school zones, and I think everybody here in the council is, and so are you. I would request, in whoever our vendor is, to fix it. They just need to fix it. Now, I'm not telling them how, I'm not telling them why. If not, tell them to go bye-bye and find another vendor.
Do they have to pull permits to do that in our city?
Yes.
Fix it? And they have not applied for a permit?
No.
They said they'd fix it, they didn't.
They did apply for permits to fix it, they just didn't
They
move
just
forward
didn't
with
do
it, was my understanding.
So how long ago did they do that? Apply for a permit?
That was in March.
I don't know that answer off the top of my
It
head.
was
Don't they have
several-
6 months
it
to do
was several
something, get
months
an
ago.
inspection on it, or there's no permit?
No, they never.
Kevin, do you know?
It was earlier this year, I apologize, because they came
Better hurry up
forward,
and do it.
to be able to do that when this whole issue came forward, and they applied, they have active permits for right-of-way permits, for it, and they just have not proceeded.
I would ask the council, either you fix it, or you go bye-bye and we find another vendor.
And
I
respectfully,
just-
council, the problem with fixing it is
Sorry.
fixing has not been conclusively determined with regard to the problem.
Alex,
So-
you sure you want to sit up here?
So the way the contract reads is that they shall install the systems in accordance with applicable law. But whether the applicable law renders the current placement of those cameras contrary to the statute has not been determined yet.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Golly.
Are we paying them any money outside of the
No.
revenue that they get from
No.
the ticket?
No.
Dude, I'm just-
Fix it. Fix it. I love lawyers, I have a son in that, but fix it. I don't know. You know, they're gonna,
Well, I don't
like
think
like
he's
a
gonna- I don't
divorce
think
lawyer.
that- I don't think
Well,
Dave's
Johnny
going out there
deserves
with
this,
postal
Sally
diggers.
deserves this, just fix it.
But, yeah, so the question, no, I was only responding to the part that you said, Mr. Gilbert, about fix it or basically terminate the agreement with
Right.
them. I think there is a method that they can address the issue that has been raised, whether if they fail to do that under the terms of the agreement, the way the agreement was adopted when the county adopted it, remember, we piggybacked on the
Sure,
county's agreement,
sure.
would be grounds to terminate the agreement.
Calling you. Just start talking. I don't care.
So, so,
It's open conversation.
I'm sorry, it's late, and it just fix it. I don't know what to. I'm sorry, chief.
Can we call them and say, hey, the council is looking at terminating this agreement if we don't
we
get on it?
we have done that. We did reach out to them recently, and coincidentally, about an hour ago, I did get an email from them. I haven't had a chance to look at it. But we did get an email from the attorney for the Vera Mobility, who was on the West Coast, and did send a letter that we had asked them to provide, but I don't think they have agreed to do everything that we've asked them to do in the letter. And
They have
I
not.
haven't had a chance
I
to.
read it.
I haven't.
That's California, West Coast.
So they're not doing what
Arizona.
we asked.
Arizona, okay.
What?
They're not doing what we asked.
I'm just glancing, I didn't have a chance to, the chief's read it, I haven't read it, so, I don't know. So,
Okay.
so,
Council, when we turn these back on, I just want to make sure we're correct and we don't make a mistake and have to turn them off a second time.
And we've collected fees. but
Yes, sir.
We've not done anything with them because waiting on this to see what happens.
That is correct.
Wait on the lawyers to argue it out.
Well,
in the
respectfully,
meantime-
and if the council's direction to me is to move forward with terminating the Vera Mobility contract and moving that, just give us that direction. And we've tried to give the appropriate advice to keep the city out of litigation to be able to do that. I understand it's an important issue for the city and for the safety of the individuals. But it has taken a turn a little differently than we all expected when we entered into this agreement with them. Our office didn't negotiate the deal with Vera Mobility. We basically relied on the county's deal, and we followed them. And turns out they may or may not have been the right
What are they
vendor.
doing?
Right, and there's other
They're
cities
not-
too,
they're not
not just
turning them on.
counties. This group has
The
other
county is not turning them
cities.
on either.
Let's stick with that.
They're not turning them on.
Are they harassing the contractor and saying, or the Vera Mobility and saying,
The
do this?
county attorneys has told me that, and the sheriff's office attorney told me they're just gonna wait it out and see what happens in some pending court cases on it. They have not made a decision. I have had the same discussion I just had with you, with the county attorney about their ability to terminate the agreements. And I don't think they're at the point of terminating the agreement with Vera Mobility. But they are not turning their cameras back on, and they are waiting for basically the dust to settle on some of these arguments that are being maintained by individuals that get the citations.
I'm gonna pray tonight a lot, but if something happens to one of those kids, then we're gonna say, oh, we need to fix it. Well, I wanna fix it before something happens to one of those kids or one of those crossing guards.
And I'm not gonna,
I know
I can
it's
say,
tough, I know.
all I can give you some more
Your
opinion.
guys are
and
still down there.
The chief,
pulling
Yes, sir.
people
We're
over.
still in the school zones and we're going to continue to do that.
the chief,
But that's a lot of school
Yes,
zones,
sir.
right? And that's a lot of coverage.
We're using
And-
overtime officers
and
right now and
one-
putting
one-
extra officers in the school zones.
One person going 72 miles an hour, boop, that crossing guard that's doing the job because they love it, not because they get paid a
Well,
lot.
Mr. Gilbert, and I think the chief would back me up on this, you would be shocked at the reasons people give for speeding in school zones. It would shock you. And I would ask you
Right.
to watch yesterday's special magistrate meeting.
I'm gonna get personal right now, because my nephew runs, Wayne Azinga's, charter schools. And he runs them in low-income areas, and he has 80 schools that he runs. And one of the crossing guards last year got wiped out dead, going 72 miles an hour, dropping her kid off under influences of ABC, XYZ, whatever she had in her body. And this was just somebody just walking a kid across the
Well,
street.
my point, Mr. Gilbert, was when you hear why some of these people get the citations, you
Right.
realize the cameras are not gonna stop them from speeding in the school zone.
I know, but when you spank a baby
mean-
enough, they stop putting their hand on the stove.
So,
But if you adopt, you gotta give them a blanket.
No, you let it, respectfully, you let them put their hand on the stove
I
and
do
then they
once,
stop.
so, yeah.
I don't remember the answer to this question, but can't we just say, turn them back on? We went through this before.
There's an enforcement issue with that because inherently the statute specifically says may be placed inside a school zone. Inside the school zone is on the other side of that flashing beacon. Our cameras are not there. They're in the wrong place.
And so there,
Move them.
I'm sorry, Dan and I have gone back on this back and forth,
So
so.
if that's in the statute, move them or take them down.
And that's what the
find
permits were
somebody
pulled
That's
for
what we're
earlier
Like,
in the
done.
year. The permits were pulled to have them moved.
And they just haven't done it.
so we can,
And the supplemental camera is what you're referring to, Dan. That's what they were discussing. I'm sorry, I apologize. What you asked for in the DOT memo. They were talking about
That-
another camera on the outside.
but they would or would not do
They
that.
would not. They said it
Well,
already
if-
applies because we already have
again,
a camera in place.
I would, if the direction of the council is to tell Vera Mobility, the only way we're gonna continue this agreement is if you move the cameras, we will happily tell them that first thing in the morning.
Are you good with that, council? Are you good with that? That's a good answer.
Yep.
Do it or go bye-bye.
That's it, I agree.
Are you okay with that, council? Are you okay with that, chief?
Yes, sir. If they're in the, yes, sir.
Do it or goodbye.
You said
Don't
supplemental
let the door
camera.
hit you in the butt. Bye-bye.
I'm sorry.
Did I misunderstood? Supplemental cameras? So is there a camera that they can place in the appropriate, that's like a temporary until this is moved?
So the theory is this, is basically it says it may be, and basically under the statute, it says if you choose to employ this system, the school speed zone detection system, it shall be placed inside the school zone. The school zone is identified by the flashing beacon. Just beyond that is the start of the school zone. A supplemental camera system can basically be employed, so they run concurrently together, so it actually records the flashing beacon, but the school camera, the speed cameras are actually inside the zone, shooting the cars as they're passing by. Now, the system that we actually do have in place is laser guided, so it is shooting beyond the school zone into the school zone area. However, the physical placement of it is outside the school zone, which is, that is the rub and that is the argument, Counselor. Am I correct, or am I?
That is correct, and there is a pretty significant inconsistency in the statute and how the DOT standards were adopted and address it. But that's pretty much the argument. And again, unfortunately, our judge has not given clear direction on it, so.
I agree with Councilmember, or Deputy Mayor Gilbert and the rest of the council.
Yes, the intent would be to have them inside the zone and have that supplemental camera watching.
Well, I think the suggestion I made was move them outside move them as we originally talked about, or we're gonna terminate. Wasn't that what
I think that's what.
That's the
Council said. I
direction of
don't
the
know what,
council.
Councilmember Paul said, I think the four of us.
Well,
are-
as Mr. Feldman, they did apply for permits to move them. They could complete the move in accordance with those permits and.
Tell them to move.
Okay.
It took us 3.5 years to get here. I don't need 3.5 years before they're active.
What about wayfinding signs? You wanna talk about that?
Not today.
Don't bring that up. Ken, it's your, all right, never mind.
Can I ask, again, stepping back on my notes, and then I have one more thing and I'm done.
Thank you.
Tax collector, I'm tired, so I'm sorry. I'm
Thank you,
trying-
chief.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I got direction on the tax collector to move forward with an agreement. You were okay with the no rent, but with the addition of the officer, correct? I see 2, 3 nods.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that was, yeah.
That's what I thought we said. I didn't write it
And an
down.
RFP for some food and beverage.
And that was separate, right. I did write that down. I got really excited about the coffee. Okay. And then the very last thing I'm gonna add.
Ken's offered to be a barista. Is that the right word?
I just wanna,
Barista.
recognize Mr. Felblinger, the Public Works staff, and Billy McFadden from Parks and Rec. And joining police officers and fire that were out there, but Friday night, we had a whole crew come as fast as possible to Cypress Preserve to try and do an emergency repair and get that road passable. So I just want to recognize the hard work that they did and coming out as quickly as they could to serve the residents of St. Cloud. So I just want to say thank you to them.
Yeah, and Veronica, thank you for giving me updates as that went on, and yeah, great job, guys. That was, I think I first saw it on Facebook. Nadine put it, this is our backyard.
Whoever texts does a great job. I don't mind. My phone's on 24/7, so thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And all the citizens thanked us. I mean, that made a tragedy into a good thing.
Speaking of that, when is that road cutting through?
It's in the budget, Creekwoods Drive. It's in the budget. We're moving forward. I think we're gonna have to do some property acquisition. We've given a list to Mr. Manzares now. We're
Is
at
that
that point.
cutting through Evers Lath or in that area?
It will, yes. But I believe they were willing to work with us, the Evers Lath property, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, like I said, because right now we only need 2 properties. We need a property on Canoe Creek Road and Old Canoe Creek Road are the only 2 we have because we have right of way in between all the other areas there. So like I said, so we are in the process of finishing the design, and I believe we're meeting on the
September
third. The
3rd. Yeah,
third.
there's a
to be
meeting
able
on the
to-
3rd to discuss.
What about Mutter?
That is, like I said, we are currently in the design process of that, but the right of way is also, that's part of the meeting we're having on the 3rd.
Those are the two priorities we're working on right now are Creek Woods Drive and Mutter Road. We, as you know, as you may know, Creek Woods Drive, the city has been working through a independent real estate to try to acquire those properties. Our meeting on September 3rd is to meet with them and see where we really are on it. We believe, from what I understand from talking to Mr. Felblinger and some other staff, that the representative through Colliers that's working for the city on that behalf has indicated if we can show the property owners that we're really serious about moving forward with condemnation, that they may voluntarily be more reasonable in their negotiations. The Mutter Road one is the one we're also working on at the same time. Our office has started diving into that. As those of you may know who've been around for a while on this thing, that's going to be a little bit more complicated. So we are diving in, but those are the two priority.
And then Furtick, I think, was third.
Furtick was third, yeah.
So we're working on all the connection roads. Those are the priorities right now. And then Massachusetts.
Which, like I said, we're working right now for Massachusetts to get that report out. We had talked about the different alignments. So we are working with the engineer to be able to get that. We are trying to get that looked at also.
The idea is
I
that
still
you
want
have,
to look at Florida.
that's what he's talking about.
That's the, okay.
Yes, sir.
Just the ideas. And we've talked to the school district, I think, on that as well, because that's.
Once he has the information.
Yeah, because we're
And that may
getting
fix some of
it.
the other issues with the piping in the ditch and the.
Like I said, that'll be what part of the engineers will be looking at, the impacts if we change the alignment. Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I should be an engineer. Talking about piping and ditching.
That's all
All
I
right.
had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Paul.
So today I had the opportunity to go to a ribbon cutting, America's Swimming Pool. They're located off Pennsylvania. As a board member for St. Cloud Chamber of Commerce, I did represent the city of St. Cloud and shared a few greetings on behalf of all of us. And I also, on August 6th, was invited to the South Florida facility, water management facility, did a tour there with Nicole Masters, and it was great to go out to their facility and see what they do, things they do in the community, and also build that professional relationship with them as well. And then last week, I did attend the conference for Florida League of Cities, which I think is a great opportunity for elected officials to participate in things they offer, different workshops. It was a impactful conference, and always look forward to attending those as well. And that's all I have.
All right, Councilmember Urban.
I've got a couple of things. First of all, just to thank the police chief and all of the police officers out there. I have a kindergartner now, so I spend a lot of time in line waiting for pickup and drop off, and I see them pulling people over left and right and unmarked vehicles and everything. So I know they're out there and they're doing a great job catching those school zone speeders. So thank you for that. Secondly, at our Toho board meeting last week that I represent the city on, Toho was basically caught word or was notified that the city is planning on putting its billing for solid waste onto the tax rolls. And there's a lot of benefits to the city for doing that, but Toho is requesting that if we are moving forward with that, if we can expedite the vote to get it on the tax rolls, because they're currently revamping their billing system with a different contractor. And they kind of need to know which direction we're going before they do that. So I had spoke with Dan and Veronica earlier in the week, and they said it would be possible if we get the ball rolling now to get that done, but they need an answer sooner than later. Just kinda
Okay,
wanted-
how, did we stop that discussion, or did we give consensus to already do that? Or
You
what?
gave consensus for us to move forward in doing it. I think what they're looking for is a formal action from the city that's what we're doing. Where, when I spoke to him, I didn't want to give him a letter saying that, because until you actually have a formal vote to put it on the tax bill, like you just did today, I was concerned that what if the city council.
Just for those folks, though, for
Mhm.
that
Right,
special-
but same process.
Right.
I was concerned that the city council might change your mind. And
We
then
don't do that.
if you're comfortable that it's gonna be on the tax roll, I mean, I can put it in writing for them so that they can proceed with their billing change.
No, you're not.
You know what? They're a vendor of ours. We'll tell them when we're ready.
They're not our, are they our, they?
Well, we have an agreement with them, an internal
Do
agreement.
they
of our-
supply to our citizens?
Yeah.
They operate,
would you
a-
call
It's
that?
our, they manage our
they,
system, yeah.
they operate and manage our utility system.
So just to give a little background, in our original agreement, the city committed to taking our charges off of their billing, and they've kind of been keeping it on there as a courtesy to us. They just need to know an answer. I mean, that, if the city doesn't move forward, then they're in the process of revamping their billing, and they need a direction on where to go, and just wanted some confirmation from the city, was all.
So we can expedite it. I mean, we got direction that that's what the direction we want to go in. And I think with council consensus tonight, I'm comfortable with staff, you know, full speed ahead, trying to get it, everything we can, so that that final vote will be as soon as possible. I don't know that we'll meet his time frame, but we can do our best.
Oh, thank you.
The only thing I would add to that is that the city manager you will need to retain an expert, an independent person to do this. Unlike the two that you did tonight, the initial numbers were essentially able to be done by staff internally. So you will need someone from the very beginning to do the preliminary assessment role for this, because this is gonna be citywide and do that. So as long as that directions include the city manager being able to retain that particular expert to get that independent consultant to get that done, I think you can get it all done by February at the latest.
Is that good?
Is council comfortable with that?
I just don't want the tail walking the dog. You can call them whatever they want, they're a supplier to our citizens. I don't want them to put deadlines on us. We want to do it, we've talked about doing it, but you gotta do this, we've been good. They're our customers, they're our vendors, they're our citizens, I don't know.
All right. When is in order to get it on the tax bill, when do we have to?
Right,
Well,
that's
What
a
is
better
that
question.
deadline?
Well, the deadline, you adopted the two assessments tonight because the deadline to notify the tax collector is tomorrow for the next tax year, right? So the best you're able to do in this scenario is to adopt an assessment that would not result in any collections until October or November of 2027?
I mean, just so as to be on the,
Right.
Yeah.
November,
bill.
so that, it
Until
would,
then.
so the assessment would show up on those tax bills that go out in the fall of 2027, and then people start paying those in November and into January, so.
well, and that's why this process is really between the Todd and city manager to come up with that
Yeah.
timeline, the steps we
Their
gotta take.
issue is that they're doing a billing software conversion. So if it was our billing software, because I've done these before, I would also be saying, I need a date, because he's gonna be paying he has to be paying a vendor to take our information into the new billing software, so that's.
But
that's
Todd
what-
should be asking those questions of you. I mean, of course, it's okay that he's mentioned it to Colby, or Councilmember
But-
Gilbert.
He also charges us, yeah, so
But he should be telling the counterpart over here, hey, we need to get this, tie this together, and then come to us and say, here's the timeline that we gotta reach this goal, because
So he also charges us, so basically if we don't proceed, then we're potentially gonna be paying for a billing conversion. We, the city, would be paying
Can
for a
you-
potential billing conversion.
I like that they bring us up when you need a decision by tomorrow.
right, can you just give us a,
Well, no,
No, that's not what it was.
no, that's not what I said.
What'd you
so.
say? They have to know by tomorrow, so it gets on the tax?
No,
bill?
no. I was pointing out to you that if you wanted to get the collections in the next tax season, it would have had to be done by tomorrow. These collections won't come until a year from now.
okay.
Just to be clear, they're not asking for us to get it on the tax roll tomorrow. And from my conversations with Dan, this can be voted on any time for the 2028 tax roll, is that correct?
Yes,
So
27, 28.
27, 28. So they're just asking for a timeline so we can coordinate with them as their partner, basically.
Correct.
Can you
Perfect.
please just give us timeline or what we need to do.
I just need council to be okay that we're gonna go full steam ahead and try to get it adopted earlier
Yeah, I
instead of
think
at this
everybody's-
time next year. That's
We've
all
decided that.
that's what we kind of discussed, Mr. Urban and I, is just so that council understands, we're gonna be doing full speed ahead on it now versus next summer.
I told Mr. Urban earlier, and we told Vernon, based on where we are sitting here today with this direction from the council, I think it is very confidently can say that you would have your final resolution adopting the assessment at your meeting in February.
And we still want to sell that house in Ohio, right? I saw the for sale sign in the yard. It's got-
Be a restaurant.
It's,
No,
uh,
that gives us time. Someone tells me I need an answer for tomorrow, I'm just weird that way. But, yeah, I know you didn't say it, Dan, but if we get a year to do it, Coop, are we cool with that?
No, sir, you do not have a year to do it. The final public hearing would normally have to be by January. With the approval of the tax collector and the property appraiser, you can get it a little bit longer, but you would need it, the final hearing done by February.
But we're
Dan
cool to
mentioned.
tell Toho,
No,
we're gonna
we-
take it over, and we'll do that by
Deputy,
January.
I'll get with Ms. Cooper. He's referring to the notice of intent to use
No.
the tax collection. That
Understood.
doesn't require the public hearing. That's all part of the
Understood.
process. That can be done well before, like we did just recently, that will be done well before the preliminary assessment.
And just last thing, I noticed there, the owners of the golf course were here in the audience earlier, and I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate they were here. I've been talking with them and would like the city to continue our talks to look at that agreement and continue our partnership with them, but that's another conversation for another day.
Goldman York met with them today. My understanding was for maybe a little bit under an hour.
That's all.
You waiting on me? Councilmember Fletcher.
I feel like we've had 3 council meetings. I'd like to say thank you again. Approving Hopkins Park was a huge milestone during my time on council, and many of us up here, actually all of us up here. I would like, if the council would be up to it, to do a ceremonial groundbreaking sooner rather than later for it. It doesn't have to be
I'm sorry,
anything
which one?
For Hopkins Park.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a
That's great.
huge event, but at least a ceremonial groundbreaking for the community out there. I think they would really enjoy that. And then, I know that we have talked about, the moratorium. I was gonna ask, that was on my list, but you've already addressed that. However, when we adopted the mobility fees, we did it by resolution, so we can bring back the residential portion with that to the next meeting and adopt it? That we don't have to,
You mean the discount rate?
the discount rate, that
Yes,
could be
that's done by resolution.
resolution, so could we do that at the next meeting? I mean, if we could get council consensus to bring that back,
To do what? I'm
To
sorry.
remove the discount,
to remove the discount,
to bring it back to 100%.
to bring it back to 100%. So that's 3.
Was that 3? I see. Yes, okay. We probably have to advertise it, just, I don't
That
know
was the
if.
residential.
Yes, it was residential.
That's what I thought. I'm sorry, my brain, I kind of zoned out
so-
looking at the email.
We'll intend for this September 10th meeting, but I know there's some advertising
we'll
potential
have to-
requirements, so I just set clear expectations. We will bring it as soon as we can meet the advertising requirements. It might be the September 17th, it could be,
Okay.
Oh, with the
October, the
special.
October meeting. Just want to set clear expectations.
All right, is that it?
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Sean. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Just one question, if I may ask council. I got an email from a lady that's a caregiver for a disabled person, and she had asked me if, she appreciates giving the free swimming to the disabled, but as a caregiver, is there any discounts that we can give the caregiver for that? My first impression was I would just find out how much it costs for a year and just do it myself. But I think that's a noble cause that we'd have to give a discount, maybe of 50% to the caregivers for the people caregiving for the disabled swimming. And in our pool, but either way, I'm gonna make sure it happens, but I'd like council to at least consider to give a 50% discount or some kind of discount, because when you have a disabled person, you always have a caregiver. And I just want you guys to consider that. Let me know. If not, I've already figured out how much it costs, and I have so much that I donate to, and that would be a perfect thing that I would, as a person, donate to. But if we could do that for every caregiver, to get a discount on the swimming. So
How many, just
there are
curious.
8 that I know of right now.
I mean, why do we charge anything for a caregiver for special needs?
I don't
really
have
don't
that
think it's
answer, Mayor. We agreed to do free for the disabled.
we-
I don't think we looked into that. You know, it's not the whole family, but it's somebody taking care of that person. So if it's a pass for both of them, Lord, please believe me, that'd be the best thing ever, to get a caregiver and them a pass to do that,
I think
because
it's only
that's
fair.
what we have to do. So that's the only thing I ask. Besides that, I yield back to you, Mayor.
Yeah.
There was consensus.
Believe it or not, some of us have hearts up here.
Do we have to bring
Tin
that all
Man.
the way back?
Lying in it.
I don't know, I'll check.
If by only had a brain.
I'll work on, I don't know if I have to bring it back or if that's something that we can do, but I do want to clarify, because sometimes they come with a vendor who's taking care of them. You only mean a caregiver, right?
Yeah,
Or every time they get to come with someone
What's a
for free?
vendor?
Caregivers, the vendor is if you hire somebody to do it, but it's one-on-one. It's whoever's taking care of that individual.
At
Because
that
sometimes they bring their
'Cause-
families
Well,
with.
sometimes they'll have someone doing physical therapy, but they're paying.
Right, then the physical therapist, we're not gonna get
No,
elaborate
that's
on
not,
this.
yeah, but
I'm
a
gonna bring the
physical
whole crew
therapist
in.
isn't for a disabled person, right?
We
A lot
have-
of swimming
we-
lessons are
Okay.
for that.
If
You-
they're already a special needs
Right,
individual,
and the
they get
caregiver-
the caregiver.
Right.
Whether they're going through physical therapy or not.
What-
If they're going through physical therapy just because they're going through physical therapy, that doesn't qualify as a disabled person.
No, the registration for disabled is great through Parks and Rec. There's medical records, there's all that, but just one person to caregive. No matter if it's a therapist or the mom or the dad, just one person for that.
Yes.
That's the only thing I think of. I don't know, council, we gotta do,
We're not a free medical facility, it's just for, we give a free pass for the disabled person
right.
and the caregiver.
The caregiver can be the therapist, Mayor.
Yeah, yeah, but-
And it's,
Well, I would be concerned that we would have potential people using space for therapy when we have limited space in the pool on a
I
regular
think anybody
basis.
that's disabled, I think we need to
accommodate it.
accommodate them. I just, that's just a personal feeling.
What kind of what are we talking?
A lot of times swim therapy.
Stretching or?
Swim
I don't know.
A lot of disabled people will go in and do therapy in pools.
In the shallow end there.
Yeah, that kind of,
I mean, we have a disabled lift, right,
Yeah,
for them to
everything.
get,
We have
in the
everything.
pool, so I just need clarification, I didn't wanna come back later on and somebody say, why did we let a vendor in? I just need clarification, did you want it to be just one for one, doesn't matter if
One
it's
for
a
one.
therapist or a resident?
I had that conversation with Scott about the therapist, and he said if they're a vendor, a business, then they need to fill out the vendor form to do that. So I think that still should be that way, but if it's someone like a mom, dad, or whatever, yes.
a
we should-
caregiver.
Yes.
Right, somebody that's a family member or a
Yes.
caregiver of that, not a vendor that comes and says, hey, I got free swimming.
Correct.
And then starts to bill people to go into our pools.
Yes.
People take advantage of stuff, I get that, but a caregiver's somebody that's related to or assigned to take care of that person.
Okay.
Not somebody that makes money off that person.
Yes.
I don't know the forms, I don't know anything, but I'd like to see it, I'd just like to ask council if they could consider that.
Yeah, but I obviously, Ken, I appreciate the fact you're willing to cover that, but I believe that that's something that can be.
Okay, thank
I
you.
don't think it'll take anything out of the taxpayers' pockets by allowing one other person to help.
No, but I think it was clear consensus that you're okay with like a family member type caregiver, but not a vendor doing it, so, okay. That was, there was consensus on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council.
You said with not a vendor doing it.
A caregiver, not a vendor. Not for-profit vendors, not that.
Right.
And make that clear.
Okay. Okay, anything else you want to add, Deputy Mayor?
Just that, it's almost midnight. We're gonna let it all hang out after midnight.
We're really not.
That was a song.
I don't know, I don't remember when they come out.
That's my bedtime.
Was it?
Chop up all your jokes.
Kenisms. As Councilmember Paul referenced, yeah, there was Florida League of Mayors on Wednesday. I was down there. Spent time with a lot of the mayors from around around the state, and then we have Florida League of Cities. She would go into some of the seminars. I'd go into others. We kind of break up, and that way we get all the information. And yeah, it's great to go and interact with these folks. That's group therapy because I can't pick up the phone and talk about this stuff with you guys and girl, lady, sorry. It helps you better understand, you know, when you go to these, and you get that same experience when you go to the other conferences, the planning or the FRA, and so it was a great experience, and we met a lot of great people. And down there, I met somebody from St. John's River District. Sorry.
St.
it's getting
John's
late.
River Water Management
River Water
District.
Management District. It's getting too late to say all these words. And then, of course, I came back the other day, and then yesterday was my East Central Florida Regional Planning Council meeting. And of course, Nicole is sitting there. There was 5 or 6 people who were down there. The mayor of DeLand was down there. He's going to be the incoming chair. The lady from the St. John's River Management District. Is that right? St. John's River Management District.
River Water Management
Yeah,
District.
it's all there, water, rivers. But yeah, it was a great experience. It all just kind of ties together, and well, that's it. That's kind of what I've been up to the past week. And today was amazing. We had the police chief. We swore in. He swore in a captain, a lieutenant, 3 sergeants, brothers, the Dunn brothers, and I did the third one was there as well, eating cake with everybody. So always an amazing experience. Being in the room with you folks, it's a family thing. I mean, that you bring so much positivity to our city with that group. You've really nurtured them, and through their I'm so impressed with that department, Doug. So thank you very much, Chief, for everything you do there. And I can't wait for that EOC and the dispatch. We start breaking ground on that, and finally Doug will feel like Jason doesn't get all the cool toys. And Jason got a new boat. Jason, you want to talk about your new boat?
No, we're good, Jason. Talk about it next week.
All right. He got the fire, but I will say
He'll bring pictures next time.
yes,
Yeah.
the new boat came in, amazing.
Show pictures on the water. not
Courtesy of the
that.
state of Florida, so we do appreciate that. And one day Doug will have a boat just as nice as yours.
He already has one.
He's got a dinghy. What are you talking about? No, y'all have a dinghy. All right, I got information section here coming up. Friday, August 21st, 2026, Veterans Council meeting, 1 p.m. City Hall. Monday, September 7th, 2026, city offices closed in observance of Labor Day. Thursday, September 10th, 2026, City Council meeting, 6:30 p.m., City Hall Council Chambers. Friday, September 11th, 2026, Veterans Council meeting, 1 p.m., City Hall. Thursday, September 7th, is City Hall open September 11th?
Yes,
It
it's
is,
not
okay.
a city holiday,
Okay.
unless you'd like to make it a
no.
city holiday.
What do you care? You don't work anyway.
I got retired from my retirement.
All right, Thursday, September 17th, 2026, special city council meeting, 6:30 p.m., City Hall, council chambers, reports, warrant list, number 10, fiscal year 26, Recreation Advisory Committee minutes, May 20, 2026, Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes, May 5th, 2026, Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes, June 2nd, 2026, Finance Committee meeting minutes, January 20th, 2026, Finance Committee meeting minutes, April 21st, 2026. With that, this meeting's adjourned.
And our next council meeting is 2030. August.